Joe gets 2 days off. That means he'll get 12 more hours of sleep.
Right.
I'm supposed to get 3, but yeah, that's not gonna work this week. But
Right.
that's all right. We need money for toys, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dragon coming up. You got to buy 2 of.
Right. Well, we got the dragon. Now we've got the
Silver Knight.
Silver Knight.
They're gonna do those 12 packs, and I just really want that. An Order of Aetheron army builder.
Right.
Yeah. Something that I really want. And for $350, for a 12 pack, that's a good price for Legions.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It, basically
Not bad.
It's just about that normal kind of almost like an all-in price where you're getting about like one figure for free at the end of it. I mean, I don't know how much those are going to be singly, but
they're 30?
30? Yeah, he said 30. So, and that's a great price because again, normally like a regular army builder is 26, but he comes with a bit more than your regular army builder.
I also think that the prices are going to start being adjusted for inflation and tariffs and things like that soon too. They're also trying to match their prices closer to the retailers so that they're not competing with their retailers.
Yes.
So
yeah,
we'll be selling at the same price as their retailers, which is a good move on their part, I think.
Well, yeah, because like they lowered the retailer price last year a couple bucks. They raised their table price a couple bucks to match it. So that way, when they go to shows, they're not undercutting. And that's just, in my mind, that's paying a lot of respect to your retailers.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Ed and I saw firsthand at PowerCon, like, 4 Horsemen table, man. Everybody was lined up, wrapped around the freaking show, waiting to get to the Horseman table. And there were a bunch of the retailers out there selling 4 Horsemen products. Well, trying to sell 4 Horsemen products.
Right. The only ones that were selling any of those products were the ones that had stuff that weren't on the 4 Horsemen table.
Right. Yeah. Older waves and stuff like that that they had around. That was it.
I'll tell you though, as a new guy going there, I didn't know if they were selling old stuff like it's their old stuff, or if they were a vendor and they, have a website. I didn't know. And they're all the setups were kind of similar. Like very few of them looked like a store, Yeah.
Well, did you wait in the long line that was out in the hall to go into the 4 Horsemen store?
Yes, that's the only one that looked like a pro setup.
Yeah.
And I didn't wait in that line. I waited each day until it was down to like 10 people. And then I jumped in it.
Yeah. They had a bunch of the reissue figures there, which is great. Again, like if you were trying to catch up on some older stuff, that was really nice for them to have that there so that you could snatch that stuff off the table.
New and not a Mythic Legions guy, I didn't know what I was going to be missing, so I didn't mind not waiting in line.
Yeah. Well, for me, I just wanted to get that damn Ninian infantry. Like after I saw that thing and found out it was for sale at the show, like all other missions in my mind stopped until I had one secure in my hands, in my possession. I needed to have my snake.
Yeah, I ended up waiting in line on accident. Yeah, I was walking by
because you were standing and talking. I was there for that. I was like right in front of you.
So oh, really?
You're just standing and talking, and you're like, "Well, crap! I'm 3/4 of the way there."
Yeah, that was Mr. Kelly. I'm of course drawing a blank on his first name, but I was walking by, and that was the first time I saw him. He's like, "Hey, Joe." So we just started BSing. I had no intention of standing in that line. It was a mile long. And I talked to him for a really long time. And then I was like, man, I don't want to cut in line, so I'm going to go ahead and jump to the back. And he goes, well, you already did. We're at the door. And there was only like 3 people in front of us. And I was like, what the hell at this point?
Right. Nobody knows you're not in line.
Yeah.
Everybody else just assumed you'd already been waiting in line.
Yeah.
I guess
plus
so.
It's Joe. Leave him alone. Let him go. No.
Right.
Nobody was going to say anything to Joe because they were too scared he was going to stab him.
That's right.
Right.
That mustache scared him off.
Mm-hmm.
He looked a little
Yep.
stabby.
So,
Nothing wrong with that.
Just a little
yeah,
stab.
well, it got overdone a little bit. It was a bad joke about getting the exclusive pieces for the armory experience. I made a joke on Legion's Lounge that I was gonna rob kids as they were leaving to get all the parts that I needed. With a knife, and they were like, "Not adults," and I was like, "No, adults can fight back. Robbing kids is way easier." And then
Yeah.
I don't know, his chat just picked up on that knife thing and then just ran with it. I wouldn't even use a butter knife while I was in New Jersey, man. If anybody got stabbed, they were going to come and talk to me. So I was like, I'm not going to touch a knife this whole weekend.
The funniest part about that is Joe was just joking about bringing a knife, but I totally had like 3 on me at all times at the show.
I bet you I got offered a knife about 25 times while I was there. Somebody was like, "Hey, do you want to use mine?" And I'm like, "No."
Well, Joe's like, "Excuse me, could you cut my steak for me? I don't want to use a knife."
Like, no, don't hand it to me. Cut my steak for me.
Yeah.
As in, cut my steak.
No knives. Yeah. So that was kind of fun. That one, do you want to use my knife? And how did you get so tall? That was like the two
I
things
would probably
I
say
heard.
the same thing. The tall thing is that would be a. I honestly think if I saw Joe in person, that would be the first thing I'd be like, "Wow, okay." I thought Joe, because Joe, I'm sorry, on camera you look about 5'6". I'm not.
Oh,
kidding.
really? Yeah. Maybe it's the chair. I don't know.
It's the camera's a little higher, right?
Yeah.
The camera
I have
sits
a big
up
monitor,
a little higher, and how you're sitting in the chair, it does seem like you might be short. Because like me, the back of my chair is behind my shoulders. Now, Joe, I'm like 2 inches shorter than you.
Yeah, because look, same thing with mine. You can't even
like
see
you
the back
can't
of my
see
chair the
mine.
way I sit on it.
Right.
With us, we see the back of your chair because again,
That's
the
why.
way the camera angle is, so it makes you appear shorter.
Like
right?
That's exactly it. And Ed too, but Ed, we know Ed's got that big old
Well,
chair.
because Ed's
so
got
it's
one of the
got a
big
Regal
grandpa
chair.
chairs,
different,
right?
it's a different chair.
You guys
What is
think
that,
those
like-
are cushions? Those are
like,
speakers.
That's right.
Who was that? Lily Tomlin in the rocking chair? That
Yeah.
skit show she did, right? Where
Yeah,
she would be a little kid.
crossing her legs.
That's what
and
people think of me. And then I'm 6 foot. And I've mentioned that a few times, but I guess
People just didn't believe it
Didn't
until
think
they
that
actually
you're
crossed
lying.
it. Then you combine it with the fact that Joe talks about working in a mine and he's got the beard. Everybody just pictures him as
Right.
like a dwarf.
and I've said that before too. It's
With a
pit
hunch.
mining, like they just dig a big hole. Like I don't actually go underground.
As soon as you say mining, though, everybody just assumes you're going.
Everybody-
down the hole.
That with the canary,
Yeah.
canary on my shoulder, and
Headlamp.
the
That's right. Whistling.
handle on the front. Yep, pickaxe.
All right. Calm it down here, Mr. Metric. Okay.
That's right.
Kept making that joke about let's go off world. The guys kept saying, what are the parameters for our list or whatever it was? I was like, I don't use parameters. I'm American. I don't use metric.
Speak English, motherfucker.
I am 1.829 meters. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
That's 6 foot. I'm 6 foot too. So I'm
Okay.
6 foot also. I'm not 6'2". I'm 6 foot also.
as
Right.
well.
Yeah, see, I'm that 5'10" and a half, 6'1", depending on the 7-Eleven I'm coming out of.
Depending on the what are they? The boots like
With the
Like-
fur.
no, like he was wearing those
Got the
boots,
clogs on.
the boots that made him taller, and he painted
Yeah.
them black.
Yep.
Get the 70s lift shoes like Pee Wee Herman.
I appreciate Dave's Dimension calling it out here. He's talking about 29 people watching it, but only 9 likes.
What?
You lazy sons of bitches, smack that fucking like button, or hell, just because of the way I said it, you can smack that dislike button. I don't give a shit. It's engagement.
Is that like crying?
And Carol's saying she got more snow yesterday. So
Stanley was asking if anybody got snow.
yeah. Last last night, right after Let's Go Off World, I went outside to go grab a cigarette and I jumped on Punk's Pit. And for those of you who don't know, if you join Punk's channel membership, it's $1 a month. You will get access to, he does a live stream, private members only live stream once a month. And when he does that, I'm always like, we joke around about it, but I'm always in the dark on that stream because it's always right after Let's Go Off World is when I jump in. And so I've just been streaming for between 2.5 to 4 hours. And I want to go out for a cigarette. And so when I go do that, I just sit out there smoking for the rest of the night. And, you know, I do that outside. And it's winter. And it was snowing. And by the end of it, when we're wrapping up, Punk's like, you were sitting outside this whole time smoking. Aren't you cold? And I was like, no. Last night it wasn't nothing. Tonight it's freezing out there because
generally that's how it is here. Like while it's snowing, it's not cold.
Yeah,
it's when it stops snowing and the ground is frozen. That's when the wind starts blowing, and then I don't want to be at work anymore. So.
How late did Punk's Pit go last night?
I'll be honest, Ed, I don't freaking remember.
It was
that late, huh?
It was 12:30, or no? It was
all right. So
Merrick and then we're going to bed when I'm at the
Radnon's
end.
at 2, so
I thought Radnon was still going by the time we jumped off, but that can't be right because Let's Go Off World ran a little bit longer last night, so that would have been.
It had to be later than midnight because I didn't leave Punk's Pit until midnight. If you jumped on after the because
you weren't there when I jumped on.
Yeah,
I don't know. We got into the sports ball talk, and
of course I scrambled to get on.
Yeah. He's like, I can finally talk sports with people. I need to be on there.
Sports.
Yeah, some sports. Sports. I'll come snatch that Cardinals freaking beanie off your head.
Come get it. Come get it.
My boys Ravens were playing. As I came into the bedroom going into halftime, we were up 21. So, yeah.
And the
Chargers,
Chargers,
I watched that first quarter. That was just a spanking. That wasn't even a game.
I knew that was going to happen, man.
Dude, I'm just happy it is because you know, if
fans didn't understand what they were getting when they got Russell Wilson. I understood what they were getting.
Yep.
I had his ass for 2-3 years.
2 years he was on the Broncos. Yeah,
we're still paying him.
Yep.
We're still paying him to play. But
play on the Steelers.
Yeah, he was playing. We were
sucks.
paying him $58 million to play for the Steelers.
Yeah, you paid for most of his season this year.
We had the biggest dead cap space in history of the NFL.
Guaranteed contracts, man. That's
terrible
for the team.
But I also saw Emerald Knight John message me, and he said, "Oh, looks like the Chargers are charging because they got beat 32-12, so they're out."
Jesus.
Well,
he's an AFC West guy, so we both hate the Chargers and the Chiefs. But then we hate each other's team too. But
you're not the only one that hates the Chiefs, right? The Chiefs right now are the new. Oh, I guess we just did something else good because I just heard my uncle yell.
It's 28-14 right now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. There we go.
I'm also in that area where I live up in Seattle, but I'm an Arizona Cardinal fan. So.
Oh, that's tough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's enemy territory right there.
It is.
It is.
So, but
right.
I have valid reasons for being a Cardinal fan. I knew Pat Tillman, so we were friends for his Cardinal days and his Army days. So yeah.
There you go.
I'll be a Cardinal for life.
There you go.
All right, guys, real quick, let's jump in here. I'm going to try to steamroll going through the chat and saying hello to everybody as I let it build up a little bit. Normally, there's several of you guys hanging out in the chat before we go live. I was saying to you guys, I'm like, damn, it's like a couple minutes after 10, and we still don't have anybody said hello in the chat yet. I think Ken was the first one to jump in, and that was at 10:05. I get to see timestamps on my side.
That's right.
All right, we got Toy Connections Ken, first one in with Happy 2025. We got Fat Red Foo here, Dave's Dimension, K Roll in the house, True Star Screamer or Trust a Screamer, depending on how kinky you're feeling today. We got Paul Morales in the chat. Nolan's here making us official Toy Tube, Stanley's Toy Channel. Ryu 83, Stanley Eberhard on screen and in the chat. We've got Joe Fan 84, Curtis Ackerman saying hello all, see you soon. It almost sounds like a threat the way he says it.
It is a threat. Oh, wait.
Yep.
From Curtis, yeah.
He is inevitable. So
That's right.
we've got that cringiest name in Toy Tube already highlighted one of his comments, but Speaking Moistly is here with us. And this I love to see here. We got Thor KC saying, good evening, everyone. Toy Connections and Ostradamus Toys received the Delta 17 figure and the graphic novel in perfect condition. They are amazing. Thank you. You are very welcome. Big shout out to Ken Toy Connections, allowing us to do that giveaway on my channel for his 10,000 subscriber milestone. One of the biggest, one of the biggest highlights of 2024 coming right in at the end. Ken hitting 10K.
That was awesome.
Just so cool. We got KJ Smith here saying, sup, Pete. The wonderful, amazing Shannon Hops hitting the chat. Hit that like button. Yes, sir. And we have All Music Fan 88 Jeff saying, sorry, I was playing with my toys, brother. That's what it's all about. Nobody's going to make you apologize for playing with your toys. I mean, unless you stole them off of a kid. And honestly, that's borderline debatable right there, whether I'd actually yell at you for that or not. Sometimes
it depends on if you just took it or shoved him down. I mean, that's where.
Or had a knife. Or had a knife.
Or had a knife.
Or had a knife.
I mean, you know. I mean, if the kid were playing with Mythic Legions, I might try to threaten him with a knife and say, put that down, kid. You don't know what you're doing. And take it.
Give me your gold parts.
There it is. All the gold gag gifts. Wraith Mace joining us saying, yo, sup, folks. We are the Hammer.
Yeah.
And let's see. Whoa, it jumped a little bit here. Hold on. Got to catch up with everything. We got Cobweb Collector saying, sup, peoples. Guys, please, little prayers for Cobb. Power's out. It's not going to be coming back on until Thursday. All right.
That's rough.
Mind you, it's pretty warm where he's at, so he's not freezing his tail off over there. But that's why Cobb can't be joining us on screen tonight. Cobb, stay safe, brother. And if it does get chilly over there in California, just put on a couple extra blankets. Try to stay warm. Eternian Royalty saying, what's up, gentlemen? What's going on, Mikey? We've got the man Collects in the house saying hello, everyone. Frankie Rivera is here with us as well. Oh, Dave's mentioned saying, respectfully, I can't stand the Chiefs. Go Bills.
Go Bills.
Look. Hey, you Bills fans, shout it out. Be proud. Be happy. Kenzo's rubbing it in a little there.
Tomorrow, baby.
Here it goes. It's
going down.
I like Ken, but tomorrow you and I are sworn enemies.
Upset, baby. Upset coming.
Ooh. It's getting heated. You
know what? Honestly, like I said, I whatever happens tomorrow, I'm completely happy with the way the season went. So either way.
Yeah. And agreed. Like right now, again, the Chiefs, they're like enemy number one. It's like the Patriots all through the early 2000s, from like 99 all the way up to like 2016, I'd say. Patriots most
the
hated.
Brady years.
The Brady dynasty, like throughout those years, they were the most hated. And now it's Mahomes and the Chiefs, right? Mm-hmm. I know normally we don't have this much sports talk toy people. Sorry, but guess what? There's a part of the toy section where, no, they moved it into all sporting goods, didn't they? And they're not always back to back in the same stores anymore. Whatever. Go grab some balls.
There you go.
We got Menhoza in the chat. What's up, brother? Here we go. The official apology. Sorry, Dave. We have to beat you guys tomorrow. Go Progress. I love it. Oh, and this is great to see as well. War chest full of toys saying, what's up? Package received. Got that Ninian infantry. That is awesome. That's cool. Andrew from Gady's Toys joining us saying, ahoy, hoy. Andrew, let me know if you want in on this, man. Brother, we'd love to have you jump in and join in the chat, All right. So I think that pretty much took care of it. That was all the starred comments. Let me see here. Oh, wait. Hold on. We've got Gaz in the chat. Good evening, legends. Friends, if on Thursday night you happen to watch The Frenzy and you weren't over on Thursday with a friend on Punk's channel, You got to go check it out. Gaz was on Thursday with a friend this past week. It was amazing. Amazing. I was watching it earlier today. All right. We've got Dave's Dimension saying, I heard the Broncos like going down. Oh, I love the shade. See, postseason's when it heats up, no matter what's going on all regular season long. Like, yeah, our team won, everything else like that. Postseason's when it gets heated, baby. All right. Is this the World Series happening now? Yes. World Series, Moist League. Totally.
They get the hat trick and they win.
You said the WS word.
Hat trick, baby.
I have one favorite sports team. It's whoever is playing the Texas Rangers. Because the World Series happens in October. As owning a haunted house, I have 20 days a year basically to make money.
You don't want them playing.
If the Rangers are in the World Series or even the late playoffs, people stay home and watch games instead of go out. So I don't want the Rangers to win. 2 years ago, they won the World Series and really hurt business for all haunted houses in my area. So
that makes sense. That's a good business thought. Yeah.
Oh. Not nice, but that's just how it is.
All right. Gaz is asking, is that the monster from 20,000 Miles to Earth? Gotta be talking to you, Alan.
This is a little Ymir-esque. So this is a custom whiplash that I'm doing. Let me see if I can light him a little better. But yeah, this is a custom whiplash. It's a mix of it's a head that I sculpted. It is a Masterverse torso, feet, and arms. The tail is Lady Slither's tail that I attached on and blended in by adding those spines down it a little bit, just so it blended in a little better. Mm-hmm. But yeah, this is going to be, and I sculpted and did the head, and this is just going to be a nice. Oh, and the legs are Krangator legs. Mm-hmm. So I like a beefier whiplash, and this is going to be for my origins. So it's whiplash, but the shape is a little Ymir-esque. You are correct.
The face reminds me of the Kraken from the old Clash of the Titans.
Oh yeah.
Now
I saw it too.
I did. Nice. If you saw this one close up, it really wouldn't. But I did one recently that was Neptune from Black Star, and I used the Kraken as a reference, and he really looks like the Kraken.
That's a great sculpt. I would like to do a figure with his head. Yeah. That would be a good one.
All right. So we've got Andrew Rasmussen in the house saying, what in the heck did YouTube get me into here? The coolest spot to chill on a Saturday night, man. That's period. Right. Clubhouse is the place to be. All right. And then also one other jumping in here. Legends Collector 1321675892783.
Niner.
Dylan is in the house. What's going on, brother? He says, so what's this about a giant Kong hand? Actually, Alan, if you could, you wanna show Dylan your shirt real quick?
Oh yeah. So I should be able to just stand up and do it. It's Beast Man climbing Snake Mountain like King Kong, holding Tila.
That's awesome.
Best shirt ever.
Right.
My wife got that for me for Christmas.
Yeah, cool. Shannon. So for anybody that doesn't realize, Alan is a huge Beastman fan.
Yeah.
Huge. And he is also a fan of other monsters such as King Kong. And that is just a great mashup of the two.
Good combo shirt.
There you go. Dylan says that's what I'm talking about. I love that. Dave's Dimension says that shirt is epic. Mikey Eternian Royalty saying great shirt. And trending now on Twitter, Alan Hop shirts.
Yeah.
Clubhouse. That shirt kicks ass.
What's up, Frankie?
Oh, are we simulcasting on your channel there, Kenny? Yeah.
Yes, I clicked it. Oh, show.
I was just saying it showed that he's watching from over on your chat. You know what, guys? You know what? Look, my channel gets a lot of watch hours. Okay. My channel does get a lot of watch hours. And I know Kenzo is trying to cross a certain threshold here.
Yes, sir.
A certain threshold. He's trying to get up some watch hours. He is also he is trying to get to. How close are we to 1,000?
I'm about 100 away. I think
About
I hit
100?
900. Yeah, I think I just hit 900.
All right, guys. So I'm just gonna put it out there right now. If you can,
895.
first off, head over to Kenzo's Creations, subscribe to Kenny's channel if you're not already, and why don't we try to direct the flow of traffic? Why doesn't everybody jump over onto Kenny's channel tonight and go watch Clubhouse from Kenny's channel so he gets the watch hours on his? Eternity
I'm
of
moving over
Royalty.
there now, so
Eternity
I
of
would.
Royalty asks
I
me,
would,
should
but he's a Broncos fan. So
Oh,
It's
okay,
not till
okay.
tomorrow we're enemies. Come on, tomorrow we're enemies.
So
We're good till
like
midnight.
got an hour and a
it's
half.
till midnight. Midnight there.
okay, here we go.
So for sure, guys, if you can, head over to Kenzo's Creations on YouTube right now. Subscribe to the channel. Let's get Kenzo some watch hours, folks. Let's get over into his chat, watch the stream from his channel. Let's do it. I get tons of views, tons of watch hours each and every week. I'm trying to get back to the rest of my community here. Let's go ahead and get him those watch hours, folks.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, Oz. Thank you, man.
You know what? Let's go ahead real quick and let me jump into the chat. I'm going to go ahead and pin your channel in the chat with that direction. Oh, it's been a while since I've had to do all that on here. Oh,
And Dave Zementia says, even though he's a Broncos fan, I'm going to watch the stream here and give him the watch hours.
Thanks, Dave. Hey, I got, you know what? Honestly, I was even telling Ed about it. I got nothing to, I like the Bills. I really like the Bills. I do. And of course, our guy Vaughn's over there.
That's
And
right.
I saw the interview with him, and he said nothing but cool stuff about the Broncos. Still, he's going to come back and retire a Bronco when he's all done. But I like the Bills. I do. And so I don't really, and I know my team's not there yet. So I don't, I don't have any high expectations for tomorrow. I think it's just going to be a fun game to watch, and I'm happy my boys are back in the playoffs. That's all.
Look, I'm gonna say it just like this. You cannot disrespect the Bills' name. Only team NFL history to have gone to the Super Bowl 4 years in a row.
Well, the fan base, you almost want them to get one. It's like
I was just talking to my brother tonight. We were out we had every Saturday, my brother and I go out and have a couple of beers and have dinner. And we were talking about that tonight, that if the Bills win the Super Bowl, the city is just going to go ape shit.
Explode.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even going to be like riots. It's just going to be, everybody's going to be partying. No one's going to go to work. It's going to be horrible.
There aren't going to be tables left.
Yeah, there's a lot of
won't be any
broken
plastic tables left.
Yeah, a lot of broken tables for sure.
So we got Bill. I won't even try the last name because I will totally fuck that up. But first time watcher and a friend of his suggested your channel, Oz.
Nice.
Welcome, Bill.
And he says,
Bill, you've got some fucked up friends.
Yeah, and Bill says he's a big G.I. Joe fan, and he's the founder of the G.I. Joe Costume Club.
Oh, nice. That's very cool.
Welcome, Bill. Glad to have you here.
Bill, thank you
Oz,
for being here, brother. Appreciate
and
it.
just from a 10-second comment there, I went from 895 to 902. So
Nice.
already. Thank you guys. Thank you. That's
You
awesome.
guys are awesome. Thank you.
So cool.
Thank you.
So cool.
Yeah, and I'm on your chat and on my Chromebook and on my TV, so I'm all hooked up to Kenzo's streams right now.
Appreciate it. And I do have some fun, goofy videos on there. I'm the
He
same
does.
everywhere. I'm a goofball no matter what. So
And Bill says he does have some fucked up friends.
You're in the right place then.
Yeah, you
Totally in the
definitely
right
went to
place. We appreciate it.
that's awesome.
So Bill, just so you know, we're here Saturday night. We're all hanging out. We're gonna open up some toys. We're gonna talk tonight about the most anticipated, what we are most excited about for coming in 2025. I did set a stipulation that it should be releasing in 2025. Otherwise, like, I wouldn't see past the fucking dragon. Period.
Gotcha. Okay.
Like, I really would not just see past the dragon. Here you go. This is oh man, I totally forgot to put them on the thumbnail. Shit.
That's
No,
my
Our good friends Arlen, highly articulated from the No Name Toy Company, doing Space Zombies from Mars. Oh man, retro sci-fi at its best, baby. Can't wait for it. I did throw on there Armies of Ashmore because those pre-orders from the Kickstarter should be coming this year. Man, those things are freaking phenomenal. Can't wait for them to hit. We've got Delta 17, the Hailstorms, coming later this year, going to debut at Joe Fest. Can't wait to get my hands on that. That's going to be fantastic. I put in Necronominus. Necronominus is going to be here in the next couple of weeks. I'm all excited. Ooh. I can't wait to add a couple more boners to my collection.
That one looks crazy, man.
Oh man. Yeah. It's one of the best waves ever, period. And it's not just the skeletons and the undead.
Yeah, well, that skeleton 4-pack is on it, is on the water. So we found out this morning.
Joe, we were just talking about this. Like, I was like,
on the water. I thought that was due out like March or April.
That's exactly
that's what they said.
Yeah,
because I pre-ordered one from the Horseman that's paid for already, but then I was like, I'm gonna want more than that, and I went and pre-ordered 2 more from Big Bad Toy Store, and it was like, that's Future Joe's problem.
Yep.
Well,
Future Joe's problem.
Future has arrived.
A couple of weeks. So Future Joe is now. So
same thing, Joe. Like, I pre-ordered mine through Helidope Toys, and I think it's one of the few orders from Helidope Toys because it was hitting right during, well, it was right as we were going into Legions Con. And I was trying to save all my money for that, so I just put the 10% down on it, which means that's going to hit around probably. I figure maybe a little bit like mid to late February is when it's going to hit now. But we were just talking about that, the Skeleton 4-pack. And it was like, yeah, we're totally, we got time. No, the time is now. So it's like, going to hit right after Necronominus. I freaking love that 4-pack, though. I think it is a great looking set, you know. And again, it's not just because the skeletons. It's that ashen gray gives it this whole black and white style look to it. The extra skull masks that are coming. Skull masks for a skeleton?
That was,
not so
but they're
much,
cool looking though. But you know,
I could pop them on my other figures. Anybody with a bald head can get a skull mask, so that's phenomenal. I think that's great.
Yeah, and I'm going to say it's about the skeletons because I have 8 of the Skeleton Legion Builder 2s, and I wish I had bought more.
Yeah, you know, me too.
It's
I needed
a fantastic figure. Like, yeah, you can have so much fun playing with those.
Hey, Kenny.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you get your sword from? Hasbro? It looks a little bent, buddy.
No, this was, well, it's funny because I had the ones that I printed and I couldn't find them. So I actually got that. This is from that older, whatever the cheaper brand that made the Lion-O. It's real tall. It was, I think it was
LJN?
2000. Yeah, I think it was an LJN.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he's taller too, so it's a bigger sword. But I just grabbed it.
Yeah, it's definitely a longer sword. But yeah, I was going to ask if that was the ultimate sword with it because of that, but those nice 3D parts. Oh, I like that you used. That's the Stratos.
Yeah, you know what? These were like $5 on BBTS, so I bought like 8 of them because I knew I could make a good Lion-O with that buck.
They're a great base figure. I bought a bunch of them.
Them and Buzz Off. I got a bunch of Buzz Off too because it was about the same. I was gonna make a lot of those Moat Man. Have you seen my Moat Man, Alan?
Yes, awesome.
That was the one I actually am proud of because even though the parts, it's kind of what you do. It's even though the parts were made by someone, like it was that was actually the Modi sculpt, and I modified it to make it into, you know, and to fit it onto the buck, and then put the tail down. So I made it in mesh mixer. And I did the whole thing to make that part fit into a person. So yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's a great figure.
Thank you.
Menhoz is asking about anyone else hit up those crazy figure deals at Walmart. 5.05 Black Series Night Owl, 24 2-pack classified Falcon and Quarrel. Okay, I see what you're saying. So like $5 for the Black Series Night Owl, which I wish I had seen that, because the Night Owl, that's one of the, again, Mandalorians. I wish I had seen that, because I definitely would have picked that up. But 24 for the 2-pack for classified Falcon and Quarrel, that's a great price.
That's a good price.
I would have picked them up if my Walmart had any of that, but my Walmart doesn't have any of that.
Walmart.com. Most of that stuff was only on the website.
Online.
I wanted to get the Shriek-Hawk 2-pack, but I was holding off, and now I kind of regret, because it went back up to like $30. It was down to like 18 something for the 2-pack, and those 2 Shriek-Hawks are different from the single one that I picked up at Target. Missed
Well, he's
opportunity.
saying they're still available too.
The Shriek-Hawks, they're not available.
Oh no. Menhoza was talking about the ones he was saying were still available.
Yeah, okay. So those deals still online there, Ed, if you need to pick up that Falcon and Quarrel. I might have to go grab that Night Owl too. Let's see
I
here.
have a spare Whiplash tail now from the Masterverse Whiplash, and I'm going to make Whiplash's little brother from the Abomination.
Oh, nice. Yeah, okay.
I think that's going to read pretty good. Just
That'll
have to
do all
attach the tail in there.
Man, I wish Alan had some creativity or something, man. That's like saying how Cobb is quiet is too loud. That's
He won't shut up
Good
tonight.
job, man. That's awesome, dude. You are seriously like one of the most creative people I've ever met.
Boy,
Just say thank you and move on, Alan.
There you
thank you. It's my job. My job is to have the hardest thing about what I do is what I call creativity on tap. It's not. I feel creative right now, so I'm going to do this. I have to be creative. I got to turn it on. I'll turn on a tap. Creativity comes out, and then if I want to sleep, I got to learn how to shut it off. So that's
tough. Yeah.
This is fun. This is joy.
Right.
You know?
This is the fun part. It's not work.
Yeah.
All right. We got Broman jumping in the chat saying ahoy hoy all.
What's up, bro, man?
Here we had somebody mentioned, where was it? Classified bear. You know what? Yeah. So we got.
Yeah, the classified bear has been revealed in a render, but nothing more than that.
Yeah,
that's
right. Right. Otherwise, I probably would have thrown the bear, not the snake eyes, but I probably would have thrown that bear on there.
Is the bear someone's pet?
Yeah.
So in the cartoon for G.I. Joe,
yes,
he came across a rather savage polar bear. I wouldn't even say rather. We all know savage. Polar bears are the most savage bears on the face of the planet. They are the most aggressive.
They think we're tasty.
Yes. So he comes across some problems with that polar bear in the cartoon, and they put it in the they're going to do some stuff for classified that's a little bit more cartoonesque, and that's one of those things that they're putting out there. I want the set again just for the bear. I really don't care for that Snake Eyes at all, period. You know, even though I do enjoy a good Snake Eyes figure, I've got the 2 Snake Eyes figures that I need already from getting the ones with Timber. I don't need any more Snake Eyes. I've got both of his classic, the looks that I enjoy for Snake Eyes. I don't need that one, but I do want that bear. And I will say that bear is no Bodvar for sure. He is very underwhelming compared to the Mythic Legion's bear. Now, Rising Sun's Wave should be around this time next year, which is why Bodvar's not on there. But I don't know if they keep bumping stuff up on their timetable. I might see Bodvar by Christmas. So, for sure.
So,
Bill's. Oh, go ahead, Stanley.
So, to speak on the classified polar bear or Snake Eyes, Blaney did mention that it's going to be a 9-inch figure compared to the classified scale. So it's also going to be its own price point with a new size box. I guess it's going to be pretty wide, being the bear. So
it's going to be a big bear.
Yeah. So
It'll definitely be a worthy bear, but it's not going to be the bear because
I don't think that's a fair comparison for what they are.
It's not.
One's the highlight and one's a side. Yeah, like not the main part of the group of the two-pack.
What sets Bodvar apart is that was the Four Horsemen Ostradamus Toys homage figure. And that's why he's so big.
That's funny.
Yeah. I really think that they were kind of like, hey, look what we can do, getting people like the same thing as with the dragon, because really Bodvar came with that kind of excitement when he was revealed, because everybody was like, they're not going to do a bear mount, come on. And then it was like knocked out of the park. So
like, watch this.
When they were coming up with the announcements for the Rising Sunwave, I did a live stream. I believe it was actually TKO. We were on Toy Connections. It was me, Ken, Brick, and Adam. We were all hanging out talking about it, spitballing what the ideas for the new wave was. And I threw out there just jokingly. Now, mind you, I was still pretty new to Legions at the time. Mentioned the fact that, we're going to get a bear mount. And I just threw it out as a joke with no true expectations or knowledge other than it was House of the Noble Bear. Mm-hmm. And I was just like, we're going to get a bear mount. That'd be cool.
Well, they did a comic book that is now considered non-canon, unfortunately, but with the first wave, they did trading cards in a comic book. And in the comic book, Atlas rides a bear at the end of the comic. And that's where that excitement where everybody's like, he has to ride a bear, came from, because, it looked really cool in the comic too.
Well, it was just a joke by me too. And then sure enough,
a
week later,
and it came out.
They announced it. Like, it got me really hyped up. One of my early predictions, not really knowing a whole lot about the line. And then bam, there it was. And I was like, oh wow. And after that, I was completely like, that was the one that solidified me as a insanely just huge Mythic Legions fan, because I love bears. It's my spirit animal. Bill's mentioning here, he just got, he says Dragon Ball XH1 with Wild Bill, but I'm assuming that was an autocorrect mistake and he meant to say his Dragonfly.
Yeah.
Because I didn't hear that they were doing a Dragon Ball G.I. Joe crossover. So,
Wild Bill just riding Goku around.
Yeah.
On his shoulders.
I think that would have been, what was the karate G.I. Joe? Is it Sidekick?
Quick Kick.
Quick Kick. Yeah. He would be paired with Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
Look, speaking moistly, the only reason that grizzly bears kill more people than polar bears is because there are more people in areas with grizzly bears than there are people in areas with polar bears.
Yeah, that'd be right.
Yeah. And All Music Fan 88 asked about Rat Lord. Yeah, the paint scheme is awesome. The fact that it has like a good little, like a fade to the yellow. It's more of a bolder. It's a bolder yellow. The translucent with the blue pink. The ankles are bigger, so it doesn't make him stubby leg. Because like when you look at the actual Rat Lord, you can see the legs. They have an ankle, and it has that better leg, so it makes him taller. And of course, with this moving around and the articulated jaw, plus the look of him like throwing himself up is like the coolest thing ever.
It's like shedding that snake skin.
Yeah,
it's awesome, a little bit of fun Motu body horror. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it's great. Definitely recommend. This is probably it. This might have jumped over this guy. These two right here are my favorite so far.
Yeah,
for the turtle line.
Hard to beat that merman.
Yeah, it's close.
I'm not gonna lie; those are like my favorite from Origins period. Just
overall,
awesome.
Yeah, very cool.
Let's see, Brick something saying more like one is by the Four Horsemen and one's by Hasbro. Very different companies who make very different toys for very different collectors, and that's true. You really shouldn't compare the two, because they're just vastly different in how they do things and what their market is overall. Hasbro is trying to market to the absolute masses, and although we get a lot of you know it's not like the Four Horsemen aren't trying to sell to the masses, but it is a more niche kind of company, more boutique.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
they're still a boutique brand in my mind.
Yeah, they've kind of said that they're avoiding getting into mass retail intentionally because they like how their community has been built, and they don't want to change that by going to mass retail. So they are actively avoiding it. So,
Yep.
Do we know the scale of Bodvar? Is he going to be?
He's taller than a troll if you stand him up on a two.
Standing up on his hind legs, he's roughly 12 inches tall. So.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Well, this will be
he's
my
this
first.
tall.
just over the troll.
He's that tall.
Yep.
He's as tall as a Mondo,
But he's very he's
Okay.
but he's
big.
beefier.
Yeah, he's much.
He's beefy. Oh,
Yeah.
so beefy.
Have any of you guys heard of the Star Arc toys that are doing like Cthulhu brand action figures, like Cthulhu style? Because there's one coming out this year that it's a deep one from the Cthulhu mythos, and there's a purple one and an orange one, and they should scale pretty much with Motu. They're like just over 5 inches.
And which company is this that they're coming from?
Star Arc, STARARC.
Hmm.
And they're on Big Bad. That's how I found them. And I've got one on pre-order. They're pretty cool looking, in my opinion. They almost look like a Murloc, but
yeah,
they're awesome. And that same company has done Cthulhu figures and stuff in the past that were just beautiful.
yeah. Holy shit!
Oh wow, that is cool. That is really cool.
Thank you, Ed. I'm glad you're beating me to it here, buddy.
I'm also excited about the new Masterverse Beastman. That'll be coming out this year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, Ed, back up real quick and go to the sold out Cthulhu real quick.
Quick. Menjoza asked a question about buying his first Legion, and Brick gave him some great advice. I just wanted to give a shout out that the Four Horsemen have in stock items on their website in their shop right now with $10 flat shipping. So just, that's a decent place to start.
Oh, if you just I googled Star Arc, and the first thing that came up was like all their products on BBTS. Try to search by brand Star Arc, and
yeah, that's what I'm in.
Well, hold on, I'll share it real quick.
Yeah, let me stop sharing. Go ahead.
But yeah, that Cthulhu figure is just gorgeous.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah.
Tell you right now, H.P. Lovecraft rose from the dead to see his beauty.
Good
Wow. Look at this.
Yeah, I'm surprised
it's sold out.
Seen that.
I hadn't. This completely slipped me.
Smaller ones. I didn't see that.
You know what? I bet you Brick did show this to me. I don't know how I could have forgotten this, though.
And that's a 1/12?
Yeah.
Well, he's 11 inches, so he's just under Legion's troll height.
Yeah, 1/12 of a mythical creature we don't know how tall in real life. Yeah, exactly.
Immeasurable.
Exactly. That's cool.
Here's another one, too.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that guy's crazy looking.
Little
Dude, look at
freaking
those arms,
face in the
man.
middle. Right?
Like, he could just rip you apart from like 5 feet away. Chop, chop,
But
chop.
I'm kind of building a squad for Merman. Like each evil warrior has their own team, and I want that deep one on his team.
That's cool.
Yeah, this
He's
purple
like,
one
you know-
looks legit.
I actually did buy that McFarlane one from the Aquaman.
I've got that. It's a
custom for
nice figure.
Merman.
It's real big.
Yeah, he'd be a cool like just goon for Merman.
Yeah. Oh, he's in the squad.
Yeah, these are rad.
Yeah, they're fun. Their art style's a little Warhammer.
That's what I was just gonna say. Yeah, the way it's built, it looks Warhammer.
Yeah.
Where you at, Wraith? No, he left.
He's got these. This guy's got the Bronco colors there for you, Kenny. He's got that
So
blue
cool.
with the orange. What I think is cool is that like fish have this parasite that you often find in their mouth, and that's kind of like what this is right here.
Oz, do you know about the horror movie that was filmed up in Aberdeen, Havre de Grace area called The Bay?
No, how did I not know about
It's
that?
called The Bay, and it involves that parasite. It's actually pretty good.
Nice. Nice.
It's on Tubi, and I think it might be streaming on Netflix or Amazon too.
I'll have to check it out. I do watch Tubi quite frequently. But yeah, for as Joe was pulling up and talking about Menjosa's question here, Brick really does give you the most solid advice. Do not just try to go buy something older from Four Horsemen. The best is what's coming now and what's going to be coming.
Yeah, the stuff that's on the Horseman site right now. I mean, in any retailer has good retail stuff right now. Like, I don't know, you can't go wrong with Figure Obscura. I feel like any Figure Obscura is gold for sure. But the stuff that's on the Four Horsemen site right now, like some of those Armory Knights, look really, really good. So,
well, you know, Joe, I had that Minotaur in my cart for a month, and I still haven't purchased it yet. I look at it and I'm just like, man, even at worst, I could make like a Bo Nix custom for my Broncos and put a Bronco jersey on him and do that, but still I haven't bought it yet.
So
yeah, there's a
he looks cool though.
Yeah, there's an ogre scale one coming out down the line. In the Rising Suns wave, yeah, there's a Minotaur that's going to be around 9 inches tall. So,
and he's more Highland.
Yeah,
Highland cattle, which I thought was a great choice.
Yes, for sure.
Cool.
So, Todd C in the chat. For anybody that doesn't know, Todd C won a giveaway on the Art by Ackerman channel and got some Emil Wickman parts, pauldron and a head. And what he did was he went ahead and told Kurt, go ahead and send it to my boy Oz. So these showed up this week, and this is a Griffin Knight. It's a little hard to see because it's all black right now.
It's really
so
dark.
Set up for painting. We'll actually pull out some of the highlights in this, and it'll actually look really nice. I'm gonna have to buy a whole nother Armory Legion, an Armory Knight, just for that one.
That's an Emil Wickman sculpt too. Like the detail on it is just crazy,
insane.
Did you get any of the turtles, Alan, or did you just get the other stuff?
No, I didn't get any of the turtles.
Stayed away.
I've got Slaker. I've got turtles are cool. I got a couple of their figures because they're a nice small scale. I was going to make a Tengu out of one of them, but I haven't. I'm just not a huge fan of the turtles in that Motu line. The stuff they've done with everybody else has been pretty great, especially villains. But the turtles themselves, they never really did it for me. Their heads were always too cartoony for me as a kid.
So you were saying a Tengu. Did you mean a Kappa?
Yeah, I mean a Kappa. I was working on a Tengu from one of the Power Rangers figures earlier, but
well, even the accessories, like this one has some pretty cool accessories on it, like with his mask, and look at the face on his hood. Like,
yeah, that's neat.
Snake. That's pretty cool.
I dig it. I really dig it.
I
like them reusing those flame effects that they get for the Demogorgon already.
Yep.
Nice to see that.
What I end up doing is actually I have a list of figures. Like I have taken the team, like let's say I've taken Trapjaw. Trapjaw has a whole team of figures under him. That's his personal team. And I've already made up those figures. So all I'm looking for is ones that will fit that mold. So I don't buy willy-nilly because I can't buy everything that's cool, but I can buy everything that I want that ticks off on my list.
I do buy willy-nilly. I unfortunately do that. I'm very willy-nilly, especially when I go to Ross. Oh, you forget it.
Well, and if it's $15 or under, then I'll find a use for it, or I'll use its parts. Have you guys heard of the Zeray XES-RAY toys?
Zexray.
That's right.
Yes.
Zexray. They have a Minotaur. They have a Minotaur that's amazing looking. And
Yeah, Rick has a couple of those.
he should be out this year.
Yeah, Brick's the first one that turned me on to those guys, and I gotta say, big fan of what they look like. I haven't picked any up yet, though. I really need to. I did want to say the only thing I'm going to be opening up tonight was my last birthday gift that I got last weekend. I got this guy,
Wait,
little
what is
short
that?
TVC, the Power Droid.
Nice.
I was like, is that a backpack? No.
Yeah, no, it was literally just a dude in a trash can, and he
Nice.
comes out in a scene and he goes gonk, and I freaking fell in love with him.
Does he have like with his feet moving? Does that?
I don't think it's
does he
got
walk,
that
or
action,
no?
but
But I mean, does it though? That's the one that in the movie where it does that little
Yeah, he looks
like a wind-up toy. Yeah.
yep.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So I went out to lunch last Sunday with my friends Ted and Brianna, and they got me a little Christmas/birthday gift, and this was it. And I absolutely love this droid. Ted is a big Star Wars fan. He collects a lot of the droids, and he got me this, and I freaking love it. I'm not an inbox collector. I'm definitely opening it up, and he's got the little shuffle of the feet, Kenny. He's got it.
Nice. That's cool.
It's very, very limited.
But it's still cool that they move though. Yeah.
They do. They got that little shuffle. And yeah, so my little retro colored vintage collection Boba Fett here now has a nice gonk droid to hang out with.
That's cool.
And yeah, this is like hands down just one of my favorite droids of Star Wars ever. And I don't know if I'd actually said that to Ted or if he heard it on something I was doing or talking about, but either way, yeah, big win. I always enjoyed the Astromech. I enjoyed the Power Droid. I love this. Absolutely love it.
That's cool.
So thank you, Ted. I told you I'd be opening up this week, so I hope you tuned in and you got to see it. If not, I'll just send you a clip of it or something later. But friggin' phenomenal. And like, I don't remember him having all this on top of him in the movie, but I dig that he's got like all these little extra gizmos and stuff on him now. He doesn't.
I don't think the one that was in the original trilogy did. I think that was from
Right?
the expanded universe, or
Yeah,
maybe the redos that when they redid the movies.
Mm-hmm.
possibly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks like the top would be like a little light that goes around and flashes like a
Right. Like
It
something
looks
that
like
would
a-
work in like a
like
warehouse or
construction
something.
truck.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. And yeah, he definitely, because the image on the card is from the movie and it doesn't have it. But again, like I looked at this and I could immediately tell, is that a trash can? Like even at 5 years old, I was like, is that a trash can with legs? And
Probably was.
oh, it definitely was 100%.
It's awesome.
It's great to have that. Friggin' love it.
I made a bunch of crates for Snake Mountain out of there's foil on the top and you peel it and your printer cartridge is in there.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, yep.
Two of these that I glued together.
Kind of looks
And
like that.
When you pulled
Oh,
that droid out, I'm like, that looks like those.
Put
Yeah,
some
it
legs on him.
does.
Yeah, just some little feet.
So Bud finally rolled out of bed here. Says Turtle Grayskull figures come with most accessories in any Origins figure, even the deluxes. Unlike Cartoon Collection, which comes with jack shit.
Yeah.
There's
a couple that don't come with anything.
see MCR's right on. Everybody's on it. Yes. Yeah, that's it.
And I'm opening this guy tonight.
Yeah, impossible not to love the Power Droids. I agree. Also, the birthday card, he wrote a little handwritten note in there because he knows I'm a big Motu fan. It says, now you have the power. And it's a Power Droid. I was like, that's beautiful. Just beautiful.
Uh-oh,
All
bud.
right.
Uh-oh, bud. Look at this.
Oh, that's a cool looking shield. That's a whole new shield.
And it's got the
sculpt,
hook, so
too.
if you want to put it on a turtle back.
Nice. All right. And sorry I'm late, by the way. Finally got that 3-hour nap I was talking about. All good, brother. All good. Oh, and Bill was saying that they built the power droid. Very nice. All right, Ed, I'm going to leave the chat up to you, brother. I need to go top off my coffee, and I'm going to step outside and have a little smoky treat. I'm going to freeze my nipples off, folks. I'll see you in a little bit.
All right.
Anything else you guys are waiting on as far as things to drop this year?
I am waiting on the Super 7 Beastie Boys Sabotage figures. So those should be dropping, I believe, in February. So
Are they reactions or are they ultimate?
they're ultimates.
Oh, nice.
And so the reason why I'm waiting on them is because I work for the Seattle Kraken. And so one of the for the players to enter the ice, they play Sabotage as they enter the ice. So therefore, I'm going to take them down to the arena and hopefully put them up somewhere around the arena, like an Easter egg kind of thing for people who kind of know what they are or have at least seen the video for the Beastie Boys Sabotage. So, but yeah, so that's what I'm waiting on.
So Diehard 3.75 says, I think the top pops off that gonk droid. I saw that comment right as I was about to step up here and move away. And sure enough, the trash can has a 10-disc changer on the inside.
Oh my
All you old
god.
people that still remember what a CD player with a 10-disc changer is.
That's
It does. It pops off and it's got this whole thing in here. This is so cool. This just makes it even better now. I have no idea what that's for, but yeah, it's totally got that. It's like a little AC adapter or alternator. Freaking awesome. Thank you for mentioning that because I never would have thought to split. I typically try not to rip my toys apart at the waist, unlike a certain Curtis Ackerman. So if you guys are wondering what I'm talking about, go back like almost a year now and check out. I believe it was on Let's Go Off-World. I don't think it was Shooting the Shelf.
It was Shooting the Shelf, yeah.
It was Shooting the Shelf? Okay. I didn't think it was, but yeah. So Shooting the Shelf gets a little heated about some Super 7 toys. If you think Punk gets heated, go check out Curtis get heated about some Super 7.
You don't mess with Curtis's back metal.
Oh, I heard. Yeah, I listened to that one. And Bud, so these actually have. You don't need to worry about your coffee creamer on this guy because he actually has the shoulders and the pauldrons. They're all removable, so you can actually move this off and take this off too. So that's cool. So they've done more molding, to these things. So yeah, they've done really good. I agree with Bud. They've done so much extra with the Turtles of Grayskull. I mean, look at the snake on there. How cool! It's a pretty cool mechanic. He's a little bit more. Cool. He's a little bit more ready to fight.
I need to pull mine out of the die and see if it took.
Bud says no coffee creamer slots. 0 out of 10 for getting it.
But they already have the armor, so you're good. You're good. You can save the coffee creamer for the next one.
Coffee creamer slots on, and then you're good to go, Bud.
Yeah. You
can use that for somebody else.
Yeah, he's good. And I like that they're doubling up on the necks with these. Like this one and this one, they both have the double length on the parts. But not too shabby. Oh, yeah, Rio Blast is next week. So any other Motu guys, Rio Blast is coming. 10 days away.
It's still sad that you can't just turn Mechanex's body, though, and have his neck race up. I mean, that was a cool play feature.
Yeah. That is disappointing. There's a few things like that. They should have just left alone. But it was cool, like Ram Man. I'm kind of glad they didn't do that with the thing, and they actually let the legs move and stuff. Yeah. So, yeah,
Ram Man was a bad play feature. Well
Or blow
intended,
with the
but
pulley.
bad play feature because the springs just didn't work right.
Yeah. Yeah, eventually ended up messing up.
So Menhoza says the store horseman has my head spinning. Really nice figures. Wow. Yeah.
They're
What you
all
do
right.
is you just bring them all up on your screen, Menhoza, and then you just close your eyes and move your mouse. And whatever one you land on, you just say, okay, that's the one.
Ed's
Because
got
you'll
a
never
point.
be
You
able to
can't go
decide.
wrong. You're
Yeah.
not going to pick out a bad figure, that's for sure.
Yep.
So the Ninny sold out, huh? The Ninian infantry.
Oh, that's not a surprise.
Yeah, so, like the minute that they lifted the purchase limits, it was sold out. Yeah, because you could only get 3.
Yeah.
You could only get 3 per order in the beginning.
Yeah. Between the army builders and the customizers, forget it. That one was going to be gone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I snagged one at the show. I'm happy with it, but he's too beautiful and too detailed to stand next to a Motu figure. You know, it's they don't
a pretty figure.
He's too pretty.
You almost have the ones that you've already prettied up, like if you've got the ones you've already done extra stuff to, like Bud does with his, then it might work. But no, the colors and the detail is just it is over the top compared
They're
to
detailed
Motu.
off the charts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brickster, what's up, my man?
Hello, hello.
Hello, Brick.
Hello, everybody. How are you guys?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Good.
I'm good.
Fantastic.
I gotta have the mic a little bit further, so I hope that sounds not
You
too
sound
echoey.
fine.
You sound good, sir.
Thanks. You mentioned a couple of things that I was like, oh, I want to show. Oh, hold on. I know what it is.
Yeah, the red leather knight is a nice looking figure, Menhoza. If you like knights, that's a good one for you to grab. Start with.
Absolutely.
Minotaurs.
Hold on, let me blow you up, Brick. Yeah.
Oh, is that the Zere?
That's the
Zezre. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. This is the Zezre. They make fantastic toys.
And he's
I
about
got
9
that one.
inches,
It's actually
right?
really good.
Yep. What was that,
I
Alan?
like it.
That's about 9 inches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me get you something to compare. Are you familiar with these?
Who is that?
That's
an Ewok.
Animal of the Kingdom.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm shilling. You can
yeah,
the
that's
shirt
great.
here.
That's a good size. That works.
Yeah, he's fantastic. And the feet that I have on here are the sort of more human feet, but they come with hooved feet that are awesome. They're just, I don't trust the whole like, what do you call them?
Is it the
Digitigrade
back
or whatever.
bend?
Yeah, I don't trust them to stand over
Especially
here.
because it's such a beefy, top-heavy piece.
Gravity.
Yeah, but by photos, I mean he stands on his own fine. I just don't know if I can trust it to stay that long.
I wonder if
But
dogs don't trust human feet and think we're going to fall over backwards.
yeah.
Sometimes
They
we
walk
do.
funny. Those humans walk funny. I have this one and the orange one. I think the orange one might be packed away, but
Because there is a minotaur, a black minotaur in Motu called Minox,
mhm.
and he's on my list, and I could just get that one and say, "Hey, that's Minox."
Yeah, I was
That one
hearing
was sold out last time I checked. Is that one still sold out, Brick? I haven't been able to find either one of those.
Oh, I haven't looked. I don't know. For some reason, I thought I don't know. My sense is that like I don't know how many they're making, of course, but I also don't know how super popular they are. So I don't know.
They're not
I
on
can't
5K
wait.
anymore. I know that.
Oh, they're gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait for their next wave. They're revisiting the women, which were like some of their hottest figures on multiple levels. But yeah, I think that's a great buck, and they're improving him. So I can't wait for that. I don't think that's this year, but anyways, it is crazy though how we've talked about this with like ogre scale legions. It's like. I figured at first, I have a couple to kind of like, create some variety on the shelf. I've gotten so many of those, and then I'm getting big ones like this, and like I've got, whatever tree beard, and it's ridiculous. So now it's like I've got giant scale figures, and
I completely, as much as I blame Sean for falling in love with the Four Horsemen and, Mythic Legions and all like that with that Fear Obscura Headless Horseman that I got, I totally blame Brick for my love of the ogre scale from fucking Four Horsemen. and just like Sean, I love you for it. 'Cause, they are incredible. I just love those big, ginormous figures. They look so good with everything else. Just this tower imposing Hulk of a figure. I mean, Destabilis sold himself to me on his own. Him paired with Varg is just incredible.
And exactly the way you want to set it up. I think that's the right way. That's how I had him too, with the collar around the bark, like he's pulling two of them.
Yep. Yeah, very Beastman, Wild Child, Age of Apocalypse kind of deal.
Sabretooth, but yes.
Yeah, Sabretooth. Oh, what did I say?
Beastman. You got the Motu in the brain.
Oh, yeah, I got the Motu brain. But yeah, Sabretooth and Wild Child.
Speaking of Beastman and Animal Warriors of the Kingdom, I'm hanging out with Allison tomorrow with one of my favorite childhood toys, baby.
Oh my gosh, Monchichi. Wow.
Monchichi.
That's going to be a great stream to catch.
That is crazy.
Great.
50th anniversary last year in Japan. And that was him, I swear. And 45th when Mattel did it. I think this year is the 45th. No, that doesn't make any kind of sense. I don't know. Whatever. Oh, look at that.
Whoa. I plussed up my Kurzog a little bit.
Who makes that cape at that scale?
GPS lot. It's actually for a Marvel Legends Apocalypse figure.
Oh,
and
no
I had I just poked a couple holes in the back for the pauldrons. This is the pauldrons from the Noble Barch set.
Yep.
And then the crown is just a goblin neck piece that I painted gold and.
Yeah, man,
that's amazing.
That is beautiful.
Incredible.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Well,
so, Kurzog's still one of my favorite figures, just base, but I don't know. I felt like I wanted to spice him up a little bit, He's the general, so he should
just a little bit. I mean, he's still kind of a dull figure, Joe. I mean, he could have done more.
You could have got some coffee creamers. Jeez,
right.
Man.
Right. I just wanted to give him a little flair.
Look, Thor KC in the house with the Monchichi, oh so soft and cuddly, stick her thumb in her mouth. I can't remember.
She's really neat. Fun to wiggle little feet. Fun.
Wasn't there a cartoon that was short-lived for them too, Brick?
Yeah, there was an American version, a cartoon that was it was okay. It was a little like they tried to create lore and like they had little baddie Monchichi gray looking ones.
Were they before or after Shirt Tails?
I believe that would have been before.
I assume before. Yeah, because they're real early.
Yeah.
So
because my sister had a Monchichi when she was like 1, and she was born in 78, so they were like 79, 80 when they came out.
I don't remember those at all. I was born in 78.
I didn't know I knew the song until Brick held it up, and then I just started singing it. I haven't thought about that in 30 years, I
was going to say, I vaguely remember the song. Vaguely remember. Like, I appreciate Thor putting it in the chat because I didn't really remember it up until this point. But, it clicked in my head. I was like, I remember this. Oh, man. See, that's part of the fun of this, getting together with friends and unlocking these memories that, from your childhood that the world's beaten down and out of you a little bit. Pleasanter times.
My math was way off. It was, what was it? 85 here. It's 85 really? When I came out here. So it's an anniversary for the US too. But yeah, they've been around for 50 years in
Insane. All right.
Japan.
So
1974. Sorry, 50 years last year in Japan, 40 years in the United States this year, 2025.
So Menhoza says, wait, I just saw experiment AA20. I saw it from across the room. I think I'm in love. You're welcome, Menhoza. And this is part of the reason why I think a lot of our viewers love and hate us, because we enable this hard.
Ed's got AA20, right? That's Joe might, I think, maybe.
Joe, you got the 2-pack, didn't you?
I'm not sure if he has any Four
Couple of
Horsemen figures.
Joe, have you checked out anything that the Four Horsemen have done?
Let me open something. I got something.
Oh, nice. Yeah, open it up.
It has my name and address on it, but it has the return address says Mr. Joseph Gonsalves.
Ooh.
And this is an exciting piece.
That guy sends out the coolest and the best stuff ever when he mails you a package.
It's open.
Oh, Bud getting nasty with it in the chat. No, Joe has AARP, not AA20. Damn. Hitting us with the old.
I haven't gotten my AARP mailers starting to feel out stuff yet. I think I got another year or so.
Okay, so last week was my birthday. I've officially been 40 for a week now. And I got AARP stuff back when I turned 30. And I don't know why. Oh.
Ooh. Sweet Jeebus. I never thought I'd have one of these. But thank you, Joe. In whatever state. You don't even need to say it, Joe. It's fantastic.
I've been muted in talking, but
I figured. I knew you were gonna try and explain, man. But go ahead. Do it.
No, I had a spare, and it had been before I understood that these figures had resale value. I'm pretty sure I used the waist piece for a custom that wasn't very good. So had a Grisha just sitting there missing just his belt. So I grabbed one off of another figure. And so it's not quite 100%, but pretty close.
Dude,
I think that's a Dark Elf Ranger belt. So it kind of lines up.
Oh,
it's the right colors.
They're amazing, this figure. And the armor is hot, but just that head alone, man. Hey, Ed.
I was trying to bring you up, Rick. Right at the wrong damn button.
I was like, go. Yeah, no, just the head. I just think it's such a cool.
That head is awesome.
Design.
That was like one of the first looks at a more Persian-styled armor piece, and then with the stuff that we got from Sun Wukong and what's coming out in Rising Suns.
This thing is bad. I love it. Yeah, I thought, I've never actually even seen one in person. My brother ended up getting one, like a really good deal actually on eBay. And I saw his and I was like, damn, that thing is gorgeous. And then this worked out. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Well, thank you, Brick. You helped me out a lot, man, with the
for sure.
The Armory Experience figures. And I appreciate that very much. So more than happy to help.
So then I'm sure, because I helped you and many people helped you at Armory Experience, you didn't need to buy any more this last week, correct?
Just one more.
Okay, that's not bad. Okay, good.
Yeah, I bought it all. I bought it all in. So
just one more 12-pack. That's all.
10.
Got it.
It was only 10.
Fair enough. You're right. It was only one.
Yeah,
dude.
Right.
What is that? That and Alan's Whiplash. I need to see those two again.
Oh, this is the awesome. Guardian in Grayskull for on the Cold Art episode where they want to get the power of Grayskull and go through the door, so it gives them the question. So I'm going to paint it all blue and I'm going to leave the eyes clear so I could put a light behind it.
And do some light piping, maybe.
Like that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Drill right up into that and put a light inside.
Hot off the printer, and then I did this one. So I'm going to do that, and then I actually got a a Legion's or a Mythic. I don't
I was
know
gonna
which one it
say
is,
that.
but it's a Legion's buck.
So is that the head you had the torso that Skeletor you held up?
Just
Oh
a
no, that's on a Origins.
Origins.
And this has an articulated jaw on this guy too.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Very nice.
It's gonna be better than the one they're coming out with. That's like not really clear, but you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, this guy's really freaky looking, but he's awesome, isn't it?
Alan, hold up that Whiplash again, man. Look at that.
Okay, so this is a Masterverse Whiplash torso and feet, but the thighs and lower leg are from the Krang Megator, and then his tail is Lady Slither's tail.
Nice.
So
Which is insane to me that you added it to another figure. That's so cool.
As an actual tail and not just a lower part of the body.
Yeah.
I added
That's a great idea.
I added the spines to the bottom, to the tail, the top of the tail, just to blend in with the back. Because he only had one of these spines up here. Scutes is what they're really called.
Yeah.
But I added them all the way down so that this tail blends in a little better. But I think I wanted him to have a beefier tail. And then I sculpted the head in Blender and printed it.
What did you say was the going on with the torso and the body? You said Megator?
No, this is the Megaverse Whiplash.
You said the legs were
Masterverse.
That was the Krang, you said?
Yeah, Krang's leg.
Krang.
Yeah, the Krang Megator mashup for Turtles and Grayskull.
Bigger.
Which is great because then you can get the full extension of the knee. Because like I mentioned to Alan in the comment when he was showing it off, like my one gripe about the Masterverse Whiplash, I freaking thought that figure was absolutely amazing when they started showing it off.
Bent leg.
And getting it in hand, and you couldn't straighten the knees out all the way so that he could stand at a full height, and he was permanently hunched. Because they said this is one of our oversized figures. And it's like, yeah, well, I can't fucking tell because he's always hunched over.
I think whoever sculpted Whiplash at Mattel was just not into it. He looked the Masterverse one looked almost doughy, like no fine sharpness like you'd see on a lizard, no crispness. And then the original had that weird tooth in the middle of his mouth.
Yeah, down his nose. How stupid.
And I cut that off as a kid because I hated it. But yeah, because he had no legs, these are Bam Bam Bigelow's legs. But so those chubby WWE figures fit.
The waist. Yeah, that's right.
They fit the that torso.
So
looks like a boxer from Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Yeah. Oh, and this is a Yurko, by the way, just so you guys. This is a Yurko.
Yeah, always plug those artists, Ken.
Yeah, absolutely. Yurko's my boy. Yurko is my boy. Yeah, he's awesome. Actually, all of them. Any of the Motu artists on these that do the 3D stuff, I'm always talking to them because they know I'm going to print their stuff. So.
And we got Figure Fight Club in the house joining us saying, what's up, guys? What's going on? Good to have you here.
And just for Menjoza too, don't forget all the Horseman figures pop and swap. So here's one I was messing around with today. I took the video game male elf figure and I put the Vikenfell waist and torso on them to make more of a unique looking elf, and I think it turned out pretty sweet.
Yeah, it looks great. That looks crisp, Joe. I like that.
Yeah, I'm playing with this Grisha thinking, and you've got that one up there. These 2.0 bodies. I know a lot of people don't like them. I love these.
I do too, and they're complaining about not being able to get a two-handed pose, and the 2.0s always have.
Yeah, exactly.
Like from the beginning. So I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, it's not articulation. Your chest is just too big, bro. No.
Right. That's it.
I have that problem. I can't hold a sword two-handed because my chest is so big.
Like I said, with the with new butterfly joints from the most recent wave that was up for pre-order, I think we'll see a lot of that resolved.
It was with the Valiant Knight already. Yeah, the Valiant Knight does all the poses. Like Billy Beige had him in like yoga poses and stuff. It was
That
crazy.
little teacup pose. Yeah, I spent like a good hour and a half trying to find that picture one night, and then Brick just has it as his away avatar. Hold it back up again, Brick.
Oh, I just love, man, I love it. Colors, like this is one of the earlier figures that like didn't shy away from colors.
You need to cosplay as
Shadow
that,
Elves.
I see you cosplaying
no, man.
as that.
If I had enough time, I was planning on I want to be what's his name, Shui from Ashes of
I don't know. I think Brick the Slitherer has a ring to it. So
right. We got Same Time Toys joining us tonight, saying, "What's good, everybody? What's going on?" And Jay Astro here saying, "Masterverse Whiplash, 6 out of 10. He had so much potential. I wished for a better, more posable or prominent tail." Yeah, like overall, I still like the figure. Don't get me wrong. I do still enjoy the figure.
And I don't put that helmet on him either. It's kind of me.
I have a quick question for you. Is my noise canceling catching this or no? The Dremel.
I don't.
Just a little bit. It's not.
You can hear it, but it's not as
noticeable.
Yeah, I barely hear it.
And Nolan, no, it doesn't glow. This is just I did this in clear because that's what I had on my big printer. So I just threw this on there with that. This one is new. I just bought this one the other day, and it fits perfect. I just printed it tonight. I just finished the print last night, and I took it off the printer tonight.
Yeah, that's great.
Looks awesome.
I have to get the designer so I can give them their credit.
Mm-hmm.
I've been
what are you eating,
running.
Rick?
Provolone cheese and Genoa salami.
Oh, is that the ones where they're wrapped together?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love those.
Because I'm that lazy.
Yeah.
Nah, man. Nah, that's not being lazy. That's just skipping the crappy bread part.
I used to get those for lunch all the time. Just eat those up.
Exactly. That's why they're usually for my school, my work lunches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I like doing those, or like wrapping it around a pickle, like doing that. Oh man, it's really good. Like taking a pickle spear and wrapping it around it.
yeah. I have mozzarella sticks in my classroom refrigerator too.
You teach? That's right.
I'm a para educator.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
I'm not a teacher, but I'm pretty important in the classroom.
No, you're super important and super undervalued.
It's like being paramilitary, but just paraeducator.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
He teaches you as he jumps out of a plane.
I just love Stanley's humbleness. I'm pretty fucking important, guys.
Oh, I am.
Fucking important.
Nah, man.
We know you are, brother. We know.
Paras don't get any recognition or love.
They don't.
So I appreciate that he comes at it that way, man. It's true.
All educators are important, like top to bottom within the industry.
Yeah.
They shape and mold the future of
Don't blame me for that. Don't blame me for that.
No, Brick. I blame you for all the good ones that are going to be coming out because I know
I'm looking around. I'm like, man, I'm working hard.
Like, I had nothing to do with this.
Yeah, this is not my fault.
Not my fault.
What's the matter with you parents nowadays?
Yeah, I like being boots on the ground in the classroom. I don't want the responsibility of paperwork and IEPs and all that kind of contacting parents kind of stuff. But I like being boots on the ground.
Yeah, that's rough.
Most people would think this is a joke, but Bud's like, that's not lazy. I have 2 packs of dry ramen in my pocket to crunch up and snack on later.
Oh my god.
Only Bud.
Bud, you can eat your tots. So this is the designer of that. It's Javila 3D.
There we go.
And what's cool is after I bought it, he sent me a message and said, "Hey, if you want any of the stuff I make, just message me. I'll get with you." I was like, "Dude, so cool."
We should get together and get Bud one of those top pockets that Napoleon Dynamite was
with the Velcro.
Yeah, with the Velcro.
Or zipper. Oh, zipper. He had a zipper.
It was a zipper. Yeah.
My bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got Robert's Infinite Realms joining us as well.
What's
Saying
up,
what's
Robert?
up, party people? Another day and Paradox. What's going on, Robert? And then Bud threatens me. He says, "I sent you pics, Oz."
Whoa. Well,
Yeah.
Mike, you want one of these, Mikey? Is that what you're saying? He needs one of these. Yeah, this is great, and it fits the origin, so you could really upgrade that Panther.
Oh, I might need one of those too to go on that new sweet flocked panther that I just got for Christmas. It's badass.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I can maybe do, and I'll paint it the green.
Yeah, if you could, please.
Yeah.
This
Absolutely.
is a head I picked up at Legion's Con, and I'm going to use it on this abomination body with the
Oh, that's
whiplash
sick.
tail. I've just got to sculpt a blender piece to fit that together.
Oh yeah, get it in there. That's dope.
Yeah.
What's Whiplash's little brother's name?
Gila.
Gila.
Yeah.
Dude, that shirt
Gila
is so
Monster.
great. Did you see his shirt, Brick? See Alan's shirt?
The
Is that not the
Your
coolest
muted,
shit
Brick.
ever?
King Kong.
And he's got teal in his hand. Oh, dude,
I love it.
You're
Friggin'
muted, Brick.
love it.
that's great.
Sorry, I did, and I thought right as he was holding up, that's the first thing I noticed. And the color is perfect. I'm assuming the color is his fur. He actually doesn't have fur print. Did they just use the shirt color?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, see, they did it right. Good job.
Yeah.
Frick, what you holding up there?
This is my very first time ever handling one of the well, I actually opened this already, but like this is the first time I've ever seen one of these old school AWOCs. This was when it was like the Kingdom, the Primal series.
Right.
one.
That's different packaging. Yeah.
These are small.
Yeah.
So
4-inch line, right?
Oh wow, ages 35 and up. I like that.
I actually have one. I won one on Legion's Lair, a Legion's Lair giveaway.
Oh wow! And
Yeah.
so was it a while back?
It was a while ago, yeah.
Is that like 5.5 inch, 5.5?
It was meant to be smaller, and so this guy's a bigger. Perfect, bud. Love it. This guy's a bigger character, but the actual figures are basically like they're like 118, 4-inch.
They're 4-inch figures. Yeah.
Yeah, 4-inch.
But it's
I
got
love
that
how
nice
Bud
like
joins.
Legion style packaging too, which I actually wish. Yeah.
Man.
When was it?
Yeah.
I
Jason
agree,
needs to
Brick.
get
I wish
collector
everybody
friendly
did
packaging.
that packaging.
These were sculpted by Seba from Furay Planet, and
Oh, nice.
which is fun. And this guy has like a robot arm. This was basically what became the Void in the new line. And that's why I got it, because I have seen people, Derek was I think one of the first, pop this thing out and it fits perfectly on an AWOC figure. It's maybe a little short, but
a little stumpy, but
You
yeah.
make it work.
But I want to make it.
But
it moves really well too. I was so surprised by it. I had no concept of him, and I didn't collect this scale. And I was like, if they just had put a little bit of paint in these even more paint, like to bring out the details, these things would have been hot. And they are. I mean, they are hot for what they are. I had no idea like how well they moved and stuff. And
Yeah, they got a nice articulation.
And the plastic is the same as AWOC. Just the again, it's a bigger scale, so like the fur details are real tight and tiny on these.
Yeah,
it's got that.
Jason
You can see the spots in there.
Explain why he went from what he was doing with that Kingdom line to decide to go to the 6-inch.
I think he just saw what was happening,
Just
and
saw
he too.
6-inch.
Yeah, and he too was as a collector was buying like classifieds and Marvel Legends, and he's like, okay, let me try this again, but in that line. And I don't know, they had look at that. Like if I had this,
they weren't very popular. I mean, they were popular within a fan base, but they weren't out there.
Weren't as widespread.
Yeah.
God, look at that articulation for these little figures. Like that's cool,
right?
But
I mean, 118th, the G.I. Joe Real American Hero series, 118th, superior articulation to everybody else. I there's something to be said about that scale.
But yeah, I don't know. They're cool. I was surprised, really surprising. It has everything, like all these, like, the cool little trap jaw style attachments and stuff.
Oh, I love that stuff.
Yeah, I know.
He's got the trap jaw, short legs.
Yeah, they're basically like clearancing them out as part of the sale. They still have a couple of these guys. And what's cool, I got to give it to these guys because you're like, if you're not into this for whatever reason, they gave you the other arm.
Nice.
Wow. He's even better now.
Well, it's kind of
And
a slap to
an
the face.
an alternate head, like it's
Right.
like a buffalo kind of thing.
Yeah, because the Void's not going to come with a regular arm. He's just got the
No.
robotic arm. Oh,
And then you've got your cloven feet if you're, switch them out. So I don't know.
nice. It's great.
Cool.
It's
Very
great.
cool.
A lot of good parts.
Truthfully, just I got them for the parts.
So,
So
so if you swap out the arm, do you have to take off the shoulder piece too?
yeah, that comes right off.
Okay.
Nice. Very nice.
So there's
Nice.
2 little attachment pegs in the back that I can take off eventually, and then it just slips right off. I'll get it off in a second.
Do you have to warm it up, Chris?
So,
No.
did want to shout out here. We got Motu Guru joining us in
Jump,
the chat.
jump. I heard it.
There you go. Somebody got it. Somebody
I got it.
Good
I had you.
job.
I had
appreciate
you.
it.
That's what I was born to
Now, is it the House of Pain making you jump, or is it Crisscross making you?
No, it was
Everybody had us
Crisscross.
jumping
He
in
said
the
That's
90s.
crisscross.
do. That
He
was
said, "Warm it
crisscross
up,
all
Chris."
day.
Okay, got you. Got to warm it up. Yeah.
What's up, Guru?
Because Mac Daddy gonna make you jump. Sean Chipman
From
saying hi
Australia.
from Australia. What's going on, Sean? Madsen says I need to catch up and get Red Death and Ghost of Christmas Past. That
Oh,
would complete the Figura Obscura. Hold on.
Matthew, I got a Red Death. If you want one,
Oh yeah,
I'll
that's
give you
right.
good
Kenny's
price.
been trying to get rid of a Red Death.
I'll give you a good price. Good price.
Which one do you have? The retail or the?
The first
Oh,
one.
he's got the original.
He's got the first one. That was his first Mythic or Four Horsemen modern product he bought, and he never opened it. Now he's just trying to get rid of it. And then he went and he still bought stuff.
Yeah,
He got
I
some
wasn't
Ghost
really
of
a big
Christmas
fan of
Past.
Willy nilly, right?
Yep.
Willy nilly, absolutely. That's
We got Black Phoenix
my middle
77
name.
saying, hi, everyone. Happy Saturday. Good to see you, Alex. Thank you for being here. Let's see. Motu Guru. Definitely jump over to Kenzo's channel. We're trying to direct some traffic over there, getting him some watch hours tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Fat Red Foo says there is a lot of great, very articulated 1/18 4-inch toy lines. Very true, man. Joy Toy.
Nostalgia Unboxed did a review of those Joy Toy turtles. Man, those things look so damn good.
Yeah, Drunk Gizmo Customs. He was doing a live, or he was opening those up. Or no, wasn't Drunk Gizmo. That was Greg. He was doing it here.
Somebody.
That's brute scale. We got 1/6 shooter in the house saying I'm predicting a lot more major properties done in 1/18 scale over the next few years. Yeah, everybody's kind of leaning that way right now.
Well, I was going to say, if
And-
we're going to talk about 1/18, well, go ahead. Read the chat.
Well,
Sorry.
just saying, SCS Dog saying aloha all. What's going on, SCS? Now continue, Brick.
Oh, I was just going to say 1/18. The Micronauts announcement and reveals this week.
Right.
Dude.
Oh, I know
For
that
me,
had to have you
that was
overjoyed, Brick.
huge. Look at that thing, Joe. Is that Kylab?
No, this was Strupp Family Crafts, the loin piece. It was actually
okay.
for Savage Crucible, but it fit
Oh,
really
that's right.
good
And
on
Zartan.
and Zartan's hood. But the new
Mhm.
part is the arrows. A lot of Legions come
Love
with extra arrows, and I just messed around with kind of poking them in there in the
That's
bones.
dope. That's really cool.
Yeah, I thought that was
Did
kind
it
of
kill him, Joe?
It did once, not again.
That was my question. Was it in there when he died, or was it in there after he was walking?
Yeah,
skeleton?
it was responsible for his first death.
Okay.
Skeletons are resistant to pierce damage.
You're right.
Yeah. Say otherwise, that was pretty stupid to shoot at him after he was already a skeleton.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes
I mean,
that's all
target
you
practice.
got. So, right.
Look, we're not judging. We're not judging. We got Ray Black finally joining us. Says the better half has finally arrived. Sorry, I'm late. Well, we appreciate you showing up, Ray. Thank you for being here.
Sorry, Nolan.
I wish Motu did this with Trap Jaw, but see that peg is a lot deeper
Yeah.
than I thought.
Oh,
But I wish you could take that off of. Yeah, I wish you could
Trap
take
Jaw.
those off of Trap Jaw.
I mean, if you want to,
Wait,
you just swap
can,
out the
can't you?
body with
Can you?
Kronos's
Yeah.
torso.
I was like, I've taken it off. Yeah.
Have you?
Oh, have you? Okay. It
I
just
don't know
slips
if
right
it was
off.
him or if it was. Yeah.
Well, Kronos
'Cause I
has
have-
the
I have the
jacket. Like he's
Kronos.
got the full. He's got like the vest, and you can take the vest off of Kronos, but you can't take just the shoulder piece off of Trapjaw.
One of them I couldn't
And
get.
with a Dremel.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Sure. I
That's
mean,
right.
you can
It
you can
is-
take anything off.
It is molded. I've been wrong on that a few times. Just like with the turtles last week when you told me about that, I was like, really? It's like, oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, like the orange piece of Mikey, you can take off, like the little belt thing.
Yeah.
It's just underneath. It's still the
battle
battle
armor
armor.
is molded in. Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, I just want them to release
Well, I
a
bet
Mikey that's got a normal torso with the regular paint app.
the Royal Guard torso would work with Mikey, right? Because it's almost the same green.
Is it? Okay. Well,
Yeah,
my
really
Royal
close.
Guard's spoken for.
Man, I
my
wish they would have had more of those.
snakes are-
We had those. What was it?
Oh
Big
no, I
Lots
do
had
have an
'em?
extra. I do have an extra Royal Guard. That's right, because you're talking the regular Eternia Palace
Yeah.
Guard, not the Snake Infiltrator one.
No, just the regular, because the snake one would be darker.
Yeah, Snake one's got that more muted look to it. All right, and joining us here, we got Curtis Ackerman. Art by
hey, Curtis.
Ackerman.
What's up,
He
Curtis?
fulfilled.
Guys.
He fulfilled his warning.
That's right. That's right.
I'll
Like I
see
said,
you
it
all
wasn't a
later.
promise. It was just a straight up threat. I will return.
Curtis, I was binge watching your videos today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, good stuff, man.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I was getting ready to have to apologize.
I'll accept the
Yeah.
apology. I saw him come up on my feed. I was like, "What the hell is this shit?"
What is that?
Damn it, more Curtis videos. Can I ever get away from this guy?
Right. I
No.
see this guy enough on Saturday, man.
If there's one guy that you can find on more channels in YouTube than me, it's Curtis.
I do get around.
Yep. That's her.
Curtis, are we friends on Instagram? Or I mean,
I'm following you.
would you send me a message? Because I'm going to send you some of my glue sticks just for you to
Okay.
play with. Because I have
Awesome.
a couple different types that I use. And like this type here,
Mm-hmm.
it's super bendy.
Okay.
And this is what I normally use on my heads.
Gotcha.
Like I just fit this guy on, and he is definitely popping on and off.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's cool.
Ooh.
I like that.
Bud's got a great idea here. Kenny,
Yeah.
that clear resin battle armor chest would look cool painted in a clear green paint and put on King Hiss so you can see his snakes under the armor.
Sweet.
Oh
Kinda
yeah,
like
yeah.
like when they're getting ready to shed and that skin gets that little sheen on it before it comes off.
I could print it in that green that has that sheen to it already. You know, it's like that, kind of like that blue that I have that
Mhm,
shines
mhm.
white.
We got
Yeah.
Medhosa joining it here. Say, really enjoying your videos, Curtis. Very helpful indeed, sir. And
Thank you.
we just kind of set Menhoza on fire. Sent him over to the store Horseman tonight, and he's freaking out looking at everything. We got another one in, Curtis. We got another one.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah, I guess Menhoza, when you said it was your first, maybe your first could be kind of like a Joe G first, where like you get
Yeah.
12.
All it takes is one.
Well, I wish I could go back and experience Legions for the first time again. You know what I mean? I love
It's
them
like that
now.
first
Don't get
kiss,
me
Joe.
wrong, but yeah, like it'd be nice to just get that first figure for the first time ever again and get that nice warm feeling in my chest like I'm having a stroke. Oh my God, what is this? Yeah.
Right, what's going on? And we've got just Jeff here saying nothing wrong with playing with a man's sticky sticks.
All right.
I appreciate that, Jeff. Thank you, brother. Thank you for being here and watching the show tonight.
Ooh, that looks better, huh?
This saw attachment has a handle on it, which is funny to me, but
It's kind of like what? Well, I guess if like he needs the extra support to really push it through something. I don't know.
If you're
It
cutting,
seems
like,
kind of
if you're
pointless,
cutting
but it's at
something
the
that's
end of your hand.
if he needs to be like specific, and cut down a line, you got to have that two-handed. You ain't going to keep that line
Two-handed
straight.
grip.
Yeah.
Well, it's still a one-handed grip technically. It's just you're gripping your other hand.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Fair enough.
does the handle swivel
No.
forward?
The handle's just there so he doesn't get backlash into his own genitals. That's all.
That's it. It's more like a webby bar. There you go.
Right.
This one I need to print in like a clear red and do anti-eternia cat.
Oh, that'd be
Do a
pretty
black
cool.
one.
Yeah.
That would look cool with the red clear.
Hell
Yeah, brother. I'm digging the Panther style helmet with the ram horns. Always loved that look. Like when I saw that on the Classics Panther, I kind of lost it. I was like, that's what's up right there. Because he never had a helmet as a kid and it bugged me.
Oh, wait. I just realized I started bringing up Micronauts and
Yes,
Curtis
yes.
hopped on. So let's go ahead and talk about some Super 7 toys real quick.
Yay, Super 7.
Curtis doesn't have a problem with Super 7. He just had a problem with Brooklyn and Vac Metal.
One of them
Curtis,
made it in my top 5 for this year. So
Yeah.
Punk's not here,
That's
so
right. It
Super
was
7's
the,
safe.
No, I just the fact that Micronauts is coming back is super exciting to me. And we were mentioning 3.75. Like, dude, that's perfect. Because there are people on Instagram who are like, yeah, they saw the teaser and they're like, oh yeah, but they better not be 5 POA. And I'll skip it. I was like, dude, they can't be 5 POA. Like the first toy line was the first O-ring toy line was Micronauts. So I was not expecting them to come out the gate with a 3.75 Baron Karza and Biotron though, because those are like bigger figures and magnetic. I figured they just like do time travelers, which were like the standard 3.75 dude with like a metal head, chrome head. But it's kind of cool that they're doing it, and it's my personal goal to kind of like talk about them because Super 7's MO is to like test the waters of new IP that they're doing with reaction, and if they sell well, then they'll upscale them to
bump it up to an
ultimates. Because man, if I could get some Micronauts figures set in their like 6.5 inch line, man, game over. Like, and nerdy thing. So the Micronauts were basically like, like many toys of the time brought over from Japan, from the Diaclone and what is it, Microman, like toys that basically became Transformers. But they like worked with Mattel, with Marvel Comics, like many toy companies did back in the day. And they're like, can you create a backstory? They did it for G.I. Joe. They did it for Transformers. They did it for Micronauts back in the day. And they created like all these just awesome characters that they can't really use because of copyright issues for the longest time. But the bio on Super 7's Biotron O-ring figure actually name checks Arcturus Ran, like the main sort of Marvel Comics character.
Yeah.
So I'm like, man, do they have access to the Marvel characters? Because if so, like, game over. Give me a Bug.
Really, really
give me their version of a Croyer. Like, I'm there. And there's probably like 3 people who understand anything that I'm saying right now, but that's okay. Micronauts is the shit. So
right.
I'm excited for him.
Dylan does bring up, he says, guys, the handle is to put it on the robot arm. And now that makes sense because I wouldn't want to pick the saw up by the blade
Safety
to put
first,
it on.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
You're right.
Totally makes sense. I appreciate that. Making toys make sense.
Sorry,
Shane
Jason.
says the Micronauts he saw were reaction. Is there others? They're the reaction plus.
Yeah.
They're O-ring stuff.
I ordered that 2-pack. I ordered my first O-ring of Serpentor and Duke. They had that just released. I pre-ordered that one. And look at this. I accidentally made this look cool. I took these both down to put the battle armor on, and I accidentally, because I thought it goes on him, but then when I looked, I go, oh, wait, I put it on the wrong guy, but it looks perfect.
Actually, yeah, that
'Cause it's
Reptilex
supposed to go
armor
on
really
Reptilex.
does fit well with that.
That's great. Whoops. Accidentally made it look cool.
Thank you,
Yeah, I
Trevor,
like
my fellow old. I appreciate you.
My fellow- Damn.
Yeah, no, I want an Acroyer, man. I'll take whatever. Marionette. Woo. Anyways, that's a big deal to me. Talk more about
I'm
it
just
tomorrow,
excited to
3:45
see
PM.
some of these other IPs that haven't been touched, haven't been talked about in the toy realm much, that were early on influences for a lot of the toys that came after and
Mhm.
things like that. Like, we're again just another older line that has not gotten any love in the recent years, finally kind of bringing its way back out. It's just great to see, like a lot of us talk about 80s being like a golden age of toys, like 70s going into the 80s and 90s, but really, like, this is 100% the toy renaissance that we've all been waiting. I think it just took a bunch of us kids growing up and getting into the toy industry, like, well, let's bring this shit back. To finally get us to where we're at, and we love it. We absolutely love it.
So, Oz, like on that same note, something I've really realized this year is that it's going to come back around. If you missed out on something from Origins, in 10, 15 years, they're going to do it again. Like how many iterations of the He-Man line have we seen? There's 200X, there's classics, and just that, knowing that makes me excited for the toys I'm going to buy when I'm 60.
Right. Like, where are we going to be at by that time? And right now, with the way Motu has been going and expanding what they're doing with the IP, I mean, in all seriousness, the what you got there, Brick? What is that?
He's on mute. That
'Cause
much
he's
I
doing
know.
shit.
It's on mute
Yeah.
because of all the crackling that's happening. Over
Yeah.
there, but yeah.
Nice.
They're warrior snacks.
Real quick, guys, can I ask, does Demo Man's armor work on this guy?
I dig it.
I dig it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks good.
Especially like because it's not like 100% uniform on either side. Definitely gives it a
it's already
really good look.
asymmetrical.
Yeah, I like that a lot more.
Yeah, his tail is all blended in now.
You should have done it in the lizard's voice. Be like, hey guys, does this armor make me look short?
No, it's your tail that makes you look short, Chubby.
There you go, Oz. I put a better sword on him now. I did that.
There we go.
Ooh,
There
yeah.
we go.
That's the Boojaboo Thunder Grayskull sword.
I love it, man. I love it.
And I
Kenny,
bought, like I said, I bought 5 of these bodies or 6 of these bodies, so because they were only $5 each. So they're going to be perfect for any kind of Thundercat crossover custom.
The moment he had posted that those pieces were up for his Patreon, I was like, "Oh, Kenny,
yeah, hell yeah!" And once he does the ones for Brave Star, I'm all over it. They're not available yet, but I got the guns, but I didn't get any of the heads.
I want to see somebody else's paint. I want to see you in a painting. I want to see people take a stab at painting those because I love Boojaboo's sculpts. I'm not super into the way he paints. He does very like kind of
thick.
Yeah,
thick. I will start painting again because I got my workbench set up. So now I'll be getting back into that. So yeah, it'll be soon. We should do something, Moz and Brick. We should do something where we all 3 kind of get on and do some painting and stuff. That'd be fun, dude.
Yeah. Well, because I need some lessons.
Get you guys started. Oh hell yeah!
There we go. We're gonna do
just
well, if you're looking for a channel to learn,
I was gonna say we're doing
there's a guy that's got a customizing channel.
Maybe what we'll do, I did a Clubhouse crafting show way back when I first started the channel where I was kind of like scrapbooking. Maybe what we'll have to do is a Clubhouse crafts night, kind of like one of those paint and wine deals, but
That'd be cool.
Yeah, we'll do
Because I
something
can
like
tell
that.
you, no matter what you look at or no matter what you watch, there's nothing like trial and error to learn how to paint, learn how to do
Yeah.
it all. I was thrown to the fire with all this stuff when I was younger, and I learned, like I joked about it in my video for this one, and I said it looks like when I first started painting, and I just caked it on and made it real thick, and it just looks horrible. And like, see that bumps in those? Like that's the worst paint job, and Mondo really screwed that pooch on this one, but. You learn as you go, and you pick up tips and stuff, but it's just so much fun to just know where you started and know where you finish, and it's like, yeah,
Right.
it's great. And you guys have a lot of parts you need to paint, Rick.
Yeah, I do.
Awesome.
I got a lot. I got a lot.
I know I sent you a nice box.
You
sent me
did.
quite
I was
the
just
care
looking at them
package.
the other day. I just need to have a place to do it. I don't know that I have that yet, but I had to figure it out.
Yeah, that's my problem. Like I've got one little tray table that I just have everything on that I need to clear off and get set up for some painting. But I was going to be putting on some art by Ackerman to play and then pick up some tips while I was painting and stuff. You know, watching a 3-part eye tutorial, you know.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'll just be in like my family's way. Basically, it's
right.
It's kind of a messy deal here.
Yeah.
See, the key is to get your kids to move out of your house.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, that's the key.
Yeah,
I've been like
the real key is
I've been putting like cookies like out and like leading out the door, but they haven't picked up on it.
The real trick is to get them to leave and not come back. That's
that's true.
Well, I was gonna say Curtis just went the whole route where he arranged a marriage for his daughter.
That'll get her out.
No, that's the one in California. She was already out of the house.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
But what I did as far as not having them move back, as soon as the one moved out, I immediately took over that area and made it into an art studio. So it was like, yeah, your room doesn't even exist anymore. Sorry. You got it.
You can't move back. There's no bed. Todd mentions, I just feel bad. A lot of kids today either aren't aware or don't appreciate what's available now. Well, it's where it falls to us. We got to teach them. We got to help them on that path.
All right, I got a story.
Okay.
So, in our local salad group, somebody was selling a shockwave transformer, one of the upskip masterpiece ones. Hey, I'll take that into my classroom, put it on my desk, and see if my students can guess what it was. And so after about a week of them playing with it and all that, and some of them got it right, some of them got it wrong, but made for a nice little story, and kids were able to figure out what it was after a while. So, yeah. So,
very cool.
Did you have it transformed or as a robot?
No, I had it as a boombox.
Oh, gotcha.
A recorder. I brought
What's a
in
boombox?
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, you guys
What
might
is
know
that?
this is-
What's a tape cassette? What is that?
Yeah,
Cassette.
The cassette tape? No.
Yeah, he did not age into the CD realm very well because, I couldn't imagine having a Discman with a CD that popped out and changed into a bird or a jaguar, or,
yeah.
It's a little bit harder to translate. And then when we got to MP3 players, he was done. All right, guys, I'm going to jump back inside now because it's a little chillier out and I'm not trying to spend all night out here. But I will see you in a minute.
I think this is the my old man rant for the show. But
you want to be large for this, or you?
No. Do you need a soapbox here?
No, it's all right. I just think like everything has gotten to be so big on technology with these kids that a lot of them don't even know how to use their imagination. Like they don't, they don't play outside. They don't play with toys. They don't build things. They don't I remember like having to build play sets out of cardboard and construction paper and, stuff like that, just to be able to have like playtime. And these kids don't have that stuff anymore. They don't work with their hands. Everything is, video games and, stuff that's already like built for them. So
I got in so much trouble as a kid for how many times my mom was screaming about using all her Scotch tape for taping boxes together.
Yeah, totally. I remember we would go to McDonald's. It wasn't super often, but like if we did and we got like that cup holder, I'd be like, cool, that's like instant like trenches for GI Joes or something, you know, like it just
back
you know,
way back
like
when
that.
they had the styrofoam containers at McDonald's, I would turn those into vehicles for my GI Joes.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I think that's it's a natural progression. I would imagine our parents when we were young saying, these kids aren't starting to work when they're 8 years old. What a bunch of wusses. You know what I mean? Because, you know, times change and we all get softer. And then eventually something bad will happen and the country will reset and everybody will be working when they're 8-year-old again. And then we can just start the progression over. So.
Well, it's kind of a silly cartoon, but I think the best example of it is Muppet Babies. Like if you go back and watch that, like the amount of adventures they had within their room just by using their imagination, like kids just don't do that today. Like they don't have that. Like because they have these virtual worlds that already exist in these video games that they don't have to imagine. So
could you imagine like taking modern kids back in time to the 80s and going on a long road trip with no cell phone or video game system? They would commit suicide. Like
looking at license plates and stuff. Yeah.
Right.
Joe, my road trip video game system was these two fingers. And you close one eye and he runs along the terrain outside. And then you
jump over stuff. Hell yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
All the time.
Hell yeah.
Or
that and crossword puzzles, that's all. Or word search.
You bet which raindrop is going to hit the bottom of the window first when you're sitting there.
Yep. I used to take comic books, but I got motion sickness really bad. So I was trying to like read and then balance the looking up from the comic so that I didn't puke in the car back and forth.
You had those handheld games where you push the buttons and the water would
little rings would shoot the thing up.
Try to land the rings on the pegs and stuff.
Yep.
Bubble toys.
Yeah, what we adopted in our classroom was Tech-Free Tuesday and Tech-Free Friday. So I work in high school special education, so I usually bust out the Uno cards. We have a mini Uno tournament during those downtimes between classes.
Uno's good
for students.
So. Merrick and I do Uno a lot. You know, Merrick, and I'm so proud of my kid because he does that. Like you're talking about the boxes, because of course I have so many packages come in. He actually started making like armor out of boxes. He was cutting it all up, and then he draws a lot, and and of course a lot of times he's like, hey Dad, can we play Uno? I'm like, hell yeah, are you kidding me? Let's do it. So I like to keep him away from it, and I love the fact that he actually asks, because he gets bored with it. I mean, even the games get old after a while, So
they can.
Yeah, my kids love Uno.
Yeah, Uno's a big game for us, and I'm not that good of a dealer, so I actually bought one of those automated shufflers. I just got it in the mail the other day. I got it from Amazon.
How's that working out for you?
I haven't opened the box yet, but when our next game of Uno, I'll let you know for sure.
Yeah. When he gets ready, he'll be like, damn it, I have double A's and I need triple A's.
Dude, I was, because our game sucks so bad because I can't shuffle very well. So it's like, dude, why are they all the same color and we need a yellow and all we have is green? Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Well, also try rechargeable batteries in that system too. That might help do a little bit faster.
I do have a bunch of rechargeables, definitely.
They're innovating on Uno too. Uno Flip.
Comment from Brendan.
Oh, wait. I'm letting the chat get away from me here.
I mean, he makes a good point here, but like this is just parenting. Like that's just he's having his kids work on projects, which is great. But I don't think that's common at all.
That's not the majority of parents.
No.
I don't like my kids enough to spend that much time with them every week. 2 hours of video games is not enough for me. They need to play more.
That's why Joe sits in that chair with a knife on the table. Yeah, step in here, kid. Come on.
Yeah, come on.
Brick Jordan says he needs that 80s anime title again.
Jeez. Yeah, I'll type it in, but it's no, you can figure it out. Legend of the Overfiend.
Legend of the Overfiend.
Yeah, is anybody here familiar? No.
18 plus, everybody.
Yes. NSFW.
Maybe even older than that, and then stop if you're above 40.
So I want to watch it now.
I
I'm all over
discovered
it. I'm
I
all over
actually
that
discovered
shit. Hold on.
in high school at raves. That was the thing that was being projected. I was
Nice.
like, what is this amazing piece of Japanese animation that includes tentacles doing things?
We didn't have that. We had Felix the cat.
There was that too.
Not so much
Well,
Felix. What was the other one? The
Yeah, well,
box.
you know what I'm talking
it was
about.
Fritz the cat.
Fritz the cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fritz the cat.
Fritz the cat and wizards.
Is it Felix the cat? There's Felix. Or is it Fritz
No, there's
too?
Felix was a
No,
Fritz cat, but there's
Fritz was
a
Ralph
was it- is
Bakshi.
Bakshi.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
Bakshi.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna jump off now. We're getting some activity in my room here, so
Oh, is it the Legend of the Overfiend? My bad. No.
no.
I'm just kidding.
He's downloading it
I
right
gotta
now.
go, fellas. I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
How's that for timing, huh?
I need to go
Cody,
take
go
care of
in
something
60
too.
seconds. I'll see
No.
you in a minute.
I got kitchen work. So
For some reason, my bandwidth's all gone.
All right, Stanley,
now.
have a good one.
All right, see you, Stanley.
I'll jump back in the chat.
Damn it, Curtis. Trying to kill me here.
Oh, and Rick, it does fit on that buck though. Look,
Wow.
Yeah, I figured it might.
Ooh,
it's
yeah,
nice
it
on
does.
that buck.
I think that'd look great on a Legion's body, man. Just saying.
Collecting Brother
So-
says I had Ninja Scroll. That was definitely
Yeah.
one of my first anime experiences too. It was a
Well,
really good
The
one.
very
I'm not
first
sure why John's bringing that up real quick, though. But like Ninja Scroll was also 18 plus NSFW. There was some stuff. Sorry,
There was
but it's like
Snake,
that.
there
Yeah, and there were snakes. It was that, but like just wild, like constant throughout the whole thing.
the
Right,
first
so-
anime I ever watched was Vampire Hunter D, and that stuff was crazy, like the mouth on the hand and
Mhm.
cutting things in half and stuff like that. It was
I was
Brutal, huh?
just talking
Yeah.
about that recently, Joe. How like I was like, again, it came on shortly after like some Saturday morning cartoons, and like here's this dude with his giant sword. He slices some stuff in half, and there wasn't like any explosion or any blur or anything like that. No, it was like you saw like the insides and the intestines of
it
this
like
thing
slid
as
in half. Yeah.
right. And I was like, oh my God, what is this? And you know, that was before I knew stuff like, you know, what you know, like Voltron and things like that. Like before I knew that was anime, you know, this was my first experience with something and knowing that it was anime because, well, you know, Sci-Fi labeled it Saturday anime.
Yeah.
So, oh man, good times.
Mhm.
Yep.
I've been
See,
waiting.
Trevor was on it. He knows. Fritz.
Yeah. That was like the first adult. I just remember getting that question in like Trivia Pursuit back
Yeah.
in the 80s.
Yeah. Fritz the Cat was like the first adult anime, like fully for adults animated.
You know, they have that one. There's and I know a lot of people kind of laughed about it last time I talked about him. But that Orbital Bacon show that I watch on Saturday mornings does the cartoons. Well, he does a Saturday night anime thing, and there was one that's just been playing that I watched. There was God and R, and talk about like it's GODANNAR. It's a 2003, but it's like there's no, you know, it's no all the way, but it's like really pushes the line and just a lot of movements that are very enhanced all the places. And, but it's actually, and I watched the show. It's not a bad show, but yeah, it just like keeps you like, whoa, you know, but yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah. There was an anime I really liked called Go Kaiser that was based off of a video game. And, you know, I watched it and I enjoyed it. And then I watched it with my wife and some friends. And then as I'm sitting there watching it, I'm thinking, this is not a group activity at all. Like,
Yeah.
Right.
Real quick, hi, how are
Hey.
you?
Say, Adam and Victoria joining
Subject
us.
change.
How are you guys?
Legend of the Nothing, what's up? Aloha, how's everything out there?
rained recently.
Mhm.
A lot.
And by
A lot.
recently, she means today. So
Well, I'm glad you guys are experiencing some fun rain. We got more snow recently, so you guys are good and safe from the snow right now where you're at.
Send some of that to California, okay,
Right.
guys?
Oh, which island are you guys on again?
we're on the Big Island.
Nice.
First time.
Never been myself. Yeah, first time for you guys too.
On the Big Island, yeah.
So what do you think?
It's much further apart than Maui was.
It's huge. And you mean like getting to stuff?
Yeah.
Normally we do Maui, and we know where everything is on Maui, and we know where to go and all that kind of stuff. And it's been different because it's like this island's huge. Like it's 2 hours to get to the other side, which
Right.
nobody cares about in a toy tube community. But yeah,
We've
We
already talked about
care
sports,
here.
so, yeah,
we
we
care here.
I mean, if you just heard what we were talking about before you got on, you know,
Yeah.
well, no, we
wasn't
The
exactly
Legend
toys.
of Zelda is what we were talking about.
Yes.
Link is awesome.
Yeah, definitely not toys.
yeah, no, it's been fun.
Well, it's good to have you joining us today, man. We missed you here.
Yeah, man, and it's good to see your muscles on full display. Thank you. Very
That's
much.
right. Get that hard flex.
Victoria, don't laugh.
I'm
Don't
gonna
laugh,
jump
Victoria.
on the Clubhouse. She said, "Do you know how you look right now?" And I said, "I don't care. I'm on vacation."
It's the Clubhouse. Like things get wild, so it's all good, brother. All
How inappropriate, Adam. This is a suit and tie affair. Excuse me.
I believe I went completely shirtless last week.
I was gonna say there was definitely no
that's
shirt
true.
shirt
I'm
or
not
tie
fucked
on.
up. I mean, this is like I thought if I have to, I could probably rip this open or I could pull it down for
He's
like
gonna Hulk Hogan it for us. Holy cow!
Hey, if we get some
Photo
super
op.
chats in here, folks, Adam's offering.
Actually, I had a suit and tie today earlier.
Yes,
I
you
had
did.
Of course, I had a funeral to go to, unfortunately,
Oh,
but it was I
bummer.
decided to put on my Sunday's best on a Saturday, so it was good.
Mm.
Yeah, did you see Dog the Bounty Hunter yet? What the heck, Adam?
no, he's on another island. I sent him a message, but he didn't reply.
Oh,
Good.
Yeah, you know how you get dog to reply? You just gotta, skip
Get a
out on
bounty on
bail.
yourself. Yeah.
yeah. There you go.
You gotta skip out on bail. I mean, you got to commit a crime first. Get arrested.
That's surprisingly
and-
easy to do, actually.
I've
Committing crimes is
heard.
not difficult,
I've
yeah.
heard.
He was
You can do
stationed
them
about
accidentally.
2 hours north of me for a while there when he was in Castle Rock. He was up in Colorado for a while. He came to
was
Pueblo
in
a couple
PA for
times
a bit,
to get
too.
people. Yeah.
You know what? Hawaii's funny because like you don't see a lot of cops.
Mm.
They're like ninjas.
Well, no, I mean Maui you see a little bit more, but like on the Big Island, I feel like it's we're in Kona, which is sort of the touristy side. So I think they kind of let people kind of police themselves a little bit. And
They're like nobody wants to disturb the peace. It's that
No.
mentality from Dazed and Confused.
we were, I grabbed a can at one of the stores to walk back to the condo, and my wife was sort of like, "Can you just like open that and walk down the street?" And I said, "I don't see anybody that's gonna stop me, so I don't know."
Right. I'll try it for as long as nobody's running after me for it. We'll go with that way.
I mean, I'll apologize and say, "Oh, I'm Canadian. Maybe it's different here." I don't.
Yeah.
The
whole I didn't know I couldn't do that. That works.
All right, just play stupid.
you know what?
The old
In Hawaii,
Canadian defense.
legitimately, that's a legitimate pass in Hawaii.
Oh shit, Brick! What the hell is that thing called?
Brick.
Monchi-chi.
Yeah.
All right. So Terrence
Hey.
did bring up here real quick. He's concerned for Alan. He said your eyes look like they were rolling back. Everything all right, Alan?
Are you watching that video I told you?
I'm shoving an LED into a Skeletor head to make his eyes light up.
Nice.
Okay.
Ah.
Gotcha.
So-
Gotcha.
That's all.
I've never messed with. I have some of those. I bought some of those LEDs. I just haven't messed with them yet as far as putting the lights together. You might have to. I might have to message you and get some tips. Because I actually was thinking about doing that with this guy. That's what I was thinking about doing. Because I already preemptively set the holes back here. And I was thinking about doing that and light up the eyes on this guy. So I might need your help, Alan.
I always buy pre-wired 9-volt LEDs.
See, I have the pre-wire. I just don't know if I have the battery.
So, speaking of the super chats, though, we do have the $2 super chat from John saying, for Adam's Canadians pass.
Hey.
That's it. If Adam's going to get in trouble, we might as well get the bail money ready for him.
Yeah. I hope not. I mean, that's the last thing I need.
No.
Hawaiian jail. I don't think I'd fit in.
With that shirt on, you'll fit in anywhere, Adam.
Well, that's true.
I was going to say you might be on the smaller side in a Hawaiian jail, depending on who's stacked up in there. But
just call everybody brother. You'll be okay.
Hey, brother.
Brother.
That sounded very Jamaican.
God.
That's a joke because that's how that dog guy, when he talked to people, he'd always call him brother.
Brother. Thank you very much, Terrence. Happy end of Oz's birthday week. Week 1. Am I going to have multiple birthday weeks?
Nice.
I hope I'm not going to age again in the next one. Oh, there you go. Just pretend you're Maui in Moana. There you go. You just start singing "You're Welcome" to everybody. They'll definitely let you off.
I tried that. It didn't go over as well as I thought it might.
Oh, no? It was a little culturally insensitive, maybe?
I think so.
Either that or they just hate Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Or based on my physique, they didn't quite get the joke. But it's probably the former.
Right. Well, and thank you very much, Bill. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you.
My lovely wife just crawled across the floor to hand me a little margarita.
That's awesome. It's like, leave me off that stream.
Come on, Amanda, jump on too. Come on, let's make it the full family affair. You guys are vacationing or having fun? Join us. Have fun with us.
We're in a condo that's like it's vaulted ceilings and everything. You can't. I was gonna jump on last week, but I was like, everyone can hear everything, and everybody went to sleep super early last week. I was like, there's no way that I could have done it, but everyone's still awake. So.
Well, that's good. Like I said, I'm really glad you're able to jump on. We have missed you. So it's great you're able to join us this week. Did you see the new credits?
I did.
Yeah, man. Yep. I made the adjustments in there. Made the adjustments. You're now the official co-star of the Clubhouse. I don't like the term co-host so much, as we're all co-stars. And then we have the special guests who are the ones that aren't on as regular. And it'll keep growing as we go. Because eventually it'll just be a 6-hour-long live stream of the intro, and that'll be it. The way the channel's been growing and the family's been growing, we'll just pop on. We'll have a 6-hour-long intro, and then, wrap it up and say, all right, everybody, have a good night.
You'll have 10 people on, and it'll be like, thanks for coming. Until next
see you later.
They just leave a live stream with a chair. Or is that a different?
Hey, that
was off-world.
That really works, though. I'm just saying that. Dooch's chair is a star.
That's awesome.
Good. No explosion.
Nope, no explosion. We're good. Although that would have made history.
I filled the head up with E6000 glue because it's clear to diffuse the LED. I'm trying to get one LED to go into 2 eyes. And E6000 is super flammable.
I was gonna say that's almost combustible when you're piping it in the little tiny spot.
It's fine.
Yeah, now that you've tested it.
Science.
Yeah, that's right. For science. All right, I can have a whole birthday month. Well, thank you. Maybe I will. We still got more birthdays to celebrate. What's today? 12th? Actually, wait. 12th. Isn't that Thanos' birthday?
Thanos was on the 8th.
8th. Right. Yeah, Ziggy's was on the 8th too, and that's why I'm thinking I'm getting it confused. I know somebody's was the 12th. January is a huge birthday month, so yeah, we can definitely celebrate birthdays all month long. That's absolutely fine. A Wholesome Warlock saying that's from the both of us. Appreciate you, Jordan. Thank you. And what happened to Van? Did he have a little bit too much tonight and just?
No, he was fine. He was feeling a little under the weather for some reason.
I see. Was hanging out with Dirk and all that trash a little bit. Picked up a little bit of diphtheria, maybe. With the trash pandas.
Yeah.
And we got Faker Battle Cat in the chat saying, "Yo, Mikey, hey Oz, what's going on? What's up, Kenny? Good to have you here,
Faker
bro."
Battle Cat. Hey, Alan, is it something like this with the batteries already with it?
No.
What
I buy, I'll show you. We grab a bag real quick.
Faker Battle Cat just started when he got his Faker, because he was probably one of the first to do a review on the Mondo Faker, and he just started up a YouTube channel, and he just got it kicked off, and he's doing a lot of cool stuff with his Faker stuff. So if anybody likes to check that out, go over to Faker Battle Cats and give him a follow, because he just, like I said, he's just starting out. So definitely.
Nice.
Hey, if we can bring up the link, grab us the link. We'll drop it in the chat.
Right.
Everybody can go check it out.
I'll pass it to you.
This is Lighthouse LED is who I get these from. And they just look like this. They've got the bulb. They've already got the heat shrunk capacitor, whatever it is.
They got a resistor in there.
Resistor, that's it.
Yep.
And then just like maybe 6-inch leads.
Yeah.
So you got to get your own battery for it.
Yeah, but I do everything to a 9-volt.
Yeah.
I do everything to a 9-volt. So I buy 12-volt batteries that'll run off of a 9-volt. Everything on Snake Mountain is wired up in these 12-volt LEDs, and then in the back, I'm just going to pop a DeWalt battery on there, 12-volt DeWalt battery.
So what about that? What about that Skeletor? What battery are you using on that Skeletor?
I'll probably do a backpack with a disc battery. Because the disc battery will run this no problem.
Okay.
But glue inside of here really worked well to diffuse that light. Because now it's evenly coming out of both eyes.
Oh, very cool. Oh, man. Alcala himself is praising.
Dude, that
you
is
for that,
so
Alan.
good. I love that.
Now, when you use that 9-volt, do you put it on your tongue first?
I do not.
Hell
Nor
yeah.
do I chew on tinfoil.
I don't.
Hey,
but
man.
yeah, but if you grew up in the '80s, I don't think anybody has not tried that. So
I used to do it all the time.
I had a friend who tried it on his eyeball.
Oh, what the hell?
It still works because your eyeball's wet enough, by the way.
I bet it does.
It didn't feel good.
Good to know.
You got some dumbass friends, Alan.
I was going to say, we all did some stupid stuff as kids, but I think that one, I never once said, "Oh, wow, this is cool feeling," putting it on my tongue, and said, "Let me stick it in my eye."
Yeah.
You know what, though? You live and you learn, or you don't, and you save the gene pool. So,
on Sesame Street, they say, "I wonder, what if? Let's try." So that's, they teach that as a kid. So,
valid point. Yeah.
Hey, Oz, would you mind if I showed a quick Snake Mountain update?
Ooh.
Yeah, come on.
Hell yeah.
About my new piece that I got.
I sent you that link, Oz, by the way.
Oh, he dropped it in your chat, so I did highlight it and bring it up.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Also, I did want to say, Eternium Royalty, Mikey is mentioning the chat's a little bit split. Yeah, guys, we are trying to direct the flow of traffic from the chat. If you could, I've pinned Kenny's channel in the chat. If you're watching the stream, go watch it from Kenny's channel. We're trying to give him a boost in watch hours to help him out. And if you're not subscribed to Kenzo's Creations, he's almost at 1,000, folks. We're trying to get him pushed right over. Wait, you're smiling and you're jumping. Did you get it?
No, I'm just saying it's me. If they don't know.
Yeah.
How many watch hours you up to?
Well, he's not going to be able to tell.
Oh, he won't tell this
on
story,
that
right.
until the end.
Yeah.
But
I did jump
for
up
sure.
quite a bit. Like I was at, what did I say? I was at
You're at
895.
Yeah, 90.
And then I'm
895.
now at, I'm like 905 just after that. Yeah.
Hey,
it's awesome. Hell yeah.
it's fantastic. Thank you.
The power of Ostradamus toys.
Oh wait,
Floor is
he's
yours,
saying
Alan.
it's not posting in the chat. So hold on a sec. Now, mind you, I'll only be able to post it in my chat then, because
Yeah, it's already in. It's already in Kenzo's.
right. Yeah, if it's in Kenny's chat, there it is, guys. Again, if you just do this last part here, the @Faker Battle Cat, that'll be his short, like his little short handle. You should be able to find the channel from.
And look at the logo.
Faker
You'll be
Battle
able
Cat.
to see that awesome logo of his. And you know, that's another thing I've found. Faker Battle Cat has now kind of jumped over into Legions, and specifically because he likes cats so much. But he actually started, and I don't know if he wants me to throw him under the bus, but he started doing some commission work on some paint jobs for Legions. So the mythic stuff, like he's done a bunch of cats and he's done a bunch of customs, and he's actually getting good. He's getting good.
I like
the first time I met him was when he bought something from me. So it's kind of cool. Now he's full circle. Now he's selling this stuff. So thank you,
That's
Moto Guru.
Yeah, guys, thank you all for trying to help out here. Because again, I do, I get a lot of watch hours each and every week here, and these guys are all spending their time hanging out with us as well. So when we do these simulcasts, it's nice to be able to share and spread that wealth around and give people some extra watch hours. So, Kenny and I talked about it a while ago, and we kept having like topics like stuff like that to go over and all like that. So,
well, and I've been leaving half the stream to go to grandma's, and tonight I knew I wasn't going to have to, so I could stay through the whole thing. So that was kind of cool.
Makes it perfect. Absolutely perfect. So for those of you wondering here, Alan has been building this ginormous snake mountain, and he finally got the center piece to it here. You can tell it's the unpainted portion.
Wow.
So,
Alan, okay, there you go. Yeah, we can hear you.
So it is 12 feet 9 inches wide, because I did it sectional so I could take it to different shows. If I get this finished in time, I'll take it to PowerCon this year. But so this is a section, this is a section, center section, this section, and then Snake Mountain, like the play set that I beefed up, will go up here. I don't have room in here to put it on top because it's too tall. I only have 9-foot ceiling, so he'll be like 9.5 feet total. But this will be the throne room, Beastman's quarters, workshop, barracks, war room, armory, treasure room, library, dungeon, Spydor's lair, infirmary. So that's what all of those will be. And the next thing I'm doing now is I've got to mark it up and mark it out and cut all my doorways and stuff in it so it lines up with these other pieces. So, am I online still?
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, we still got you. We still got
you. guys got really quiet. So
because we're in awe.
Yeah.
So what you guys saw last time was like this piece, these two pieces, 1, 2. If I get far enough to see it all in frame, then you can't see any details. You can see details, and it's not all in frame. But yeah, this is going to be like 13 feet wide, just about 10 feet tall, and detail. I'll move this right to here. I already have like a lot of pieces that go in it. Like the Masterverse throne is wonderful. It's going to go up in the throne room with some other stuff, and then have to go around behind it. Been printing out like infirmary beds and medical equipment. I've printed out a bunch of like little creatures to go all over it. Like, so here's the infirmary. It's got 2 beds. So I've got like big pieces already that will go in all of it. It's painting it, detailing it, This is. I have to look back to see what's on camera and what's not. Like this is their training area.
Nice.
This is let me take this off here. I'll hand hold this. This is where the guy who designs all their costumes is. I call him Dark Stitch. So I've made custom characters also.
This room needs some music, Alan. No.
I've always wondered about that. Who makes the costumes for these guys?
Yeah, his name is Dark Stitch.
Yeah, especially for like the paramilitary, like Cobra. Who's like the Cobra uniform?
As soon as somebody gets promoted to an evil warrior, they go down for branding and costuming. These are the sewers. Right now I've got Clayface hanging out in the sewers down here. Sewers and trash.
I was gonna say where big piles of poop belong.
This is a portal to Subternia. It's not turned on, but it's a endless hallway illusion.
Nice.
And then bedroom. Now this isn't quite like set up all the way. It's like it's not and whatnot, but you'll get the idea. This is the gardener for Snake Mountain.
Awesome.
And he has
feed me, Seymour. Feed me.
And stuff. I think the first time I showed you guys, I was working on the gate.
That gardener's like always pissed when they have battles because he's like crushing all his flowers and
absolutely.
I love that idea.
All this work for nothing.
It's like when Billy Madison runs over the flowers.
So, there's a tablet, right, that goes back here in the teleportation room. So what you see as a hole right now, there's a tablet back there with like a portal effect. I have it on. And then it's all UV.
That's nice. You gonna use like a filmation style effect on that portal?
Yes. Yep.
Nice.
So, and these are all, they're all labeled because they're about to be set up. So that says Beastman's quarters, throne room. And up here is because this is Beastman's quarters, there'll be a hole up there with a hatch. And he can go out to the Griffin area.
Oh, nice. The Griffin spot. Well, I was just going to ask, you're such a Beastman fan. I was surprised you gave him such a small corner.
Well, it has to make sense.
Yeah. And that's perfect with the Griffin spot.
And then this is where they repair hoverbots.
God, that's great.
For the Horde? Nice.
And then this is the garage. I think you guys have seen this.
Wow.
I'm telling you, I just wish Alan had some creativity, man.
On it.
Just imagine what he could do, right?
Jeez.
And that's plywood? Is that those boxes?
Yes.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
you're gonna move this stuff to show?
It's sectional. It's all sectional,
Sure.
so it'll roll in and out. I do trade shows for my other work, so it's all set up to move and work in and out.
Alan, you said that this is like it's too big for this workshop.
You broke up a little bit. Could you say that again, Brick?
Oh, that's not me. It's Adam. Adam?
Go ahead, Adam.
I was just curious, will this live somewhere specific, like full sized, or will it get broken down and sort of moved around all the time?
I'm going to move it around to shows back and forth, but this is only part of what I'm doing. I'm doing a whole G-scale train set for the Dark Side of Eternia. So this is Snake Mountain on the Dark Side of Eternia. That's going to live in a 20-foot by 40-foot building that will be at my haunted attraction. And that way people can kind of, see that, and it'll be just an attraction. And this way it's also a tax write-off.
No, it's great.
Excellent.
Beautiful, Alan. Beautiful.
I made this guy that he attaches to the ceiling in the torture room. It goes over one of the beds. But this is lock line. So it's got
I bought some of that because of you.
and a drill, another claw, but that attaches to the ceiling over the bed, so it looks like they can grab. I don't have any of this set up, but all of it's in here.
Yeah, it's just kind of tossed in for the moment.
Yeah, well, I'm fitting it together and whatnot. So, but it's coming along. It's moving.
When are you trying to finish this by?
I'd like for Snake Mountain to be done by March.
Wow.
I have
How many hours do you get to work on that, Alan? A night or a week? Ballpark.
Let's say 8 to 10 hours, maybe. Well, no, 6 to 8 hours a week, probably.
Nice.
Which is a good chunk of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I work very fast. Like tonight, I built 2 customs and fully painted 1, and so I work very fast. It's sometimes I want to work on something else, you know, and because this is you're eating an elephant one bite at a time. You know, even if I finish something, it's a lot. Whereas a custom, I can sit down in a day. I
feel more accomplished, huh?
Yeah.
Ordering some Varg. Nice.
So this
He's got
is
the
schematic, and you can see what pieces break down. You know, you can see what pieces break down, and then Snake Mountain sits on top of that centerpiece. And Snake Mountain is done already. It's in the other room. I just can't fit it on top because
look at that snake. Holy cow.
It's too tall. Am I far enough back? Can you see it all?
Snake.
Yeah.
Back up just a little bit further real quick. Just the way the position of the phone is. And now give us some of that. Yeah. Like just to get the idea of what that full Snake Mountain portion is going to look like. Now, Alan, do you have a Masterverse Skeletor right there?
I have his throne, but that is an origin Skeletor that I
customized.
Well,
I was just gonna say, why don't you go ahead and do that beautiful thing that we absolutely love? Put him in the snake.
He is in the other room.
Mountain.
Is Snake Mountain in frame right now?
Yeah. All right, Bill.
Night,
well,
Bill.
Thank you for watching, and glad you enjoyed it. This is an every Saturday night affair, and yeah, we're always here for long hours, brother. So, oh man, this is just like my absolute favorite part.
Skeletor can stand in the snake and look.
Yes.
That was important to me.
Dude, that's so great.
It feels so right seeing that him just standing in there.
He can stand in there, and Evelyn can stand next to him if I want. I have he has funky feet on because I like them. But
right. Yeah. That's just part that really does it for me because, you know, we've seen in the show where he's standing in the snake looking out over, you know, that dark side of Eternia, like you said. So finally seeing a Snake Mountain that he stands in like that. I know Skelly's, you know, tried to work on it a bit on his, but man, it works. It's so good.
Can you still see all of Snake Mountain?
Yeah, we can see all of it. Yeah.
Okay. So the figure up here, let me take his standing base off. There's a stairway here. So the figure can come down the steps and out to here.
It's too awesome. So it's going to be kind of like a Dusk Till Dawn where the bar is up top, but underneath is all that other stuff. And that's kind of what you're doing with that.
Well, it's I never thought this playset was a whole freaking mountain. Like it's a hill at best.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
I want it to be laid out like the whole mountain.
It's like the Sandia in Albuquerque. They call it a mountain, but here in Colorado, we see that as a hill.
Right. Well, for me, you know, one of the biggest things, and especially like with Snake Mountain from the 80s, you know, Castle Grayskull, like it had all these play features inside the mountain or inside of the castle, right? Which is great, right? Like, you know, castle does have a lot going on inside. And then you got the Snake Mountain, and it was all exterior play features. It had like one singular interior play feature, which was a trap door that fell into a net. And that was it. Like, with all the cool stuff you had going on the outside, and I mean, sure, there was the microphone, but that's not something your action figure does. That's something that you do. There was just nothing going on the inside. So I really, really enjoyed the upgrades that they made to the Origin Snake Mountain with having that so that it, you know, you added those play features to the interior of Snake Mountain, gave it something to do. And I liked that a lot.
But just having that centerpiece now I can really start working on it because I haven't had the shelf piece. You know, I had that custom made. I got to cut a few doorways. There's 3 doorways that go into it. And then I've got to cut a few doorways into the back. The whole back side will be like the outside of the mountain.
Right.
And
yeah,
top piece,
that's going to
of
look
course,
great.
Rotates. So I think this will be really fun and playable.
I can't wait to get to go to a convention and see it in person.
Oh, yeah.
As it dwarfs me.
Good size Snake Mountain.
Good size. Yeah, it's just good size. You know, heard it was a relatively good size.
Well, if I made one for Mondo's, that would be...
Oh, man. At that point, you better move into it. I'm just going to say, if you were doing that in 1/6 scale, just move into it.
I love that, man. It looks amazing, and I love your presentation. It's very like Doc Brown, like apologizing for the crudity of the model.
Well, yeah, it's
right.
It's very much in progress. You know, it's like the Evil Warriors have just moved; all their crap's still in boxes. You know,
it's
just coming into the space.
That's like lifetime achievement kind of level stuff, man.
It's fun. It's fun.
Even better.
Playing with
I
toys.
freaking love it. I love it.
That's a naked mechanic.
Yeah, he looks kind of cool without the neck and without.
That's a naked neck.
It's a
That's the best head he's ever had. It almost looks like the Macquarie Vader design a little bit.
Yeah, a little
What's
bit.
the inspiration for that? What character was he merged with, if any?
I don't think he was merged with. They've just altered the designs for the Turtles of Grayskull Motu characters because they were mostly mutations.
He looks like Super Owl, like.
Yeah.
And I can't think of any Owl characters from TMNT, but I could be wrong. There might be.
I think the inspiration with Mech isn't cool and needs to look a lot cooler.
Yeah.
And they did it.
Well, it's just they did the same with Clamp Champ. He's just like Snake Armor Clamp Champ. Yeah.
Which I love, by the way. Like,
dude,
honestly,
I'm excited. I'm happy with that one. I've already done a couple 3D prints of a little bit better head for Clamp Champ.
So always good to get better head.
Better head, yeah. So can't wait for the new one to come out because I'm gonna replace that look. You know.
Yeah, Bud mentions that not now, but there is a character called Pigeon Pete. One of the Mutanimals. Well, at least by the 2012 series, they made him one of the Mighty Mutanimals. Yeah, I dig it. I like that look
He's more
a lot.
Aerodynamic for sure.
Well, because, you know, he wants to have his head flying, I guess.
Almost like the Rocketeer.
A little bit. And I like that because I love the Rocketeer. All right. I did want to get back to some of the chat here. Or at least I thought I did.
You don't know what
I'm it got away from me a little bit. Here it is. This is what I want to bring up. Motu Guru was asking, Curtis, will you be doing an eye painting tutorial? I'm deathly afraid of painting eyes. Curtis, take it away.
Let me tell you, I just did a 3-part series on painting eyes. So yeah, it's
he
on the
knew
channel.
You were going to
right now.
ask that. That's why he already was prepared.
Yep.
Yeah. Figured I would just let. And now, when you did that painting tutorial, you didn't do it in the way you would typically do a tutorial, because the way you do eyes, you had to explain it in a different way. Care to?
Yeah, I mean, I actually had like drawn some eyes on some like cardstock and was explaining the process on that so that you could see it, because 1/12 eyes, if I was to actually paint them and try to film it, it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to actually see what I'm actually working on. So I just did it on a kind of bigger scale, but I broke down all the different steps for it. So
I enjoy doing eyes. It's kind of weird. A lot of people hate it. I really like doing eyes.
Yeah, I don't mind them at all. The flesh tones is usually where I get a little frustrated sometimes, just trying to get the right
layers.
Yeah, just the layers, the depth, the highlights, making sure you get everything right. Especially Caucasian skin tones are just very difficult with a lot of
white people.
Yeah, I know.
Don't want to look too
tones
pink or
100%
too
easier.
orange.
Please say more.
Almost all of my skin tone customs are done with an airbrush. I just prime them, paint the flesh tone on with the airbrush, and then go in and do all the detail with brushes afterwards.
See,
I had a habit of the skin ending up looking kind of lumpy as I was trying to do, probably because I buy some cheaper paints.
Thin it out, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
that's the layers though. Like one cheek would look good and the other one would look like he had acne, or something like that. So with the airbrush, boom, no problem. Nice, smooth, even skin tone all the way across, and then I can worry about the rest later.
My favorite thing with skin tone is just mixing it. I don't like buying a flesh colored paint. I like just doing the red, white, and yellow, and getting a little brown and mixing it myself and getting it just right. I love doing that. That part of it's fun to me. Mixing the paints to get what I want.
Right.
Yeah, I usually start with just kind of a basic skin tone. Like if I'm doing a Caucasian, I'll start with like a Kislev flesh. I mean, I'll put a base, like a kind of a reddish color down, but then for like the skin tone itself, I'll start with like a Kislev, but then I will definitely mix, whether it's red or yellow or brown or blue or whatever, to get it to the shade that I'm looking for. I rarely ever just use something straight out of the bottle.
Yeah. Even though it's a lot easier to do that, because then you can match that color. When you're doing it the way I do it, it's like, oh shit, I don't know the combo.
Well, yeah, it makes it difficult when somebody then asks you, well, how did you do that? There was like 50 steps, and I can't really recite it. I would have to do it all over again.
All right, here we go. Bud's already on it. He says Brocketeer, Turtles of Grayskull, Mecha Neck Head, Rio Blast, Torso, Arms, and Legs, which we'll be getting. A lot of people are really excited to see Rio Blast coming up in a week. The Snout Spout Harness and Tank Backpack, and then a pistol.
There you go.
Just like that. Bud already laid out all the parts you need to make a Rocketeer for your Masters Universe. So
had a good edible tonight. He's like all over the place with his creativity. No,
if you cut the fork part off of Frogmonger's pistol, it's a great Rocketeer pistol.
There you go. Yeah. Oh man.
It's got the fin on the back.
Norris Blast. Yes, the Chuck Norris. Actually, I always pictured him a little bit more like the Charlie Bronson of Motu.
So, gang, I'm gonna head out. It is midnight. I have a lot of running around to do. I have gargoyles to finish tomorrow. So,
you're in Central Time too?
Yes, Dallas, Texas.
Ah, nice. I'm in Missouri. I'm also on Central, and I was getting ready to drop off myself. So,
gotcha. Well, you guys are awesome. Thanks for allowing me to hang out.
Later, Alan.
You are awesome, Alan.
Woo-hoo. All right, I will see you guys next week, if not earlier.
All right, buddy. Have a good one, Alan.
All right, Alan. Yeah. Take care, brother. Curtis, thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate having you here every week. What do you got coming up for us?
I'm on somebody else's stream tomorrow morning, so I need to go get some sleep. I have nothing on my channel tomorrow. It's only the second day in the first 4 weeks that I've had my channel that I haven't had something drop. So nothing tomorrow, but I'll have some new stuff coming up this week.
Wait a minute. You told us last week the key was every day.
That I'm trying to keep up that pace as much as possible. Unfortunately, the one that I was working on today requires the thing that I'm working on to sit overnight, and so it's going to have to be it'll be Monday before it comes out. So
we don't want excuses, we want results.
I know. I'm sorry. Duly noted.
Hey, Ed's just letting you know. All right.
Right. I'm just saying what everybody else is thinking. That's all.
I really do appreciate all the support, though. I mean, it's been a wild ride. 4 weeks, we're already at like 1,200 subscribers. It's been going crazy. So I appreciate all the love.
It's awesome, man.
Right on.
Absolutely.
Have a good night.
Well, we've enjoyed being on the journey. So
thank you very much.
Right. Later, Curtis.
Later.
Take care, Curtis.
All right. There was the blaster for you.
All right. Now that he's gone, I want to show off my work. So no, I'm kidding. I had nothing to do with Curtis. I'm finally messing around with the video game figure packs.
Nice.
I need to get another one of them orc packs, by the way.
Meaning like you just opened them?
Yeah. So I made a New Year's resolution to
they've
open
only
my
been out for a year and a half. So I mean, it's like, that seems
well. So my New Year's resolution was to open all the army builders that I buy and just have sitting and not doing anything in package. And I was actually looking for some Vargs and stumbled across the video game figures and realized that I hadn't opened any of them. So I've spent the last few days, like after I get off of work, I try to crack one open. So I got this guy today, and man, what a cool figure. I don't know, but I really like this build, kind of a wild barbarian orc look. And it's pretty slick.
Yeah, that's a great head paint.
I think I need to pick up another orc set from the video game.
That pack is fantastic. You get 2 torsos, you get like the arms, you get a bunch of heads.
Yeah.
Like, you can even mix and match that with some of the more generic non-orc army builders if you want to build out more orcs. So
absolutely.
I had a couple night builders or like whatever builders that I didn't really care for. They were just kind of in my collection, and they got orc heads or an arm or whatever to sort of add that green flesh tone to the figure to just make it it's an orc now. And so that was but that builder pack is great. All those builder packs,
all of them. I was gonna say the elf ones surprisingly impressed me. Like they're super fun to mess with.
They have the goblin torso in there too, so you can actually kind of build out more goblins if you want through that.
And it's not an exact color match for Swig, but it's pretty close. Swig's is, I think, the same color just with a dark wash on it, so it's really close. So I was thinking some Swig boots might make it onto an elf in the future. So.
I got one of those when I decided, like, after I got Tharnog, I was like, all right, I need to get like a horde going. So I got like one regular Orc Legion builder, and I wanted to get like bare-chested orcs. So I ended up getting that pack as well and built out. Now it's like I've got a small party of orcs, but I kind of think I want like at least 2 more. So I may just have to go ahead and grab a few more.
Yeah, they're still on Big Bad Toy Store.
Yep. So. Well, that's where I got the last one. Or no. Yeah. Was it Big Bad Toy? Yeah, it was Big Bad Toy Store. I got that. And then I picked up a couple of the regular ones from Terrence. He was actually at IshCon when he was hunting those down for me. He got me a Lithia at IshCon. That's what it was. Because I couldn't find a Lithia anymore.
You too. I don't know. They've got some of those builder packs still left.
Oh, right on. Yeah, well, I didn't realize they had those figures at Legion's Con. I would have grabbed some.
Right, yeah, because they were right there on the table.
I totally missed
right by. I almost grabbed the female orc builder pack, but I was like, no, just like I said, I the way I spent at Legion's Con was very much not for myself. It was mostly for everybody else. So that was
Well,
it was just a fun experience, and I got to share it with other people that way. People
Mythic
who weren't
Legions
able to
and
come.
popping and swapping and all the, I don't know, just everything you can do with the parts. I mean, these are just some leftover parts from, builds that I was doing while we were doing the show. Hey, how's it going? It's a lot of fun to swap all these parts together and see what looks cool and what colors
That's
go together and stuff. So
that was a male vampire head?
no, the female, the vampire Legion
Don't
builder.
have any. Vampire
builder.
Don't have any female vampire Legion builder. Well, really, honestly, all of my vampires are named vampires, except for the one vampire phalanx, which I want to order two more of.
Yeah, like I said, I've bought a lot of Legion builders over the years, and they just sat in boxes. And I never do New Year's resolutions because I don't change. I'm just me. I change when I feel like it. I guess the year changing to a different number doesn't inspire me to do things. But they were doing New Year's resolutions on Offworld, so I was like, I need to come up with something for the show. And I was like, I need to open my Legion builders and build up my armies on my shelves because they've just been sitting. And so that's something I've been slowly working on. And that vampire was one of them. I've got those with the Vargs, like holding the reins to a Varg. So,
well, like I've decided, like I've got the one Varg, and I like him riding with Desabolus, but I like the idea of Desabolus being kind of a Beastmaster for Ilithia's brood.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get another one of these Primal Kilowurgs, and I'm gonna see if I can manage to fit. I've still got to buy the retailer exclusive Jacob Marley. I'm going to try to see if I can work that harness around this body and then have them attached by chains to Desabolus and him with his pack of dogs.
That would be cool. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Did you guys got that Primal Kilowurg? I think Ed, I got the
Night Hunter.
You got the Night Hunter?
Yeah.
Did you find the lower joints, like the hips and knees, to be loose?
My ankles are loose.
Yeah.
Solid, tight, amazing. Like I am having no issues at all with my Kilowurg. And I'm feeling extremely lucky because I have seen what people have been having issues with these. Not necessarily the Primal Kilowurg, but the similar sculpt from, other lines, really. I have not had any issues, and I love it. And by the way, that is an amazing figure there, Thanos. Where did you get that one?
The amazing Joe G.
Thank you, Joe. Yes.
I've been having a lot of fun with her. She's like the queen of my horde, and
nice.
Work view.
Gotta say, when you get a package from Joe G, it is an amazing present to have. Period.
Totally.
Joe is one of the absolute best.
Thank you,
And
Joe.
I think Bud ends up feeling that way about us every time he gets a Four Horsemen package. He's like, oh, them guys from the Clubhouse. Menhuza saying hello, and Mikey saying perfect throne, right? Like it really.
I've had this throne forever, and I put it together to put her in it. Thank you again, Joe, since you're back on the screen.
Oh yeah, you're very welcome. It's one of those figures that I bought to do a custom on, and the figure ended up being so rare that I would feel bad breaking her and painting her, for a custom. So she's just been sitting in a drawer for a few years. I stumbled across her the other day. So
how's she looking next to your big old orcs?
She's good. I mean, she's not as big as them, but she looks good with them. I'll go grab one.
That's cool.
All right.
Real quick, Oz. I went ahead. Your idea of putting the Fisher Rice head on the retailer exclusive Jacob Marley.
Man, that looks good.
Oh,
It actually looks pretty
That
darn
looks
good.
solid. Yeah.
Yeah, I might
I'm digging that.
have to get
Oh, that's
another
awesome.
retailer exclusive Jacob Marley to display like this. So that looks pretty sweet.
Like, I just pictured him as like this Victorian era naval captain, like with Attila's head over top of it. So like from a ghost ship.
Right.
And I was dead on with that idea because that looks great.
Oh yeah, and the yellow eyes really pop, with all the colors and everything. So yeah,
he needs a translucent blue tri-peak hat now.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
man, yeah.
The tricorn would look great on him for sure.
You get a nice little resin one on that. Oh, Thanos is showing off size comparison here. You know what though? I think that works. I like that.
Yeah.
That actually works well. Her being a little bit smaller in stature. Like she's got these really buff guards for the queen. Like that's awesome.
I took a picture of her riding the D20 wolf with the horde flag waving in the back.
Yeah.
All right. So Matthew Matson does, he's putting this out there. Joe G's package is amazing. That's what she said.
Did she? I never heard her say that. Huh.
Look, that's for you to take up with your girlfriend, Joe. Maybe when you pick her up for work. Get it
I'm not
recording.
I'm not going to ask because I don't like to be sad. So.
Oh, okay. All right. So I wanted to bring this up from Faker Battlecat. He was saying, what was the best figures on the ISS last week? What did you guys get? So first off, when you're mentioning what is the best figures from the ISS, from the in-stock sale, not the International Space Station for people who don't know. There's no right answer to that question because there's also no wrong answer to that question. When you're buying from them, it's whatever you're like, whatever is doing it for you. That was the best figure on the ISS last week. If you were one of the people who managed to grab a snag within like the first 10 seconds of the sale, that was probably your best figure, right? If you were just going in for those, brick, just got to rub it in a little, but I love it. I love it when you rub it in.
I was going to open it, but
so
I got lazy.
Open it. Free that. So yeah, when you're asking us like what the best figures are, it's anything that you purchased, anything that tickled your fancy, and for any reason that you wanted to buy it, no matter what that is. If you bought figures for custom fodder, fine, that was the best, and that's absolutely it. Now, asking what did you guys get last week? Well, for me, I managed to grab the brown leather Armory Knight, the black one. I grabbed a extra Ninian infantry. And then I also grabbed an extra Gaspar because I love his sausage. I mean, I needed I wanted to have like a standard monk, and then I wanted to build the pugilist dwarf. The only problem is I'm like 2 lower arms away from it, and like that's the figure that has those arms, the ones that I want for that. So I picked up an extra one of those, and then like immediately after, I was still like, oh shit, I wanted to get the freaking Cosmic Legions. I've decided I'm just gonna get that Cosmic Legions 2-pack, and because I want that extra head anyway, the vampire head that comes with that one. And I'll probably still try to pick up another Armory Knight or two if that sale's still going on by Friday. Because
they said that the Armory Knights won't be at shows, so my expectation is that they're just going to leave them up on the site until they sell out.
Yeah, which is fine. Because, I mean, realistically, aside from like a limited time release like the Figure Obscura, there we go. Brain not working. So Figure Obscura, where it's kind of like a limited time purchase type thing that they do for those. Everything else that they've had up on, lately, it's like been up there until it sells out. So there is a lot of stuff. I'm glad like Vampire Phalanx are still up there because I was just saying to Joe, I kind of want to build out my vampire ranks a little bit. So I'm glad that that's still available. I'm not worried about buying any other skeletons right now because Necronominus is about to hit, so all that's coming in. Once that comes in stock, then I'm probably going to be buying some more of them. Might want to grab myself another. I guess I don't really need. I might want one more Maxilius. But there were a couple things I took off of my original Necronominus pre-order, just because I was worried about when it would ship, and we were coming up on Legions Con, and I know they were expecting it by Legions Con, and then it got pushed back. So I just need to pre-order a couple of items that I had taken off for that. But yeah, when it comes to Legions, though, there's really you can't go wrong. You just can't.
I could go through my order real quick. Well,
go ahead, Joe. Go ahead.
It won't be that quick, but
we're going to be here for another couple of hours, Joe. Go ahead.
It's not that much, but I did get a Armory Knights all in, so now I have every build with those figures that are coming. I have every build from the Armory Knights, so I'll have a complete collection again, and that pressure is off of that I put on myself is off of me. So, and then I ordered a Clavius because I think he's going to color match with the AL25 Toylanta exclusive.
Yeah.
And I think that would be a really cool pop and swap to do, like, with the full, skin tone matching. So I got one of those. I got two more Ninian infantry, just because they're cool and I like them and I like the army build. I got a Gaspar, a Garwich, and then the two Tusk experiment. So I got one of each of the standard versions of the con exclusives.
Mm-hmm.
And then another Ghost of Christmas Past, because I've been seeing people do the Tavern Winch build with using that body, and I want to do like my version of it, try it out and see how it works. So I ordered another one of those. So that's all I got. See, not even that much.
Not that much.
Mm.
Hey, Kenny, what was it that you picked up from the in-stock sale?
I put two things in my cart and then I swiped up.
Yeah.
I
So
was very
when you were
proud of
asking about,
myself.
he's proud of himself. The rest of us were a little sad with disappointment.
I just,
But the ability to resist is commendable.
Yeah, totally. Respect.
So
I didn't get anything out of the in-stock sale either, but
I was
There's
planning on
some-
getting nothing, and then I did the
I was gonna
opposite.
say-
the opposite. Yeah.
yeah, Brick. How well did that nothing work out for you?
Yeah, I mean, I ended up getting two of the Gaspars because apparently I guess I like sausage too. And then the experiment AA20. I love that body type. The head is beautiful. The paint job on the head is beautiful. But that Novian Lean figure is I think just like a great body for like sci-fi troop kind of generic dudes.
Mm-hmm.
And so I like maybe getting it in a different color, and then might even do the one you just mentioned, the Atlanta one, because it's similar.
Oh yeah. I want to get a couple of the Toy Atlanta exclusives because, like I said, just for me, like I've talked about my NECA Xenomorphs, right? And like now I kind of want to like just troop build out some Mythic Legion, or rather 4 Horsemen, I'll say stylized Space Marines.
Yeah,
So gonna need some extra heads and a couple of extra body parts, swap out for arms, so I can have a very
that $10 pack that
yeah,
they were selling it's like perfect for that, arms and a
yep,
the not Zendy head.
Right.
And boom, you've got another, trooper and stuff. And what's nice about the Atlanta one that I like is that the exclusive parts, they're cool, but they're not like super important to the figure. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because it's just that third head, the stun baton, and the shield. Mind you, I like those, so I do want those.
I do want,
but I
one
can
set
also
of those.
wait.
But they were they were my least favorite build parts of the things that came with them personally.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I can at least wait for the standard version to get multiples, because that standard version is not going to have those 3 pieces. And like I just said, I don't necessarily need those.
Yeah.
I'd rather have some more human looking heads that I can pop on them. And then I might just try to tunnel through the basement and see if I can find where my xenomorphs are and do a small display of that. Like I said,
I was just gonna say I am definitely not gonna get the exclusive one. I don't need the shield and the baton, but
you want that figure.
The retail one will be, or whatever they're calling it, will be perfect.
Yeah, the regular release, right? Yeah, because it's an outstanding figure, though. Speaking of things we're excited about for this year, I'm still not planning on going to Toylanta. But I am stupid excited about that exclusive figure.
Mm-hmm. The which one is that one?
Zolocon?
ATL 20.
ATL 25. That's the one.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, a lot of people are calling it the not roadblock or the not heavy duty.
It's the camouflage army
GI Joe one. You're right. Yeah. The camouflaged army one. Like I said, to me, he reminds me so much, especially with that camo deco of the Space Marine uniform deco from Aliens, and it hit a lot of right buttons when I woke up that morning and saw that. I was like, oh shit. Yeah.
Did you ever think they were going to go that route? I mean, that's so different from what they're used to.
Well, they didn't even call it a mythic or a cosmic, so I mean that's
right. It's not mythic, it's not cosmic, just a special release,
just a con release, like a con special.
Yeah, like what they did with Demistros.
Yeah, exactly.
It's something that fits the con. Yeah.
It's
perfect. I think it's super smart of them, just in terms of we're always kind of talking about reaching out to new collectors and new buyers and letting them know what a Horseman figure's like.
Ken
super smart.
Ken
not roadblock at the not PowerCon convention. Well, it is. It's PowerCon and Toylanta.
You know what's funny is that the Toylanta exclusive. Oh god, I'm mixing this up. What was it? What was the faker AWOC figure? He was supposed to be
Felonious.
He was supposed to be at Joe Lana, was it? Yeah, he was supposed to be at Joe Lana, and it was that's the we were talking about it last week, how that's the Joe one, but the exclusive's a little bit more Motu like, and then this one is more of the I don't know, it's going to be PowerCon, so it's a little bit more Motu leaning, but it's going to have a Joe like exclusive.
Yeah,
but I just I was bummed to hear that Felonious isn't going to make it, but I just heard that tonight actually from PGG.
So at least we'll have the Flipper Frank version, right? We'll have the Flipper Baker. What's his name again?
Is he going to be at that show?
No, I'm just saying we'll get him sometime.
Yeah. I mean, the figure's coming, just not coming for that con.
Right. You're still going to get a Felonious. He just won't be ready in time.
Welcome, Ken. Welcome, John.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, crap. John's here. I got to go. We're not
Rick.
Clubhouse together ever.
I only show up for Brick.
This was one of the best parts earlier. He'd put up the comment, and we were deep in a discussion at the time, and I wasn't able to bring it up quick enough and then forgot to go back to it. But it was one of those ones I mentioned. There's a comment back here I wanted to go to, and I knew that was one of them. Well, I'm remembering it now. But he said, if you're still going to be here, I'll be on 30 minutes. I was going to say, Brick, you've at least got to hang on for at least 30 minutes.
I know. I've totally been yawning too. I'm kind of fading.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway.
You were up early with me this morning, Brick. So.
And
yeah.
And Ken,
And we've got Ken. Well,
Ken's bots
more
are here.
importantly, what do we have? Talking about things that we were excited about very early on in the stream. I mentioned that we've got this beauty coming, the Hailstorm, which will be launched at Joe Fest this year.
Different
and these are
packaging,
actual
so cool.
factory samples.
That's correct. Now you'll see Steve join the chat because I sent him the link and said, "Hey, watch me make a fool of myself on camera," because he was supposed to send these. Well, first off, the factory sent them to him for a look-see, and then before he could ship them to me, the shipping strike happened. So these just arrived to me on Wednesday, and yeah. So basically, what you see here is the pre-production process for the blue Hailstorm, which is, we're calling it Serpent Blue. We can't call it Cobra Blue. But what's really cool here is you get to see the uncolored test shot here, which is basically the first test shot that they do in the tool shop. Because when they do the steel mold, the tooling for the steel molds, that doesn't happen in the factory right away. They do that in an offsite tool shop before they send the big tooling over to the factory. So this is kind of like where you make a bunch of comments and everything. Like the fittings are not really dialed in. You'll see that the waist is kind of loose. We hadn't made the hose removable yet at the time. The wheels were virtually stuck. Like they will turn, but you got to push them with your finger. So this is kind of a really cool thing to get. And if you look, I mean, it's not going to show up here on camera, but the elbow fitting wasn't. My camera won't focus, but the elbow fitting was kind of janky on this particular one. And this is just the tool shop using whatever color plastic is in their machine at the time, and no deco, nothing. This here is what's called the EP sample, which is the engineering pilot. And this is like with the full colors. This is like your first look at the colors and all the tampo and all the decos and everything on it. And again, the wheels were stuck on this one as well. So we end up fixing that. And then the final sample was called the final engineering pilot, or the FEP. In our particular case, we didn't end up changing the colors at all. Usually you make a few tweaks here and there, but in our case, we basically only fixed the stuck wheels. And in this case, you get the full packaging deal and everything. That's why I didn't bother opening this one. But you do also, with the EP sample, in our case, you do get the blank packaging. So for those curious about the process, these are the usual 3 steps that you review when you're doing your line of figures. So yeah, that's the process of the blue Hailstorm. And if anyone's curious about the gray one, the test shot's basically the same because it's just the colorless version. But with the gray version, here's the EP sample of the gray version. So you can see the EP samples.
Oh, nice.
But what happens is, so this is the first color, first colored and decoed sample. I should make that very clear. What Steve ended up doing is darkening the gray a little bit on this. This gray currently matches our Dark Shadows gray. But what ended up happening was he felt that the other Dark Shadows figures that we have, there's a lot of deco on them, whereas this one has a lot more open spots of gray. So he ended up darkening it just to give it a more badass kind of look, right? So that's the EP sample. And in between the T1 and the EP sample, this is actually not a review step, but the factory had extra, so they sent them to us. They wouldn't normally send this to us for review. That's simply called the color test, which basically is just trying to get the colors right in the factory's machines. So
right, which parts are going to print in which color.
Correct, yeah. And on the rare occasion, if there's basically no issues with this and you review it over video and you're like, well, everything's great, they might send you this instead in lieu of this. But usually you have a ton of comments on this. You incorporate it on this, you deco it up, and then you send this. And then you do the packaged one after. So that's kind of a look-see of the behind the scenes process. But there's really a lot here because like the Gatling guns, they do spin and you can take them out. And we might look to do something with that, like make an actual cannon when you take it out and everything. These backpacks come off, and the gun belts come off as well. And these backpacks have a peg that fit 3 3/4 inch figures. I tried them on both our Delta 17 figures and on the call sign longbow figures themselves. So this is kind of a cool, neat feature here and there, and you can kind of see the toe hooks on the back here.
Do you have a figure, a Delta 17 fig
To compare
around
the
you?
size. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was actually I initially left them upstairs, but then I realized I've got some back here as well. At least I have some army builders that I can show you. So that's going to be the height by comparison.
Nice. Okay.
So
Okay.
the gray more or less matches, but he ended
Mm-hmm.
up darkening it anyway. So yeah, we were talking a bit about like, are they too short? Are they not? But they're supposed to be, like, just by the very design, like even the 2D design of this, from like back in 2020, Steve had already drawn them up to be pretty short. So yeah,
Right,
I mean,
because they're supposed to be like more like remote drones. So
that's correct, right? They can be. Let's see, the bio on the back. It's funny. I wrote this. You'd think I would actually remember this. They can be remotely controlled or through AI auto targeting. So yeah, that's what we got. So if
So
anybody
what you're
wants
telling
to know
me
anything.
is I can have like Rooster run up and rip the backpack off of one of these guys, rip his arm off, and use it as a Gatling gun. Is what I heard.
If he's roided up and has full roid rage, yes, Rooster can absolutely do that.
I'm just picturing like him going into like some kind of Native American warrior trance and being like, gotta save the day. Let me go ahead and rip this thing off.
Well, that would work even better. So
Right.
Yeah.
Call to his heritage a little bit.
Yep, absolutely. So yeah. Actually, in between these two steps, and Brick, you can tell me if they do something different for AWOC. There's something called a VSP, like a vendor sample pilot, which is actually like in a more advanced test shot that they do like at the factory, and that's usually when the fittings are a little bit more tightened on this thing. And if there's not too many issues, or if there's not too many issues on the initial test shot, then they'll send you the VSP instead of the test shot, is what they'll do. So there's a step in between there, but usually you'll get the test shot or the VSP, one or the other, not both. Then you'll get the EP and the FEP. Is usually the three stages you have for review. In Steve's case, what they ended up doing was he happened to hit the factory when they weren't super busy, so they didn't actually even send him the test shot. By the time they sent him the test shot, the two EPs were already they had time to actually do up the EPs as well, and they just sent this for fun. And he made all his comments on the EPs, and then he did his comments on the test shot remotely, just on video and everything. But that's partly why the wheels were stuck, because most things were good on it. But other than the wheels being stuck and us making an 11th hour change on the colors of the hailstorm, it ended up being pretty good. So that's our behind the scenes process. I'm certainly no expert or guru at any of this. Think of me as a master's student doing my thesis. I'm not the professor by any means whatsoever. So yeah.
So Steve does mention, don't give out any clues. Like, look, I have no inside information on this. I just want to make that absolutely clear. But as soon as Ken said the backpack can come off and it fits in other O-ring figures, that's the first thing I thought about. Somebody just running in, ripping one of the arms off and putting the backpack on and being like, I'm going.
You mentioned the
pretty good.
The hitches on the back. Go ahead. No, I want to see that for sure.
So you
go
got
for the articulation.
Full bicep swivel and everything. You've got the swivel left.
Very good.
Yeah. So you've got the full range of motion on the arms. The thing doesn't have legs. And to Rick, to kind of touch on your point, there's the toe hooks on there and the toe hooks on here.
Yeah, so it can be kind of lifted by air.
Yeah, airlifted. In case you're going to do a helicopter or anything to that sort.
Nice.
If anyone has any ideas, check out Brick News sometime in January of last year for an ad hoc on the spot announcement of a helicopter that we weren't planning to announce, but we said, we'll be nice because we like Brick. So
sure.
Yeah.
No, it's cool looking, man. I dig the idea of those things, and I hope that people actually army build them. That'd be rad.
Yeah, that's the idea. Now we have less of these blue ones in production than we do with the grays, because when we polled our audience, most of them said they prefer the gray. Most of them said, "Oh, I'll buy multiple grays. I just want one blue." Then I realized that's our hardcore audience. Like a few months later, I was like, "Oh wait, but there's a whole hardcore GI Joe audience out there that doesn't know about Delta 17 that might jump all over the blues." So now we're starting to think, "Damn, should we have made more?" Should we do a second production run? But we'll find out, because these, along with our Joe Fest exclusive, and yes, the Joe Fest exclusive is a separate 2-pack, will all debut at Joe Fest. The initial plan was for these to debut a bit earlier, but then we realized we could get them on the same shipment. So we're just going to get everything going for
consolidate that shipping.
Hell yeah.
Well, it's interesting because we knew the tooling and everything was done. We thought they were going to get all the parts into production and just kind of like assemble it after Chinese New Year. But we're hearing from the factory that we're actually going to be able to assemble them before Chinese New Year, maybe even get them in packaging and then ship them out as soon as Chinese New Year is done, which is great.
Oh, nice.
Right. Oh,
that's
actually,
fantastic.
No, that's not true. They'll probably pallet them and put them aside first, and then finish the Joe Fest exclusive 2-pack and then ship them out together. It just becomes a question of whether or not they send them here to Canada, or whether they send them to our fulfillment center first. Right. Oh, that's right. We have a weapons pack. Shoot, I have a prototype set of the weapons pack upstairs, but that's basically re-releases of some of the weapons we have. And I think
nice.
And I think Death Sparrow's weapon is a slightly different color. At least some of the decos. Yeah, they're going to be between $5 and $7 a weapons pack, and we'll have 12 weapons inside. So yeah,
that's great. I can definitely see myself getting like a weapons pack or two
just
to have on hand. Not like I've lost any of the weapons or any. Like I've still even got Rooster's extra antenna. Like I haven't lost a single piece.
Worst case, put it in his other hand. Worst case.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like, how cool would it be to have Death Sparrow rocking the two, Tommy gun kind of style?
Get some.
Right? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking, man. Because she is just one badass man. Oh, Brick, you have your hand up, sir.
Sorry, man. PGG.
Yeah, no, it gets in you, right?
The connection point. What's the connection point at the waist?
It's just stuck. Like we can't take it out. It's just a swivel. Right. Unless
I was just wondering if, like, for the future, if you guys ended up doing like a lower body, or for reuse, or
if we reuse it, and we've talked about it, what will likely happen is we'll just make a completely different figure.
Sure.
We'll do it that way.
Because I'm thinking about that gun too. Like you said, if you could fit that on another figure's backpack, you could do it another gun that has the same.
I'm actually wondering now if we can if he did make a change to be able to make these remove. I don't want to pull it apart. I can't. No. Pulling the force like this, because every now and then Steve will make a change and be like, "Oh, actually, Ken, I forgot to tell you, but we made this change just before we shipped it out." I'm like, "Oh, that's cool." Just like right now, he's saying we're going to send most of it to the fulfillment center in the U.S. and a smaller portion headed to Canada. That's a recent discussion that they've had probably just this week. So. Yeah,
this is actually a really cool detail right here. I'm digging this. Like, you guys are actually able to get it sent straight from the factory to the fulfillment center, so that will hopefully save Steve from having to do a lot of ferrying across borders back and forth time and time again and all like that.
Because last time he physically, or no, not physically, he paid for a truck to get everything from Canada to the fulfillment center, and then in this particular case, we'll have options. Then we can either have the fulfillment center send the stuff to Joe Fest, just like they do for really professional brands like AWOC. But for those of us that are a little bit more ghetto, they're absolutely detachable. There you go. The tooling shop tightened them a bit too much. Not sure if we'll be able to detach the top and the bottom. Yeah, I mean, I did notice, Steve, that on the test shot, it's pretty loosey-goosey, and then as soon as they go to the color shot, it's a bit tighter, and then you get to the test shot or to the EP, it's about the same, but they're pretty tight on there. So yeah, he'll have the option to either have it sent from the fulfillment center to Joe Fest, or if something lightens up at the border, we'll be able to actually just card them across on our own. So yeah, so.
And he also says that he would rather it be too tight than too loose. So he didn't get on him about it. And you know what? I got to agree with you. Like, you don't want it to.
You don't want anything too loose. You got to
not too loose.
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about?
Action figures.
Don't worry about it, John. Don't worry about it. Totally toys.
They're still trying to explain. Anyways, yeah.
What do you mean too loose?
Yeah. So,
see previous episodes, conversations about things that,
And if you want to snip this whole clip into an upload on your own channel, Oz, go ahead and I will share it. So
Okay, yeah, I'll have to try and do that. Yeah, just give a quick breakdown of the hailstorm here because
Looks good, Ken. Looks good, Steve. Ken.
yeah, Adam and Brick, do you guys have kind of a similar process with Jason and AWOC in your factory? Is it kind of the same, or
talk to this guy?
We don't use nearly as formal language as you highly professional people do.
Actually, I wonder if maybe that does happen, but because it's happening between
Jason doesn't filter
Vector and
it down to
Jason,
you
right?
guys.
I don't know how it ends up getting communicated. No, I don't
it's
know.
We don't have
interesting because
abbreviations for like the versions of things.
it's
that
interesting though because you guys go through Dave, and he's a former Hasbro employee. We go through Joseph; he's also a former Hasbro employee, and then Lenny uses these terms when he does the live streams, and it's just one of those things that I thought everyone used those terms. So, but then I talked to Ace at Ramen, and when I asked him, he goes, "Yeah, Ken, here's how it works. That's a test shot. That's a test shot. That's a test shot. That's a test shot." That's what he calls it. Everything's just a test shot. When I talk to Joseph, he's just and I say, "Hey, the colored test shot." He'll be like, "You mean the EP or the FEP or the colored sample?" I'll be like, "What?" And he'll be like, "You can't call it a test shot if it didn't come from the mold shop. It's only a test shot. It comes from the mold shop and before the tooling is shipped off to the factory." I'm like, "What?"
Dang.
So, yeah.
Cool
That's
story,
true
bro.
unless your mold shop is within the factory.
Yes, but then you'd just be moving it within, like in a different room in the factory, a different place in the factory. You're right, though. That's a good point. So
It's just different phases of things.
yeah.
Hashtag test shot for the chat.
The funniest thing is that Steve was actually getting a little frustrated with me yesterday because I was bugging our project manager. Is that the Gladiator version of Atreyu?
Ken, do you have some coffee tonight, Ken?
Why?
Yeah, it is.
Does I sound excited?
Yeah, I love it. Your energy is crazy high.
It's because I'm not on camera right now, right?
This guy wants to meet this rooster guy of
Yeah.
yours, but yeah,
No,
this is the Gladiator Atreyu.
No, Steve basically says just do away with all the terms, Ken. And I'm like, no, one day I'd like to make a video about the entire process of all this from a 3 3/4 inch perspective, and it'd be cool to actually do this. And yeah, it'd just be great to at least have I don't know, just to at least get some of the terminology right. But the thing is, I'd like to confirm if like Mattel uses the same terminology, because if they don't, then I'm just using Hasbro terminology without ever having worked with Hasbro. They don't? Oh.
No, I've talked to different people, and different people have different. When I use certain terms, they're like, "What do you mean? What step of the process is that?" So it's every
It's not a
individual has
universal
different-
language.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
weird.
And I know some
bet
people
you a lot of that might be based off of what factory it's coming out of, or maybe just again even who the project manager might be.
Yeah, and I know that some people might notice in the chat that Bobby Valla did a video on this very recently. I think it might have even been earlier today, and he goes through it and uses a lot of the same terms. And I'm like, oh, good. But then I remember he's also former Hasbro, which means he would use the same terms, right? So it's good to get some consistency out there, but I do worry that, like now that Adam's telling me Mattel doesn't use those terms. What if McFarlane doesn't use those terms? And here I am saying test shot, VSP, EP, FEP, color test, all the stuff that may not mean a whole lot to a lot of people. I might just be reading off one specific textbook. You know what I mean?
Look, I didn't realize that the toy industry had more acronyms than the government.
You know, has more acronyms? Teaching does, man. All those freaking committees.
Hey, whatever. Look,
that's just the alphabet, John.
Oh, dang it! I didn't learn that one yet.
I have articulation, Brick.
Was that?
I have articulation on my Mondo.
I was just reading that.
Yeah, War Chest's comment here.
Yeah. This Nightwolf that I opened up tonight, more Storm, it's cool. Like, it's again a completely different articulation scheme or whatever. But as long as I can, if I see something and I want him to do it and I can do it, I'm happy. Like, I love these. I've always loved Storm, but he can't quite do some of this stuff, but it works.
It's not like
Whatever
his
works.
articulation is bad. Like it's good. It's work.
Who's this? Oh, this is rad,
Yes.
but
Yeah,
but
on
yeah,
Storm.
no, these are great. But
I'm
just
sorry.
saying, it's
AWOC has me holding up to like a certain level of posability. Like you got Mafex and AWOC, like to me are at like the top for articulation, looking good with the sculpt, not breaking it anywhere. You know, and then it kind of like just goes down from there, depending on what toy line and where it's from and the build of the character and
Sexy
all like
ice,
that.
baby.
Sexy ice. I want to see more. I want to make sure it's not just a one-off with that one sweet figure.
Doesn't seem to be.
Yeah, and
Ken, I was
Jada Toys up there pretty good too.
I gotta
Totally.
duck out. I gotta go.
Yeah, what's going on? Adam?
Good night,
Thanks
Adam.
for being here, Adam.
Aloha.
See you
All right.
guys next week.
All right,
Tell
Adam.
us.
All right.
Show us there. Ken, I was gonna ask you.
Yep.
Just because I want to bring up Micronauts again. No, but how are you feeling about so those Micronauts O-ring, reaction plus? No, I mean I'm just wondering. Like we talked about the O-ring Renaissance and everything, and this was something that I forget who I was talking with, but maybe it was with you, Oz, on the news. But just that, like, we're going to see a bunch of cool stuff in 2025, including your guys' stuff, like all these other brands. And then now we've got G.I. Joe O-rings back on the market. And, there was rumblings. Brian Flynn had said that he had other IPs, So I don't know. How are you feeling about, like, the O-ring market right now? Are you excited that there's a bunch of, like, other folks doing it? Are you feeling like it's too crowded?
I'm excited because I'm pretty confident in our line.
Mhm.
O-ring awareness will draw attention to other O-ring lines.
For sure.
Now, Micronauts is a different genre, so I would actually rather hope that like the G.I. Joe Reaction Plus line does really well. And I know there's some polarizing thoughts about that. Some people want to get the Fatal Fluffies and the Ramar figure because they've never had them before. Some say they don't look great. I mean, I bought the CoverGirl figure and everyone said that her eyes look really dead. And I agree that they do, but I simply wanted a blonde CoverGirl. And I still do want the Extensive Enterprises twins in their suits.
Sure.
So those are more filling collection gaps for me. Would I like more detail on them? Sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, aside from aesthetics and stuff. Because I will just say about that whole conversation, what's weird to me is that I remember my 3 3/4 Joes and like they weren't great, bro. But again, and that's Super 7's thing is right to the way you just said it, to fill gaps and to give us things that could fit with our old Joes, but are that never existed. So anyway, aesthetics aside, but just the fact that G.I. Joe O-rings are there again, and they're not even just like a thing; they're like at Target, so that more of these folks are like,
one of the
seeing it.
things that I'm, we especially have talked a lot about how this whole toy renaissance has been going and how it feels, but even more so seeing this O-ring renaissance when things have kind of moved away from the O-ring, right? Like there are new ways to do 1/18th, highly articulated, but there's just something wonderful about O-ring and its design and everything like that. So I'm digging the fact that we are getting more O-ring lines, like the fact that we were getting Ghostbuster O-rings, that was huge, right? Like that with the
those
Ecto
are
One.
really nice. Mine still haven't come in, but they are really nice.
What else I'm really excited about too is, and talking about the O-ring Plus, bringing up the Fatal Fluffies, right? So like there was kind of like the standard look to how an O-ring figure was, right? Like they all had the same kind of build, like whether it was the Street Fighter G.I. Joes, from like the mid 90s or your regular G.I. Joe figures, even like Exo Squad and things like that, where it's like slightly smaller scale. I like that we're getting a different kind of body type. Like more options always excite me. Now, mind you, it's not like saying like as G.I. Joe Real American Hero, the toy line went on, there was a lot of all unique, very sculpted details in a lot of them. There wasn't as much reuse of the same exact thing. Well, this is Disney James USA 78 saying, "I love your channel." That's from Kenzo's chat. So we appreciate you loving Kenzo's channel. Give it all the love right now. We're really trying to help our buddy out with some watch hours and stuff. So
hell yeah, thank you guys. Love it.
But I'm excited to see what more we can get with seeing things like, again, a very different looking body style with the Fatal Fluffy. Because again, that we've never seen no ring like that before.
I mean, the concern is that it's a retro look and that O-ring is considered technically a dated design. Now, we've added the wrist swivel, which will go a long way. The thing about the O-ring design, though, is it was already, in my mind, ahead of its time with how much articulation it had with the bicep swivel and everything, the waist swivel, more articulation than you got in other figures. So to me, once you add the wrist articulation, it goes a long way towards modernizing it. Having said that, that look is forever associated with the 80s and 90s, and that's kind of something that we got to break through. Now, Steve's done a lot to get a lot of deco on ours so that you don't necessarily look and go, oh, it's an O-ring. You see the detail first, and then you say it's an O-ring. At least that's our hope. Right. And in fact, Steve and I are reversed tonight. Usually he's the one pointing towards the figures, and I'm the one showing the collection behind me. But I guess we're playing role reversal tonight.
You were mentioning the wrist swivel.
Yep.
In O-rings.
Yep.
Those are around in 1974 with the Microman, baby. Sorry.
Actually, they were. They were actually.
And then Hasbro said, "Nope."
You're right, because you had the rotatable.
Yours is much sturdier, and yours wouldn't fall
it's a
apart if
different
you
construction.
sneezed like the Microman did.
I was going to say Microman had its own problems with that.
No, I'm not. They were by no means. They were of their time. They were just like.
Yeah, I've got those upstairs.
I'm saying like that. That wasn't necessarily a thing that couldn't exist. That was a decision made like later down.
Well, just because again, maybe it was in the fact of things where they were worried about that design, and they were like, well, if we just get rid of that point of articulation, then it's a non-issue.
Yeah, maybe. But I think it's great. You said it, Ken. I think the increased attention on O-ring and just a different format, really, I think is going to be great. So yeah, I hope the whole rising tides thing happens, and because toys come in all sorts of different shapes too.
Yeah, I think Joe has a question.
Oh, man.
Not a question, a statement. All this talk about old Joes has reminded me that I need to get some sleep. So,
Yo, Joe.
That took me a second, old Joe.
Yeah. Right. So
right, it's almost 2 a.m. where you're at.
Night, Joe.
Actually, it's almost 11. I'm on the west.
Oh, you're on the west
Eastern time zone.
Okay.
Yeah, Nevada. So.
Oh, cool. Okay. So if I come down to Vegas, I'll come see you.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, I really want to get to Designer Con one of these years. So if anybody ever wants to go to Designer, I wanted to go this year, but I was super broke after Legion's Con because my preparation skills need improvement. But I'm hoping this next year to get to Designer Con. So if anybody wants to check out Designer Con, I will probably be there, and it's in Vegas. So that's driving distance for me.
Nice.
Make them do a street team thing, and you be the street team.
The studio usually goes.
Are they?
I know George. Yeah,
Vegas?
George was there.
Yeah,
and Nate Barch.
Nate was there.
Yeah. So,
good night, old Joe.
But yes, old Joe is going to go and get some sleep. So, thanks for having me.
Sleep tight, old Joe.
Night, Joe.
Super fun hanging out with you guys.
G.I. Joe.
Hell yeah! All right, have a good one, guys.
Later.
Yeah, and Steve, just so we've got the official answer out there, what is the impetus for these not being a little taller? Because I've been asked that before.
Well, I didn't really want them. Like, if you put them as big as one of these guys, then you scale them really wider. So once you scale them wider, they start to get a bit awkward. They don't. So I wanted their heads to be relatively scaled to the head of a human, just a little bit bigger, right? So you scale down from that. So that would put them at about shoulder height, right? So that was kind of my thinking, because if we make them as tall as our other O-rings, then they're really wide, their head gets bigger, they seem a bit out of scale. If I was to see them, I sort of imagined if I was to see them on the battlefield, what size would I want them to be? You know, we're running through alleyways, we're running them through doorways or whatever.
Right, because we're going to have several of them, you know, being remote controlled by someone. Right?
Yeah.
Be it Jaguar or whomever, right? Okay. Yeah, and
Yeah,
I've had a few people say they wish they were a bit taller, and I'm like, wouldn't they be kind of like hard to manage that way? But
right.
I didn't have the official answer, so yeah.
I gotta say, I like the idea again because when you first showed this off to, it was privately to a couple of us in stream and all like that. It was just sketches, and it was a little hard to figure out what kind of scale you were going for. And I'm almost thinking like this, almost like bigger doomsday boss kind of situation, like from like Wolfenstein kind of thing, like some kind of mechanical monstrosity that would have been huge. And then you were talking about it being like, well, no, we want it to be kind of small and all like that. So the idea of them being shorter, I have more of this idea of a robotic drone army, right? And,
which is kind of up with the times right now, the way they're using all that stuff in current.
Yeah.
Right. And invading New Jersey. So
that too.
When I first saw them, I got the Gundam gun tank vibes off of them.
Right.
Don't say Gundam to me right now. I'm like super obsessed with Gundam right now.
Well, I was going to say with mobile dolls, I mean, Hailstorms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically what they are. They're the mobile dolls in
Yeah. Is a figure, not a vehicle, right? So
yes,
you got to keep it sort of figure
proportion. Yeah, because to me, the only thing I could think of is like, what if a person was sitting down on a set of treads? That's what it would look like. It's kind of how I tried to rationalize it in my own head. But you know, yeah. Oh man, Gundam. Want to do a history video on Gundam together, Oz?
Hey, you know what? Yeah, that might be an interesting project to work on there, Ken.
I may have already started. Let's get Adam from Highly Articulated involved.
Yeah, we should definitely pull him in on that. So yeah, K-Dog had brought up here. He says it's crazy how Star Wars was considered so revolutionary when it had so little articulation just because of the new 3.75-inch scale. And Brick perfectly summarized here, you know, just the revolutionary aspect wasn't all about the articulation back in the day, but it was all about the getting to continue the beloved movie experience at home. And besides, the Fisher Price adventure people also ruled the day. One of the big things about what made the Star Wars line so revolutionary was like, and again, just to take it back to like 1977 Star Wars, like before that, like your G.I. Joe, your Adventure Team, your Barbie, like all your hot selling toys in that kind of doll figure market, all 12-inch, right?
Yeah.
And 12 and 8.
Ed, you and I are big.
Mega Corporation was coming out with comic book characters at that time, and Laverne and Shirley. Happy Days at 8-inch, but yeah,
slightly smaller, but still that larger aesthetic.
Yeah.
But Ed, you and I, we're a big fan like that. You know, the Adventure Team Mobile Command Center, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a huge freaking vehicle, right? Such a key part of Star Wars is the environments and like the vehicles. You got the ships and everything like that. And to come out with toys of that, like, could you imagine a Millennium Falcon at 1/6 scale?
Wow.
And basically, it's just like you'd have Han Solo sitting in what looked like a freaking go-kart version of the Millennium Falcon if they were to try to put that out to the market.
The big thing people miss is that a lot of people assume Kenner was like the creator of this 3.75-inch line, because that's a fake statement that's been out there for a long time. And Micronauts and Fisher Price are doing it a long time before they ever were. The thing that made Star Wars revolutionary was the way George Lucas decided to market it and merchandise it. That's what made Star Wars revolutionary.
and own it.
Yeah.
And be
Just
the
the whole
owner of
sci-fi
it.
nature of it too. Right.
Right.
Well,
Like,
again,
your
like the
vehicle is so
sci-fi
different.
thing though was like Micronauts had come out before and didn't hit in the same way. So the sci-fi thing existed, but I think a lot of it was just that movie hit, man. That movie hit in a big way at the right time.
Well, how many of
and
us
then-
had
It's
actual
the-
figures we were playing with before we ever saw a movie? I did.
Yeah,
Right.
It's I don't know. It's kind of what we're seeing with Marvel Rivals right now. That video game, like the IP carries. It's crazy how strong that IP was for Star Wars. It still is.
Yeah. So I was going to say, I was 100% excited about one of my last birthday gifts that I got this past week, being the Power Droid, the Gunk. Like, and again, like, this is just so insanely limited. Like, there's barely any articulation with this at all.
Mr. Gonk, right?
Yeah, but I love the fact like the top of that comes off. Like, that's such a neat little added detail that doesn't need to be there. I never knew. Honestly, I always thought it was like Kenny Baker underneath of this thing, just like he was sitting inside of R2. So, like, the fact that no, they had a 10-disc player in their walking boombox. These are actual speakers. That's what this is. It's actually just a walking stereo.
Nice.
Now, Faker Battlecat did ask, and since we've got everything sitting right there, Ken, to set this up, can the Delta 17 figures sit on the drone?
They're not supposed to, but if you want to go for like a horsey ride or something like that.
What about like if he hitched up and kind of rode on the back of it, kind of thing? Like, could you pose him along the back, like kneeling behind it?
You'd have to take the backpack out and
well, that's not as cool.
Kind of a thing. So that's technically
unless he's
not
going to rip off the arm and grab the backpack and have a Gatling gun.
And then on the back of it, you have
Looking
to
at you, Steve, you kind of spoiled it for me.
The bumper sticker that says cash, grass, or ass. No one rides for free.
Yeah.
No kidding. I got a question for Thanos.
Wait, did you say?
Sorry,
cash,
Thanos,
grass, and ass. Nolan rides free.
Something like that. Something like that.
Steve needs to make a 1/18 sticker for the
John,
and the helicopter like that.
Or it's PGG rules. You have to raise your hand.
I don't watch that show.
You have questions somewhere?
I got one. No, I was just going to make a point that we did have it drawn out that the Hailstorm would have a little platform behind with a couple of foot pegs, and then we also wanted to have a tow hook and all that stuff. But then the design just got out of hand. And I was also going to have ports for other weapons that would eventually stick into the back. And it's like, It's like, okay, do we want just like the whole salad bar on this guy? We got to draw the line somewhere, right? So I did want a couple of foot pegs at the back, but then it was like, well, yeah, but the tow hook, man, you can't go without the tow hook. And then it's like, well, then I got to build shit that is going to be dragging, and it's like, just, we had to just walk. We had to basically make some decisions like, okay, the tow hooks or whatever that it currently has, those D-links, at least it can be dropped in from a helicopter. We have that. So that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
And just while I have the mic, I was just going to say that we might have some news to drop about this.
Oh, look at that thing.
All right.
Wait.
No, this is just a model. This is just a model.
Okay. I was going to say, if this get further along in process, then you'd let us know.
No. It's just a model. I paid $150 for it because it's 1/32. But
nice.
I just wanted to say that we might have some news to announce soon about it. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and if all goes well, it'll be news you'll definitely want to hear.
Oh, you'll flip. You'll flip.
Yeah. So stick around after this stream in the green room.
Suckers.
Sorry, chat.
Everyone in the chat's like, can you send the StreamYard link now?
All right. Whoever pays out the money in the super chats might get filled in later.
That's it.
You guys got half an hour to bid for your spot, and then we're
gotta bribe me, baby. We got 2 seats left. Who wants it?
Whoever gets the stream boss at the end, whoever has the most money bid at or donate at the end, they get it.
Who's got the Patreon and channel memberships to join, right?
Yeah,
yeah. If like sign up for my Patreon, make your own custom pledge, and we'll see if we can get you in.
Yeah,
A-Dog wants to pull seniority.
Yeah.
What I was going to ask Thanos though, Thanos, how does it feel to be so organized? I love seeing the room you got, dude.
Oh, we need a collection tour, Thanos. Let's do a tour. Well, either now or on your channel. Even better.
Let me grab some real quick. So I can't see what you guys see, but there's like a bunch of extreme sets up here. The Batman sets, some kitchen sets, little wooden castle that I still need to paint. And then just a bunch of like bins. This right here is a nightmare. I gotta go through this bowl of accessories.
Nice.
But then I have like boxes.
Real quick, why bowl? What to explain?
We all got our
For a moment here, I thought that was a trick or treating bowl, and he was handing out accessories at Halloween.
Honestly, I was soaking a lot of the accessories to get the warps out of them. So,
okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Threw a bunch of stuff in there. But then I got like this little hanging thing. It's got like my drum kit, some other accessories and stuff there. I got these little. I'm gonna put hands in those.
Sorry, Dan. Could you maybe a little slower on the movement? It's like lagging, so then we get like a blur.
Yeah. So they're just like little pull-out bins.
Dope.
And then some tilt bins. I'm gonna do like the heads in, and then there's like some of the popped-out extreme set stuff and stuff that needs to get handled. Cool. And then below all that is comic books. Like it's just long boxes of comic books stacked up. Then there's like a little one of those like backboards, but it works as carpet for my stuff. I'm gonna put like some of the weapons here instead of putting them in the boxes with the other stuff, and just kind of have like a weapon bag. Like I'll put swords in one, axes in another, guns, and try to do it like that. And then some random bits of terrain over here, a black towel to block, lighting and stuff. And then just lots of play sets and other stuff. Kind of hard to do this. And then you got like, yeah, I got the vintage and the other one. I have the windows and stuff for that, but they're out in a different box. I gotta sort through too.
I think I'm missing one window on mine.
Huh?
I said I think I'm missing one window on mine, or one half of the front door. That's what I'm missing. One half of that front door.
Yeah, because it's got that big like double door kind of.
Yeah.
So these are like trying to be organized, like Marvel's in that corner, DC's over here.
Wow.
This is just like random stuff up here. So like I've got a screen if I need a second screen while I'm in here, and then like some other little terrain bits, my little space station, all my dragons, like McFarlane dragons, and a couple other animals up there.
Hey, this is like a legit question because we just had 3 of them the other day. Are you worried about like earthquakes and stuff? How are you worried about that stuff on the walls?
I am a little worried about it, and actually, I haven't been putting stuff that's like. I mean, this is all like pretty high up, but it's pretty sturdy. Like, we don't get it too bad in the valley, really. Like, I've only noticed it like twice in my lifetime. So,
okay.
We had a big old earthquake here in Utah a couple years back. And Josh's room, it's the very top of it has a shelf that just lines the whole room. And it happened early in the morning. And he said he was woken up by figures just hitting him in the face. It was raining down on him.
Oh, jeez.
So I got like my horror stuff over here, and then like some movie characters, and then some other stuff that needs to be sorted still. And this is like TMNT, and then Joe. I don't have a lot of Joe. A little bit of Star Wars, and then like a bunch of video game and anime stuff in the corner. Yeah,
that is cool.
And then I just added a screen here. I'm trying to figure out how to get pictures on it. I hooked a little Amazon box up. I think I can access stuff through that. And I got the tapestry, and then I can hang like other stuff if I need to. I have a big green
You always
screen.
shoot Trevor a question about it too. He knows how to do the digital screen stuff a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I do use it. Oh, and here's my calendar so I can keep track of collabs and stuff that I need to shoot. Or like, you see, this week was finish the room setup. I'm not quite there. And I got to record my YouTube next week, but just to remind me to do stuff.
Brilliant. We got old men brain, so we need those reminders.
Absolutely.
Oh, look, Ken does exist. It's not just hailstorms tonight.
Hey, Ken.
But another
No
thing
wonder
I
they
wanted to do-
mistaken
I
you
was
for me.
boxing.
We look just like each other.
I was just boxing things up. So, yeah.
Another thing I wanted to do is get like a big whiteboard, like a big magnetic one, because I saw people were using that to like hold their backgrounds up, and it's like a really good idea.
Oh, yeah. That's brilliant. Especially, too, like if you were going to do some kind of like digital add-on or whatever like that, just popping a green screen up on it with some magnets and stuff. That'd be legit.
Yeah. Well, I actually have like a really nice green screen. It's like, got a solid base, and it's like, it'll take up most of the room.
Yeah.
So maybe one of
That's
these days
awesome.
we'll be coming from some kind of fancy area.
Ooh.
It's a sweet setup, man. That looks good.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I like it.
Good-
I really
good
like
work,
the idea
Thanos.
of you
Good work.
actually having a project room and that's just awesome, dude.
It's a whole
Really,
new
really
level
proud
for
of you.
Thanos because it was before it was just that darkness with a little flicker. Now we could see all this goodness behind him.
Yeah.
Thanos, very important. How did you free up a room of the house to do something like that?
He made his kid move out.
He murdered
Oh wait, no,
someone.
sorry, that was the other guy.
Dark story. My uncle passed away.
Oh, never mind. I never should have asked.
Sorry to hear, man.
So sorry.
I
Thanos.
should not
I
have
remember
asked.
when that happened.
Way to go, Ken. God.
Well, all right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
Ken,
go.
you gotta
You're doing the
somebody if
vibe,
you wanna
Ken.
I'm gonna go take a piss break. So I'll be back.
So, I'm also redoing my display, and I came up with the idea of anytime I take something down from the display, I'm going to replace it with a different figure. So, like when I take a picture, I'll put another figure up, so my display will kind of
On
always
deck.
look-
On deck and in the hole. There you go.
Yeah.
That's
Baseball
nice.
term. That's a baseball term, guys. If no,
Yeah, I get it.
I'm
I
just
get
kidding.
Baseball.
But I binned up so much
Just
stuff.
sports ball again?
Sports, Brick. Sports. Oh.
All my origins are down to only one version of the character. So, like my old She-Ra's going in a bin after I put this one out on the shelf out there.
It's kind
All
of
the
sick.
She-Ra should be out. No.
My Motu vehicles are all binned up, all the origins and vintage ones. But I mean, they're where I can get to them easy. So if I want to take pictures with them, I can get to them.
And how's the cats there doing in your living room?
Awesome, dude! It's awesome.
Dude, I haven't even gotten the email yet, but I wasn't an early backer, so I'm probably still. I probably still have to wait a month or so.
They said they should be done by February, and then they're going to address the QC issues because they got back to me.
Oh, okay. So I got another couple months to get mine. Oh, another month.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I waited. Because what I did was I flipper franked my Mondo Battle Cat. I got it for what we pay $500, and I sold it for over $1,000 on eBay.
Woo!
And then I used that money to get the Cat Slayer because I wanted the Cat Slayer so bad, but it took a while for that money to hit my bank account because eBay, you know. So I didn't have that right away, so I waited, and then I got it before it ended. But I'm gonna have to 3D print the key because I didn't get the key. But I've seen it online. I've seen the file, so I can print it.
Nice.
Cheater.
Yeah, that's not right, man.
I know. I should.
Some of us earned it, man, and you didn't.
I know. I will hang my head in shame, but I will be happy with my key.
Stolen valor. In
What
the
a
world.
jerk.
I'll hang my head because my key will be too heavy.
That's right. Stolen toy valor. What the hell, man?
Man.
It's a thing. It's a real thing.
You're on the
Look,
shit
man.
list now, Kenzo.
Hey.
All I
Well,
ever said was everybody
this is
just
worse.
wants 4 inches and a leather strap. Okay.
Hey, this is what get me in trouble before that, right? The Cabal doesn't like people 3D printing their stuff.
Mm.
Since
No.
they're kind of the Four
As a
Horsemen
matter of fact, the horsemen the Horsemen have entire guidelines
Listen, Kenzo,
for what you can
way-
3D print and sell in their community with their blessing.
Okay.
They
The only thing you can't do
encourage people
is give away the Christmas surprise.
That's true. That's true. And I didn't, which I was
or
pretty proud of
known
myself.
IPs. Don't
Not
you
even
post
here.
about
You got to bring it back up. Thanks.
So here's the other thing. IPs, owned IPs, you can't go 3D printing a bunch of owned IP parts and selling them online. Like Boojiboo doing Thundercat stuff. You can make Thundercat stuff, but don't go trying to sell parts to people within the community.
Yeah.
That are licensed IPs. Like, don't do that. Original stuff, like things that you design, they're all about it. Do it.
Yeah. Well, like for me, it's cool because I've actually had a lot because I'm, you know me, I'm gonna talk up the artists on all the people that make their when I'm printing this stuff, and I've had at least 3 of the major Motu artists that do the prints that send people and to me to print stuff to sell. So they're like, oh, so and so that makes this sent me your way and said that you might be able to print one for me because they're not in the States, most of them, you know. Most of those artists are from out of the country. So it's really cool that I'm at that level with them, that not only do they send them to me just by email instead of me buying them, but they also like tell me, you know, that I could do that. So it's kind of cool.
And Brendan mentions it's on the Cabal, pretty much upper, lower legs, joints. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff you can do that, you know, really does have their blessing. So don't get too worried about what you're doing.
Yeah, I don't worry. People get mad at me if they want.
Don't worry, they will.
I'm gonna start scanning that Delta 17 stuff. No, I'm just joking. Just kidding. That would be so hard to replicate. There's no way. With printing the joints and stuff, no way, man.
While you're at it, Steve would like you to print a hind.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
He's gonna go ahead and build the 1/32 scale hind that he has that he was just showing off. He's gonna build that. He's gonna send it to you. You 3D scan it. Then you need to blow it up into, you know, 1/18th, 1/12th, and then, you know, from there so that we can all have hinds and all the scales we need.
Yeah, do it. Well, did you see somebody that's I don't remember what the page is, but there's a page on Instagram where the guy has like the Megators and all the like the major big figures. Like he'll do a mini, he'll do a little one, a bigger, and then he'll do one that's like 3 feet tall. And it's like crazy. And some of them he packages and some he doesn't. But I'm like, but he's got like a bamboo printer that has all the different colors.
Oh, yeah.
Like the biggest bamboo printer out there, which is really cool. Because a lot of it you don't have to paint if you use that multicolored filament.
Especially if you got like the multi extruders and whatnot, you know, like.
Yeah. I like how Radnom's set up. It's kind of like, but his is just a smaller version of it, I guess, or a medium.
I thought I was like hot shit when the printer I was using had dual extruders and I could do 2 colors. Now I see them like, you know, 4 colors and all. And I'm like,
and he said it's all plug and play. All you got to do is drop it in and it works. I was like, that's kind of cool.
No,
that might be the next printer I'd buy if I get another one.
There's some sort of printer out there that can print any color right now. I can't remember what it's called, but they printed this. You see that one? They printed a skyscraper that was about maybe 20 stories tall. You know, of course, it's a smaller model, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it printed the whole thing with people inside and all the different colors and desks and all this shit, and then the windows. And it just went on and on and on. It was like, holy cow! I've got it bookmarked somewhere. It was insanity.
That's so cool how far it's come. Like when you think about the early 3D printing and so cool.
Man, everything had the different print lines and all like that because like resin printers weren't a thing.
Yeah.
So, you know, like, and most stuff looked like almost like very blocky pixelation, like N64 style look to it because of how it printed.
Totally.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's come a long way, and of course because of that, a lot of competition and a lot of stuff to where now they're very affordable. I mean, you can get a decent printer for pretty cheap. So,
if you quit buying toys.
Yeah. Yeah, when we first bought a 3D scanner, I bought a Next Engine 3D scanner. I paid like $5,000 for that thing.
Damn.
Right? And that's how we built our buck. And then we had to resurface it and really polish it, get it really engineered. We had a good guy doing that. He was really bright. And it's just been sitting there. Probably if I wanted to sell it now, it'd be probably like $500 because everybody else has all these 3D scanners that are they're decent. They're cheap.
Yep.
Yeah,
like
the one
really
I got
nice
was
ones, too.
the one I got. I think I showed it already. Showed you it. It's this one. It's a Revo Point, and for me, it's small enough to where usually my scans are going to be parts for figures.
Yeah.
So it works out pretty good. And this was like 400, I think.
Not bad.
Something like that. Yeah. And it scans really well.
Which buck are you talking about, Steve? Are you talking about the one we did from 2021?
Yeah, with the Next Engine scanner. The good part about my scanner is that I can scan in a whole car, but who in the hell is actually going to scan in a flipping car, right? It's not.
Well, I mean,
scan it in, scale it down.
Yeah, right.
You've got the capabilities, so why not scan a car?
Well, hey, maybe that's what we should do with the Hind. Just walk.
Yeah, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
That's what I scanned. So I got this one and I scanned it, and it was not good that my first scan was perfect, because then I scanned some other things that didn't come out as good, and I was like, oh. But
get that.
All of it was, and I printed it in glow in the dark resin, so all I got to do is paint it up a little. But it came out exact.
I got one of those.
That looks good.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I sent you a small version.
But I got one of those. Yeah, I got one of those. So, Brendan, most of us here, we don't watch this guy. Bad blood.
Wait, you don't hate watch and just do it secretly?
You know what's funny, Ken? When I don't like something, I pay it no mind.
Oh, okay. All right then.
Is that how it works?
I ignore them completely.
Okay, hold on. Let me unsubscribe. Give me a second.
There you go, Ken. That's the steps in the right direction. I like it.
There was never a subscribe.
And Stanley, I'm not sure. I look at it now, and I'm at 2381 out of 4,000. So I still have a ways to go on that. But I'm at 913 for subs out of 1,000, which is awesome. So
I'm glad to hear you jump that much in just the sub count. That's great.
That's awesome, man.
Hold on a second. Isn't it 3,000 hours to get the super chat monetization?
Yes.
So
yeah, mine says
so
4,
not
but I
4.
think it's on a different. Let's see, I'm on a
No,
different.
four would be for the ad revenue. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 2381 out of
4,000 is
3,000.
ad revenue. 3,000 is for super chats.
So yeah, 2381.
That's sick. That is absolutely sick, Brick.
Not
Does he
to,
come
like,
with the tomahawk too?
Self plug, but we just hit watch page ads.
Hell yeah!
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Congrats.
Well done.
Thank you.
Very good.
It is not easy. It is it can be a very slow grind to get those
Unless you're
watch
Oz.
hours. Unless you're me.
You just do lives for like ever. Yeah.
Well, when you do a 6-hour live stream every Saturday night, and
Yeah, but you got to have viewers too, so that's the thing. You entertain like nobody else too. That's good shit.
Anywhere between 20 to 40 people, 50 people watching. Yeah, like it's a bit of a different story with me.
Mm-hmm.
So
I still have 12 in my chat.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you still got 12 in your chat. We got 35 people watching. Guys, if you're watching on my channel, make sure that you go head over to Kenzo's channel. We're trying to help get him a couple of them watch hours to try to get over this hump. So if you guys can, please roll over into Kenzo's Creations. I was going to say customs again, but that's your sports thing.
Yeah.
Kenzo's Creations, and subscribe to the channel. Check it out, please. And honestly, just have a really good time over there. Are you not getting it again? What the heck?
I have to update something. It's not working. I got nothing. Wah, wah. Thank you, Roll Keeper. Thank you, everybody that subbed. Awesome. And Oz, thank you so much for throwing me up there. This is like the first time I've ever had like a little bit of a kick in the pants for other people to jump on. So it's kind of cool because, you know, the struggle is real when you're, you know, you put out whatever you can, you hope people enjoy it. And, you know, like I said, my stuff is really just I don't do any kind of pre-programming, you know, I don't break anything down. I just get on, have fun.
Reproduced uploads with lots of editing, was what we're trying to say.
Well, no, I do those too. I do editing and stuff. Have you not seen any of my? No, I'm joking. But on
I'm just trying to verbiage correct you.
No, like on my lives, like I don't have anything planned out on the lives. I have something to open, you know, but typically I kind of just my ADD brain just goes from story to story, and I end up making it an hour. So
yeah.
Hey, I built an entire show off of that. So
yeah,
yeah,
it's
we'll
not
get
bad.
you. We'll get you to 1,000 as well, Oz. We just got to get you on that.
When it happens, it happens.
Review schedule as well. But I know these are like your highlights of the week, and this is like you do not give this night up, right?
Nope.
Well, and this is like, I don't know. I think it's just something about the Clubhouse. It's cathartic. It's just something that I just love that you get done and you just feel good. Like every time
This is my
Clubhouse
cheers
ends, they just
bar.
have so much fun, you know?
Right.
Yeah, true.
Right. You know, people think that you can just go and fit in anywhere. It sometimes can be hard to find people that you just really gel with, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the vibe here, everyone is welcome, you know. No one's better than
Not
anyone.
everyone.
Well, okay, sure.
Well,
maybe
yeah, because if that
banned
other
someone last week. We banned someone last week, you're right.
Did you really? Did I
well,
miss
you
something?
know,
I had to kick somebody.
we had a really wonderful gentleman come in, and he didn't decide to just, you know, bless us once, but twice.
Was he somebody you
But
knew, or was this another
no,
surprise person? Oh.
no,
We don't
It's
think
just
we knew him?
some
We might
stupid.
have.
We probably did. I don't know.
He was
Anyway,
trying to
stupid
spell
random
Niger
troll.
River one letter at a time, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh,
Yeah, dropping that in the chat, Brick. It was not.
Ordinarily we don't
Oh, I
crap
missed
on
it.
someone there on the live stream, but we may have gone on a little bit about him after, and Adam was like,
I went
"No."
off about it because I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
don't tolerate that dumb shit.
Yeah, I
Not
went on
that.
about. I went on about him living in his mother's basement and, you know, telling her the story at breakfast the next day. And I don't.
I
normally
burned him, Mom. I burned him.
I don't normally get spicy like that, but when you drop those kinds of remarks in the chat, you're scum. You're scum of the earth.
You're
to
a
me.
piece of shit. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So yeah,
It was bad enough because he did it one time and I booted his ass out. Then he's like, "Oh, look who's back!" And it was the same guy with like almost the exact same name. It was just a little bit
Almost the exact.
I typed in the chat ban hammer now, and he goes, "Hey, Toy Connections, chill." I'm just like, I will not chill on this one, man.
No.
Sorry,
You know?
there is no chill for you, dude. You're done.
Yeah.
That's a one strike and you're out, idiot.
It's yeah, absolutely.
Like I said, I will not tolerate any of that kind of bullshit in my chat.
Ken's made up story about the guy telling his mom the next morning at breakfast was priceless, though.
That was great. Like, because as much as we say that this is the highlight and our cathartic, our cathartic outlet for the week of adulting, we get to go do this and hang out on a Saturday night. And that is that, guys. Man, I was total badass last night. I went into the chat.
Well, who was it that,
can I get some more Captain Crunch? Oh,
that's exactly it. Like, who was it last week that was saying like, "Oh, this guy will be telling his grandkids one day about it"? What was the guy's name? Was saying
I think it was Ed. He was like,
that wasn't me.
You
Who the
know,
hell
in
was
my
that?
day, I was a bit of a badass.
No, that was your buddy from the Friday streams.
Oh, Van? Jordan?
Maybe.
Curtis?
Maybe. I think it was Curtis was saying, "Oh, this guy will be telling his grandkids about this one
Yeah,
day."
Curtis
I
did
was,
it. Yep.
I was a badass. I went in a chat and I did this. I'm
Okay.
like, you are giving this guy way too much credit. He's gonna tell his grandchildren? No, he's gonna tell his mom when she brings him breakfast.
He ain't got no
tomorrow.
grandkids. He
Right,
ain't got no
right.
kids.
Because in order
It's
to have
like,
grandkids, you had to
you know,
actually speak
hey,
with a female other than mom.
It's like, hey, Mom, you know that student loan that we took out under your name that I haven't paid back yet after all these decades? You'll never believe what I did last night, right? Oh, by the way, this cereal
Damn.
is stale, right? I don't
Mark,
get
can I
this
get some more
spicy
milk?
ever, but you throw that in the chat, the gloves come off.
Yeah. Yeah. There's
I told you
certain
I like the
lines.
Captain Crunch with the Crunch Berries, Mom.
You don't buy the ones that are on sale. You know?
Crunch berries.
I can't believe you got the store
War
brand.
chests.
Right.
Walmart brand.
Great
No.
value. War Chest mentioning he needs to check this out so you can see what he said. That's the thing. You won't be able to see what he said because when we ban somebody, it automatically deletes their comments.
Well, he'll be able to see what
It's
Ken
not
said
good.
if that's what he's asking about.
Oh,
We'll be
yeah,
able to
yeah.
hear it.
You'll be able to see. Yeah, you can definitely go back and check out what we all said afterwards.
Yeah.
You won't be able to see what he was putting in the chat.
It takes a lot for me to get into that mode, just so you know. Like, really takes a lot.
There are a few things that just push me right over the edge into pissed off, and that's one of them. Yeah, because I just can't tolerate it. Won't tolerate it. Will not allow it. Like, you do something like that, you cross the line with me, and you're fucking done.
I shared some stuff in the chat. The picture of the cat slayer, a video of my reset jungle shelf, and the picture of like my Mythic Legions shelf redone.
I was going to
So,
ask
like,
if you wanted that shared. We'll go ahead and share it here. Top secret chat.
Hell yeah.
So here we got the cat slayer. I always said like the mountains for the back sculpt look very similar to like terrain from Dragon Ball Z. So I'd totally like to see some like SH figure arts. Yeah, right?
how
Like
awesome-
it looks like the mountains in Dragon Ball.
How awesome is that though? Looking at next to Eternia, how much bigger? Wow.
Yeah,
So that
dude,
really
Eternia
scares the
is
shit out of
dwarf.
me right now.
Yeah, Eternia looks so small. Like,
Yes, K Dog is classified. I finally opened it. I got this. Remember when I got this on the Clubhouse? I got that Cobra Commander and the box was sticky and all jacked up. I finally opened it. I've had him for a while sitting there, but yeah, finally got him open.
He's got one of the best vac metal
I love it.
pieces. It's just that small piece, but
Mm-hmm. If
yeah.
it wasn't going to be a hood, at least it'll be the vac metal, you know.
had a few
really
new
good
people over at the
reflective.
house. I had a few new people over at the house today, so that was kind of an interesting thing to show them. Like, like this is my obsession.
Mm-hmm.
My
Yes,
buddy
I'm a
was
nerd.
like super impressed with the cat slayer, though. He was like, "Oh my god! Like, holy
Dude,
shit!"
it looks so
yeah,
good.
this is my mostly Mythic Legion shelf.
And if you come back next
It's
week,
good.
I'll show you my Instagram.
Heyo.
So
Especially
I redrafted
Wednesdays.
that shelf, and then I put I like straightened the tapestry out a little bit more, and then I put like a back row so things could kind of stand above, so it
Yeah, I
wasn't so
see that.
crowded.
Yep, like Okita's back here. I definitely enjoy seeing the Xenothon wings because that's exactly what I was thinking about doing with my Red Death, making him kind of like an angel
looks
for Necronominus.
Yeah, it looks really good with those.
Kelazar back here. Azakahazar. Oh, so good. Look at me getting names and shit.
What'd you say?
right.
Abracadabra? What? Oh.
I sure did.
It's hard to
Bibbidi
get those
bobbidi
names
boo.
right. You know? But yeah, the new Horseman book. Oh, I can't wait for that.
Yeah, that book's gonna be amazing.
Dude,
I
sick.
think we have till February 13th to get it or something.
That looks great. I wish
looks
Alan
so
were still
good.
here.
Oh, I know. It looks so good.
Yeah, so I completely reset that shelf too.
They have one of those shelves. That's like one of those Amazon like $20 things in it.
I got just
That little
the
cliff.
wide, like the deepest shelf I could get at Home Depot.
Oh no, the cliff. I mean, like the toy cliff that you had there.
Oh yeah, it's the
Yeah.
Battle Mountain. I have a bunch
That's
of
like
those.
the Tim McKee mountain.
That's great.
Yeah, I don't remember what company it is, but
I remember I
you
got
can
it
get
on
'em-
Amazon.
Yeah, you can get them on Amazon. They have 'em a bunch of different colors too.
Yeah, there's like brown, gray.
I never used it.
Don't
I
see a
know.
black one. Tan. They got like a tan one, like a bright tan. It's weird though because they're different prices for the different colors, even though it's the exact same freaking mountain.
Yeah,
Shit, I can't even
that's
take
why
this
I went
off.
with gray because it was the cheaper one. I was like, yeah, okay.
Cheapest one, yeah, like the gray one's like 25, and I think the other two are like 30 and 33 or whatever. I don't know. It's been a while since I looked at them.
Yeah, and you could paint them whatever you want anyway. You know.
Yeah,
That's the idea too. Like you get that cheap gray one, it's like primer gray, and then do whatever you want with it after that.
So I put the 3D printed one on the new body. That's
Oh,
cool.
that's cool. That's really cool.
Nice.
I love it.
The
That's
Cobra
crazy.
symbol's a little big on his head, but I like it. Compared
Just
to
a
the
little
cartoon.
big. Makes a great target. Just saying. That red
Yeah.
with on top of that blue, good contrast. Headshot.
And I like it because it is darker in the cartoon also, so that's why I did it darker.
That's artistic choice though to get it like that. But yeah. Anyway, who here backed the Skybound GI Joe compendiums? I think you got one, Steve, right?
Nope.
Oh, you didn't get the Skybound ones. Oh, the big hardcover compendiums. You didn't get it, Kenzo or Ed?
I didn't get it. No.
You can do one of those Ken hard flexes on us.
Well, it's too heavy to carry down here, but I'll show you my RoboSkull later.
Yeah.
That was the one on 3D Joe's, right, Ken?
3D Joe's advertised it, but 3D Joe's did the omnibus of the art on their own.
That's
but
right.
Then there's the Skybound one. I haven't read too many of the old issues, so I was just looking for something to help me create content for the next like 2 decades. So I figured
this is you said this was more of the comic stuff?
yeah, the 155
okay.
issue
I was
hologram
I'm thinking about the art book.
Oh, the art book is amazing too.
Yeah,
that's another
one I
content
wanna
creator's dream. I jumped straight to the unproduced section. I'm like, oh, I can make a video now.
I have a ton of Joe books, but it's all the Adventure Team and original Joe stuff.
Yeah, I'd love to get a few Adventure Team books. I only have the Daryl the Priest one.
Yeah, good book.
So,
hey Thanos, are you able to grab the link for the that mountain off of Amazon and drop that in the chat for D-Griff there? I know you probably look up your past orders. I just can't remember how long ago it was you ordered it.
It was a while ago because I bought those like when I first started collecting.
I sent you a little link, Oz, or not a link, but an Instagram. Yurko just finished Hordak's mirror. Dude, Yurko's he's killing it. God, I love it. I don't know if you could share it or not, but it's cool.
Is it the Timmy Battle Mountain?
Yeah, that's Tim
that's
Mead
the one.
I got it. Hold on.
Yeah, you ain't kidding, Thanos. Or Kenzo. Whoa. Starting to lose it. Here we go. Hold on a second. I want to share it right here. It's the little video.
Yeah. He's been doing cool with those videos like he did for Anti-Eternia Grayskull. He did a really cool video on that. That is cool. Hordak's mirror. Hell yeah. I'm printing that sumbitch.
On this link, all the
I was
covers are
going
the
to
same
say.
price.
Oh, now they
Yeah,
are.
it looks
they
like
used to be
they
different prices. They might have equalized.
Yeah.
But I love the fact that he's using the artwork from the 4-pack, doing it as a reflection in the mirror.
Yeah. Did you
That's
see that
great.
Anti-Eternia Grayskull one where he did the video and he actually has in the sound of it, he has the somebody reading or it's like the audio book for the Anti-Eternia Grayskull, like and it's
Oh, no
describing
kidding.
it, saying it's got the face of an angel and then on the back
Right.
end it's got all these swords and it's got his throne. I mean, that thing is tits, let's just say.
I have to go through and actually listen to that. I wasn't playing the audio for that one.
Yeah. No, it's awesome. Gotta love
mean-
Yurko stuff, man. He's phenomenal.
If he ever needs some voiceover talent, I've been known to do a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
Just saying. That's just recently I've started to do that. I've done one so far. It's pretty cool.
Well, I did something for Home Arcade once. I did like
Right.
the very end of the Mattel commercials from Mattel, and they did the whole description of it.
Oh
It's
man.
like, ooh.
Yeah, Yurko's always doing wild stuff. And again, it's very Motu themed. If you're not a big Motu fan, you probably won't like it. But for us Motu guys, yeah. Oh geez. When it put that link in there, it did the long URL, didn't it?
Yeah, it wouldn't let me shorten it.
Damn.
But then it did it 4 times because I don't know.
It is what it is.
It's 2:40 in the morning, or else I'd give a shit.
There you go.
Yeah. This is at that time of the day where that level of I don't care as much.
But it wouldn't
I'm
be the
just seeing the
Clubhouse.
post he did.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ken.
Nah, are we on a delay? Am I on a delay? What's going on here?
No, you're not.
Okay.
I'm on a delay.
Oh.
Stuff started slow below. I'm mentioning I've gone down his page a little bit here, and I was looking at some more of the posts, and I love that he's got like the metal botto pieces on one of those Ric Flair bodies he picked up from Ollie's, because they've got like mountains of Ric Flairs still.
It's about time for us to go to bed over here, guys.
Oh, Monchichi.
Oh, Monchichi's gonna leave us, but that's okay, because even though leaving us now,
Yeah, look at that
you guys can catch Brick and Allison and Monchichi tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
Are you
10
gonna let
a.m.
Monchichi
on
go
the,
tomorrow?
10 a.m. on the Retro Toy Princess.
Awesome.
10 a.m. Pacific.
10 a.m. Pacific. Awesome.
And I have very early memories of Monchichi. I remember my mom like dragging me around, and I was like cradling the little thing, and yeah.
Nice.
We're gonna be coloring some dope vintage artwork too.
Coloring dope. What?
That it takes a while, but
That's what made the Monchichi so special, Kenzo.
That's why they keep sucking their thumbs.
I love how that 10 a.m. time slot stayed open for like a year before anyone grabbed it. That was the old TKO time slot, and I'm glad everyone just respected it and stayed away from it for like a whole year.
I think they're
before
just
somebody
scared,
grabbed
man. They were scared. They were scared you were gonna come in with your enforcers and
because I'm such a
You're gonna
badass,
roll
right?
right
They were
in with
afraid he
the
was going to
belt.
jump out of a trunk butt ass naked with a crowbar.
scared you're
Yeah.
How did you know that I really like Ken Jeong?
You'll try to fuck on me.
Oh man. Ooh. Yeah. Anyways,
later, gay boys.
I'm gonna head out.
Later, Brick.
On that note,
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Night, Rick.
Night.
Speaking of the Hangover, when you look at your group of friends and which character you are, I was always Stu, but I'm a big fan of Community. I'm a Ken. The Ken Jeong thing kind of works, but kind of doesn't. Not as flamboyant as he is. Put it that way.
Hell yeah, Ken, dude. I love Community. One of my favorite shows.
And I am
Well,
I am Britta over Annie for whatever reason. Everyone always says, "What are you doing?" But I don't know why. I just,
Britta's the worst.
but to me, she's the best. But
No,
Britta
serves her purpose. She's good. I like her.
the actress is very wholesome. Like the actress is a wonderful woman, apparently. Like
Yeah.
she's just the most like innocent, even though she plays like this badass chick. Anyway,
Yeah.
Annie is gonna be Evil Lynn in the Motu movie, so this is a great segue into that whole thing.
Oh, there you go.
Right? Allison Brie is gonna be
That's cool.
Evil Lynn, which is great choice. She's older now, right? Like she's not playing a teenager anymore. So
Yeah, it really works.
yeah.
AK Dog, for some of us, it's not over yet. I mean, my team still gets
I
to
was
play
gonna
tomorrow.
say.
I don't know how far after tomorrow, but and Oz's team has already won. So
Well, your team will
We're
be done
moving
tomorrow,
on to the
so-
next.
I know, Ed. Shut up. I don't want to.
It's going Super Bowl season in the next 3 weeks. That's right.
But the only thing is, if it doesn't happen, hey, just
Hey, if you guys
I'm gonna
pull it
give
off
you a little
tomorrow-
shit if we win.
You can give me all the shit you want if you guys pull it off tomorrow.
Yeah. Yep, he's a Ravens
take it.
guy, K Dog, and I'm a Bronco guy, and Ed's a Bills guy. So,
Well, all the areas y'all live in,
I'm
right?
from Baltimore. How could I not be a Ravens
You
fan?
know, Denver,
Colorado,
and Buffalo, right? So
sports ball,
sports ball.
Largo.
Largo's here. I just saw a post saying Largo's got a new video coming in the next.
He's got a new video dropping tomorrow.
Just sent me a message, and I just saw the post. I'm getting ready to shoot him the link.
Well, look,
If
K-Dog's
he's
on
up
the
for
opposite end of
joining
that.
us.
He's a Giants fan from Oregon.
Oh, he's a New
You
Jersey
got messed up
Giants.
priorities. Oh,
But so you might like the Broncos a little,
Throwing
right,
that shade.
K-Dog? Because of Bo Nix. Bo Nix was an Oregon kid.
Throwing that shade.
Our new savior.
All right, guys.
Bo Nick.
I am going to pop out for a little smoky treat, and it may sound insane, but I might put on a pot of coffee.
What?
Hey, you drink coffee all day, and it doesn't keep you up, and it doesn't send you to the
Nah,
can.
I'll drink a cup of coffee. I'll drink a half a pot of coffee and go right to sleep.
I can do the same
However.
thing.
Damn, I see my coffee machine over there. I'm so tempted, but I'm not going to. So.
Oh, Ken, I forgot you weren't in here.
Still
when I showed
early
this
for
off.
you,
Did you see
Ken.
this? Did you see this one?
Almost
dropped it. Yeah.
What is that?
Wait, let's.
Oh,
this is the guardian of the power of Castle Grayskull. So in the Cold Dart episode, when the mirror image, the bad guy goes in and he goes into the wrong door and it shatters him. This is the thing that talks to him. Crazy.
I thought you just had it lit up.
Yeah, I put my phone behind it,
Oh, you
turned
put
on
the
the
phone behind it?
flashlight.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm gonna paint it all blue except for the eyes, and then have that light behind it so the eyes will shine. It'll look cool.
Why are you spooked out?
He's creepy looking. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But I'll put him over there, and I'm gonna do that to my Grayskull. So the Grayskull, I'm gonna repaint the outside a little darker, and on the inside, I'm gonna paint it that blue, like in the cartoon. So the inside, I'm gonna do all blue on the walls, and then on the third wall, because I got the third wall printed, and then I can put him inside on the the area, and then I can do the portals and everything. So
What you can do, Kenny, is print that and get it all set up, or that you got already printed. Get it all set up, and then if your kid gives you shit about going to bed some night, stick it in his room when he's not paying attention. When he wakes up and his eyes
it'd be
are going.
glowing in his face. Yeah,
Yeah.
Freak the shit out of him. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, that's cool. It's fun. That's the problem, is when you have a problem collecting toys and then you start printing shit, and then these guys come up with these large pieces like that third wall, and I got Cat's Lair coming, but then I'm gonna have to get a bigger spot for my Grayskull because now I have a double-sized Grayskull. So I don't know. It's not a terrible problem to have because all I have to do is just rearrange in here, but I'll get it done. I have a lot of wasted space at this point that I can just line them up like behind you, Ken.
I wish I could say I have a lot of wasted space right now.
Well, I have shelves, like floating shelves that are too far apart. Like if I put just a bookshelf or something like that where I can put them all in one spot instead of having like these different shelves floating in weird spots. But I didn't have as much back then.
I'd love to get a little bit of like another shelf to go right there. Right. I'm just not sure my wife would allow me. Right. Or right over here in this gap. I'm not sure. She'd be like, "What are you bolting to the wall now?" I'm like, "Well, I got to put some stuff
in my room
because it's a shared space here." Right. So I have an ad hoc collection. Like there's this wall, that wall, and then upstairs on my work desk is a bunch of stuff. So I don't have like a proper man cave anymore. Right. So
well,
I say anymore. I haven't had one for 10 years, but yeah.
Like Faker Battle Cat has to put his stuff in a trundle drawer. So
I mean, I complain and then I go buy something expensive and then I go, I have nowhere to put it. It's like, well, you could have bought a bigger house and then you wouldn't be collecting.
Yeah. And that wouldn't be acceptable at all.
Or as Steve says, there's some places out in his area where land has not spiked to that level yet. So yeah,
you just get one of those little Amazon houses and just fill it with all the toys. Those little $15,000 Amazon houses. They don't have plumbing or anything, but you don't need plumbing if you're going to put your toys in it.
I guess I could put it in the yard outside. They'll let me.
What's up, Largo? Or a tub
Buy
shed?
one of those shed kits. Build
Yeah,
a shed kit, insulate it, throw a little heater in there. You're golden.
Yeah,
I might be able to do that in my yard, but don't have to worry about bugs.
Not if you build it just like a house. You
Lock
bugs
it
in
up.
your house.
You're good.
You want to come and do that here for me, Ed?
I could do that for you.
Okay.
He just cut wood from the creek. He'll build his own.
I built some sheds in my day.
How you doing, Largo?
The sliding door.
If I got any better, man, I don't think I could stand it. I did get a nice gift though. I have some in-laws and outlaws that decided to show up because there's a concert going on this weekend, and I have a guest room, which pretty much every cousin of my wife knows. So, but they did come bearing gifts. They brought me some Guinness, which I can't get here in Guatemala. So,
Nice.
Guinness is amazing.
Did you catch all the beauty that Ken was showing us?
I did not. I just finished my first video of the year, and my brain hurts, but I will catch it on the replay.
There you go.
Just the hailstorms.
You had them all lined up.
The pre-production
Oh,
process
sweet.
of
They
the
look
hailstorm.
great, man.
Basically, the T1 to the. If you saw the post we put up, I went through it in detail tonight. And Steve did not object or cut me off once, which means I got it right.
Okay,
Nice.
yeah, I think I did see that on Instagram.
Yeah, that was just the main post. But yeah, we walked
Okay.
through the samples that I had here tonight.
Well, you were mostly wrong, but I didn't want to be impolite.
Is that like being a little bit
easy on you
pregnant?
tonight?
So it's
Yeah.
a B minus. So it's a B minus for Ken.
Oh no, I'll still give you an A, but
It's an A minus.
A for
A
effort.
Effort.
A
We
for
still
effort.
love you, Ken. Come
A for
on.
effort, even though effort
Well, Steve,
starts with
I'm
a T.
excited. Those are going to be some awesome additions to Delta 17. I
Yeah,
remember
they're
seeing
a
what
little
you
bit.
guys were. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, they're a little bit different, but I think people will enjoy them. They're not exactly like I'm strictly military kind of guy, right? So I have a hard time when I branch out, whether it's robot ninjas or any of that stuff. Kind of like this makes my brain hurt a little bit, but it's kind of like, well, that's what a toy is, So I think people will appreciate them, but yeah.
Yeah, I did my time in the service, but I never got over Buck Rogers, so I'll take a ray gun and a lightning ship, whatever. I'm good.
Good point. Yeah, like when it comes to my top 5 favorite movies of all time, there are 2 sci-fi films in there. Blade Runner and Akira. When it's done right, I mean, the cool thing about sci-fi is you have the opportunity to make everything from scratch. The coffee maker, to the walls, to a light, everything. Not just the battleships, not just the weapons, but absolutely the carpet. You can make your own type of carpet with its own weave, right? So it's like a complete blank canvas. So when people do it right, it's incredible. Like Blade Runner, my favorite thing is the atmosphere. You always have strange, as Philip K. Dick said, what did he call it again? The dust. He had a specific name for it.
Well, it was kind of dystopian. I'm not sure if that was a term, but
yeah,
it was supposed to be LA, but it had a lot of Japanese influence and kind of a dark future kind of look.
Cyberpunk, it's like the actual essence of cyberpunk, not this like neon stuff that we're in now, but it's like this dystopian future where things are
William Gibson kind of cyberpunk.
Yeah, Tokyo, LA kind of feel, yeah.
And Akira is the same thing, right? Like that's like that's a traditional cyberpunk, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I cut my teeth on, the Gatchaman or Battle of the Planets as we got in States. And then when I got into college, a friend of mine showed me Akira, and he was just like, dude, trust me.
I got to give Akira a proper watch because I watched it the first time. I remember not really caring much about it. Maybe it's because who I was watching with and we were distracted. But
the art is fantastic. I mean, it's all hand drawn, unlike the stuff we get now with all CGI. But it's one you got to watch at least twice because there's some cerebral stuff to it. But it's a classic.
Why the hell is it not on Crunchyroll? Like, if you get Crunchyroll, you should get Akira.
Ghost in the Shell too, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What about Evangelion? I've been hearing people say watch that.
I love Evangelion.
Yeah.
The art is great. It's a little soap opera-ish for me, but
yeah.
Okay.
Like I watched Evangelion when I was like a teenager, so like it really affected me because like I was at that right age for it.
Oh yeah, you got the angst going.
Exactly.
So, I'll probably give it a whirl, but okay. So just so I know, any Gundam fans in here other than me and Oz? You're Gundam, okay?
Yeah, not hardcore.
Largo sort of, Kenzo kind of.
I like Gundam, but I don't really know much Gundam. Like I've watched a
Thanos.
Yeah, I'm the same with Thanos.
Yeah. Jean, what's your favorite Gundam series? Because there's like 80 million of them.
For me,
why did I talk? Yeah.
Yeah, for me it is Gundam Wing and Gundam GT or not GT, Gundam G.
G Gundam, like the fighter one.
Yeah. So Gundam Wing was my first interaction with Gundam robots, and then Gundam G was on Toonami like later on. So
yeah, Oz, me, and Adam are going to work on a Gundam Wing video. It's just I gotta wait for Adam to get back from Hawaii, and then he's got to settle in, and then I gotta pull his footage. But that's in the works. So we're just kind of
Love
noodling
that.
on that right now. If it goes well, I got to find another Gundam series that I might want to do, because Wing was the one that got popular here.
Yeah,
That's
the
the
Snake
issue,
Show.
right? It's like if I suddenly go do something that I'm really passionate about, which is like Gundam 0083 or 8th Mobile Suit Team, how popular was that here?
8th Mobile Suit's good though, dude. That one would I think that translates.
Okay.
Yeah, 8th is good, and I don't. Have you watched Hathaway?
I
It's a
haven't.
newer one.
I haven't. I know of the Hathaway character. That's the same Hathaway that's in Char's counterattack, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I keep calling him Char, not Char.
Char, yeah.
Right. Nobody's corrected me yet. I did say it on I did say it on a history video, and I was referring to other things that happened in 1988, and I literally called him Char Aznable, not Char Aznable, which is how you're supposed to say it. Nobody's corrected me yet, thankfully.
Did you watch Requiem?
I didn't. Yeah.
Watch it, okay? And it is CGI, but like watch it for the perspective that they did, because they went with they flipped it.
Okay.
So you're
Cool.
not rooting for Gundam.
You're rooting
Gundam
for the
is
other,
the
yeah.
antagonist.
Yeah.
Like
I did watch Gundam Seed.
It's so good.
And Seed Destiny back in the 2000s.
Seed's good. Yeah, Seed's good.
Yeah. I thought
I have
would
I have
be
a
the one
question that's nerd adjacent. In Street Fighter, is it Ryu or is it Ryu? Because I've never got that right.
I said Ryu, but I've been gaslit recently, so I'm wrong.
When I played one of the games when I was playing with my kid, it did say Ryu, but I always called him Ryu. But
Yeah.
in one of the games, I actually saw him be called Ryu. So
I always thought it was
gonna
Ryu.
use them interchangeably.
Yeah, I don't know.
Tomato.
I just call him the guy I'm not going to fight with, because I fight with Ken because he's got a cool name.
There you go.
I always use Ryu instead of Ken, but when I could tag team them in like Marvel versus Capcom, I don't know. They were unstoppable. So
Come on,
yeah.
Ken. We're supposed to play our.
We're supposed to, but
supposed to play our guy, man.
We're supposed to, but
So Steve, what is your guilty pleasure? Is it when you do take a break? Do you sit down to the director's cut of Blade Runner, or you got something else up your sleeve?
Okay, if I'm taking a break, there's
know what he
basically 10 movies that I'll watch on repeat, right?
and
So
one video game.
yeah, one video game, which is either Battlefield 4 or Battlefield 2042. That's it. That's all I play. I don't play anything else.
And old episodes of the Golden Girls. Don't lie.
No,
That series holds.
That's a great series. Yeah.
oh, man, I couldn't do it the first time. I'm not going to do it the second time. No.
I watch a lot of Gunsmoke. I like that shit.
Yeah,
The old westerns are good.
yeah.
I know it's cringeworthy because of Jar Jar Abrams, but I do like Fringe. That was one show he actually didn't screw up with the lens flares and the mystery boxes quite as much. So I've been rewatching that a lot.
Nice.
That was a good show.
What's up,
I like
Tony?
Right now, I'm working my way through the Venture Brothers complete series.
Nice.
So yeah, I'm a big fan of Harvey Birdman. That's my favorite cartoon.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, those are fun. I love Johnny Quest, and I love the parody that they do with Venture Brothers.
Yeah,
I wish someone would do a Venture Brothers line. Like, I would be all over it.
Yeah. And Harvey
I wish-
Birdman.
Yeah, I just wish somebody bring Johnny Quest back again and not make it suck, because they tried bringing it back in the 90s and it was not good.
Speaking of
I
that,
think-
Blade Runner director's cut, man.
I think that
sometimes
Johnny
just
Quest-
turn that on just to vibe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Just
yeah.
the Vangelis soundtrack alone is awesome.
I think that Johnny's Quest for the 90s was good for what it was. Brings the franchise to a new group of kids, and it was like decent.
Yeah, I'm just biased. I like the 60s stuff because it's so, it's in its genre. It's, very much the art style, just the whole enchilada. It's a thing. They just didn't quite capture the same spirit. They tried to, make it fresh and now, and it's like, no, I'm an old fart. I want the old stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Full House.
Well, and that's funny when they talk about it, like when they were interviewing the guy that's supposed to play the new He-Man in the movie, and he's like, this is not going to be like the old stuff and da-da-da. And it's like, dude, know your audience, man. I mean, I don't get it why they would want to go away from that, since the main people that like the property are going to be us old folks.
I didn't read the quote. What did he actually say, though?
It was, I don't remember. I'm trying to think of the word that he said it was going to not be.
Good.
If somebody tells me it's not going to be like the old cartoon, I'm like, good. Like,
well, he said a word. Well, he said that he said, well, there's different variations of the cartoon, like Revelation. That was like what his words were. So it was like, well, which is fine. But just, I don't know. If you want to get away from the lore, get away from the early. Now, he did mention something about the comic, which that would be, that's okay too. But I don't know.
Yeah, I would rather it lean in the comic direction than the cartoon direction, just tone wise.
Well, you can't replicate that, because I mean that was so cheesy and so it's just something you can't do. You want to, if they made a 2000X type, oh my god, it would be great.
I'd be fine if we just picked back up where 2000X left off, and
yes,
I'd like a little bit better animation, because I always thought the 2000X was a little lacking. The colors were
kind of for the time. Yeah, that's what they were doing. Yeah, I love that series, man.
Mike Young Productions.
Yeah,
that's a good shit.
Yeah, King Grayskull and all that. That's a great series.
War Chest, K Dog, welcome.
How you guys doing?
Thank you. Good, man.
I have the Ken cubed in here.
Yeah.
Sorting toys all night.
Sounds like a rough Saturday night.
For real.
My eyes are
love
crossed.
the smell of fresh plastic in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
So Largo, is your new video tomorrow going to be like a full video, or is it
It's going to be my first OnlyFans, just box fans, ceiling fans.
Fuck, man, I'm all over that shit. I'll have the lotion and the tissue paper ready.
Yeah, it's a shorter video, but it's the first thing I've been able to put together so far. But I'm getting back into the routine, building a new schedule, and trying to figure out some new software, which makes my head hurt. I am not good at learning Python.
Whoa.
That was K-Dog. K-Dog turned into a robot.
Yeah, what happened there?
I think my internet's kind of crapping.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, campy. That was right, buddy. That's what he said. It wasn't going to be campy.
See, I'm fine with
but,
that.
Yeah,
that's
I'd rather have him come out and say what it's not going to be, though, as opposed to like Kevin Smith saying that the new Netflix cartoon was going to be an exact continuation of the old story, and it was nothing like that. Right?
Just straight lying out of his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully, they will follow some of the comic
It was
runs.
a direct continuation of the cartoon or anything. It was a continuation of that era, and they did that. Like, it does pull from all the old nostalgic stuff, and then just does its own thing.
Yeah. I like that they brought those characters. It's the cool characters, like the deep cut characters that they used. It's weird to me in the movie that they already started with like Goatman, and we see a Goatman cast, but we don't see some of the other main that we should see. But we'll see.
Goatman's probably an easier costume to pull off than
That's
some
true.
of the other ones.
Yeah.
So.
We need a Trap Jaw. That would be so cool in live action.
How can you make a movie without him? Like, it's just like.
Yeah, especially.
That'd be cool. Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see, I guess.
Well,
We're just
I
seeing
hope-
if it's going to be made, right?
And I'm gonna go see it if it comes out. Like, I will go pay to go see it because
yeah, I would too. Either way.
Yeah, the Dolph Lundgren version was not great as far as the script, but he did a pretty decent job. He even, he spoke legible English. Skeletor stole the movie, but
hell yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it sucks because when you hear the story about it, and at the end when they talk about just the budget being completely gone, how the final
Yeah.
fight scene was supposed to be this grand just battle, and they had to cut it down to nothing, and it could have been so much more, but it sucked because the budget wasn't there. So
The opening of that movie, though, when they're still on Eternia, is really good. They
Yeah.
get there, and it's like, oh, okay. But
yeah,
Yeah, it would have been nice to get more
Bucket of
than
chicken
5 or
wings.
10 minutes.
It's
was
like
it ribs? Was it
the
chicken
opening
wings?
scene for Bumblebee, man. I watched that
Yeah.
all day. The War for Cybertron stuff, man.
Yeah, that's badass.
I have not seen that movie yet. Like, I got burned by Transformers, and it's
Dude,
like, I
dude,
can't.
listen. Go watch just the first opening scene of Bumblebee.
Yep.
It's so good.
All right, I'll check
Yeah,
it out.
Langella.
I really liked the Transformers one. Like, I could have done with it being
Yeah.
a little less jokey, but it was really entertaining.
I did too. I watched it with Merrick the other day. It's a good one.
Yeah,
I
it's
It
good.
is. It's just marketing for it didn't do well. Like it didn't do as good as you expect a Transformers movie to do on the big screen. It's pretty much the first flop since the Bay era, right?
It's
In terms
crazy.
of-
It's
Well, I mean, let me
sad.
see how much it's made now, but I didn't think he even made its budget back.
What's up, Drake?
Bumblebee?
No, Transformers One.
Transformers.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Bumblebee definitely made money, but it didn't make as
Yeah.
much as the other Bay films, right? So
Really?
you know,
It was way
well, because it was a more personalized story, right? Like
Yeah.
you weren't, yeah. So that's why. Yeah, the budget for Transformers One was apparently between 75 and 147 million, and the box office was
Damn.
129.
Mm.
So I don't know if it made its budget back. It just, yeah.
Damn.
That's
I
probably
thought-
not even counting what they have to spend for advertising and all that stuff. But too.
That's just box
Right.
office. That doesn't count streaming and everything else afterwards and syndication and stuff.
I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, in today's day and age, you got to count that. But is that enough? I mean, they're looking at
Yeah,
what
no,
they made
they
on the other
split the
Transformers
margin.
films.
Yeah,
They're
all-
like, okay, well, we made this much on whatever Dark of the Moon, Last Night, and all that. And those movies were not as good as Transformers One or Bumblebee.
And-
But there's what's good, and then there's what sells.
I'm not for sure what percentage they get, but when they make movies in like Nevada and California, they get huge tax write-offs too. On the
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I'd love to see a sequel or a continuation of it, but did
Oh,
it do
yeah.
well enough? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
The 87 flick, it said that it was it grossed 17 million worldwide against a budget of 22.
Hmm.
Back
Oh,
in
the
80
original-
back in
the-
87. Yeah,
86.
E-Man.
Oh,
With
E-Man.
all the,
Sorry.
with all the
I meant
fires and
Transformers.
stuff going on in California right now, I wonder how that's going to affect the film industry for 2025.
Yep.
I imagine they're going to be in
They
World of Hurt
did
like
Fallout
you go
season
to-
2.
Absolutely.
But there's always Vancouver and some other places that they do a lot of filming. So
Yep, there's a lot of filming just down the road from me here. So
Yeah,
I
because
think most of Smallville was filmed here. So yeah,
Oh, you're up in Canada, Ken?
yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of there between Atlanta, and Atlanta is a hot spot because of what they charge. So you get so many movies that get produced out of there. It's insane. Australia's got its own setup, has for years. And now, since all that stuff went down in New Zealand with Lord of the Rings, they've got production studios there too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
wasn't
Beautiful
Walking
landscape.
Dead done in Georgia and Atlanta
Yeah.
as well?
Walking
That
Dead's in
was.
Georgia.
Yep.
Yeah, so much is in Georgia now.
That and what's the one up in Canada?
oh shit,
Vancouver?
yeah, Oz, Oz jumped
Yeah,
out and now we're full.
Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot about that. I was thinking he was still at his spot because it was up in the corner, but
I'm going to bail, guys. I've been up since like 3 yesterday.
I was
so
gonna say I gotta
Ooh.
leave, so I gotta get up early tomorrow. But
all right,
yeah.
guys.
All right, guys.
Thanks
Later,
for the
Thanos.
invite.
Later, Largo.
Have a good night.
Guys,
see
yep.
everybody.
See ya.
I'll be on longer next week though.
All
Sounds
right.
good. Later, Thanos.
Later.
See,
If I can figure out how to.
Hit the button.
10 minutes later.
I'm on like a very tiny Chromebook right here, so like I don't
Oh.
even get like full screen. Like I gotta mess with it. All right, whatever. I'm out of here.
Later, Thanos.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, when it
Opening
comes
for Oz.
Sarah, I was just coming on and looking back. I get the link here.
perfect. Yeah, I'd say with He-Man, just bring Dolph Lundgren back, man.
Yeah.
Man, just popped out so I could make some coffee, use the bathroom real quick, and came out for a smoke. And the next thing I know, it's saying I can't get in because it's full. War Chest, thank you for jumping on with us. K-Dog,
Yeah, I've
good
been
to see you
listening
as
to you
well.
guys. I've been back here sorting this room out all fucking night, trying to go through inventory. This is my overfill room. Shit, I need to get rid of.
Overfill room. Man, Scott, he's got the right idea. He's got the actual toy room and the overflow room.
Nothing wrong with that.
I don't know if I got the right idea. I just needed to get it all out of the boxes so I could see how much of it there was. And then I was terrified once I did. I was like, why do I keep buying all this shit? I've already got what I need.
What is wrong with me? Yeah. I say that every time I leave Ross. What am I doing?
Yeah.
I don't even like this stuff. Why did I buy it? No.
Yep. Well, that's why I try to consolidate what I was collecting. Like, unless it's something that I can really see fitting in with the rest of my collection, I try to avoid buying it unless it's got like a special spot for me, like something special, then I'll get that.
But what if it's like $4? I was like, how do you not buy that?
True. Is it
Even
gonna
if it's
fit into the
kind of
rest of my
cool,
collection?
if it's kind of
Nope.
cool and it's $4, no.
That's
Not
$4
everybody
more
collects
dollars I
willy-nilly
can put towards the dragon.
Willy nilly. Damn my
Just
willy-nilly.
saying.
Hot take here. I am not getting the dragon.
I'm going to get a couple of dragons.
Hey, that's okay. It's not for everybody. I've been wanting something like that since I was a kid. So
And see, I'm gonna wait until they give me that Shenron dragon.
well, you can get the little bendy one with the
No, I want that
Order of
one
the
scaled
Talent.
up. Scale it up.
Yeah, because they said they will do more dragons, but they're going to be different. So
Different types. So I'm waiting for that Shenron.
I'll get the dragon or dragon. That'll be a good one.
Yeah, those dragon or dragons are really good too. I appreciate it, Thanos. Yeah, man, I could have jumped back in and I can't get in. Say the studio's full. I was like, what the fuck? I left it. There was like 5 of us.
Load it up.
Dude, yeah, you're like the guy who started his own company and then made a board, and then the board fired you.
Hey, that's the way it goes sometimes. And like I said, I'm about to get crazier with it because I'm about to buy more seats on my plan.
Holy cow!
There you go.
Nice.
Well, we won't be able to have more on-screen participants, but I'll have more people be able to,
help control
the show and everything like that as we go throughout. They'll have more permissions within StreamYard to do things.
It doesn't matter what thing you get from StreamYard. It only allows 10 people on
Yeah.
the actual.
They could say you can get like 12 backstage participants. It's like, what the fuck am I going to do with 12 people backstage?
Yeah, what do you do with them?
How does it affect your viewership if you're on YouTube and you're trying to get your viewership? If people are streaming on StreamYard, is it still piggybacking?
Yeah, it's tied to your YouTube account.
Yeah,
yeah.
You're still broadcasting through YouTube. You're just using the StreamYard service to send the signal. Yeah.
Now, I don't know if it's the same as it used to be, but YouTube's parameters when I started this channel 2 years ago was that in order to do a live stream through YouTube, you had to have 1,000 subscribers and you had to, there was a subscriber threshold to live stream through YouTube, not like use something else to stream to YouTube, but to use YouTube itself to do a live stream, you had to have 1,000 subscribers. And what else was it? There was another requirement too. It was just 2. And I was like, well, shit, I can't do that. And then it was like, no, you can do it through StreamYard. And I was like, oh, okay.
So it says at least 50 subscribers, and you have to verify your account.
Okay, so they have changed the guideline for that then.
Yeah.
But either way, yeah, I couldn't see the point of having, honestly, even with 10 people on screen, it's hard to make sure that we kind of give everybody room to talk and such like that. Like as Bud says right here, as hard as it is at times to talk on the stream with everyone, the last thing we need is more people. Yeah, more than 10 people. It's
I guess we're raising hands now, though, right?
Yeah, that's what you have to
that
do
was
almost
something
when you have that
apparently
many.
Mythic Enablers does, is they'll raise hands, and then Purple Gang started doing it on Let's Go Off-World. And I'm like, that's kind of funny, but it's just really a joke. And they started doing it on here, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, that's pretty cool. But yeah, I mean,
there was a good 6 weeks or so that we had where everybody was like, "Can I change the subject?"
Oh, that was funny. That was funny as shit. I gotta go back and watch it because it was something along the lines of, "Hey, can I change the topic real quick?" And then boom, that was just, "Yeah, you're given the floor to speak."
Yeah.
Interrupt with that. Oh, it's so good to have some nice fresh coffee. So like typically I'll make a pot shortly before we go live. And of course, like the coffee pot will shut off after a couple hours and it gets cold. And I can't refill my coffee cup and then heat it up in the microwave because the inner lining of it's all metal. So
Are you outside now, Oz?
yeah, I'm outside now.
What's it? We're at 24 here in Colorado. What are you at over there?
Not that cold. No, we're not too far off. 28.
Yeah.
We were 17 last night. Tonight we're 20.
Oh yeah, Midwest is like it's plus the wind over there is crazy.
Yeah, the wind is
nuts. Oh, last night
you don't have a lot of the mountains like we have to block it a little bit. You know,
we got 22.
Dude, I live in a big fucking loft, and like the whole front end of my house is just all windows, and I've got these giant like 16-foot thermal curtains that come down to block the windows. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
The living room becomes the worst room in the house. It doesn't matter.
Through your bones, huh?
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah. But last night it was actually nice. It was like 30 degrees out and it was snowing. So it was nice and warm out here, because that snow insulates.
Yep. Plus those clouds. I mean, the worst part is when it gives you that crazy snow, then it clears up and the clouds are gone and any kind of heat you had is, and it just, bitter.
Well, then today we had the wind kick up again. Like earlier tonight or during the day, like right in the afternoon, evening, the wind picked up again. The wind with the wind chill is when it gets bad.
Yeah.
Like I can deal with the cold temperatures just fine. Like again, it's 28 degrees and I'm totally fine right now because the wind's not blowing. After a while, my hey, there's a rabbit out here joining me. What's up, rabbit? What's up, buddy? What are you doing up so late?
Rabbit, welcome to Oz's stream here.
Yeah, thank you. But he's probably running away from the fox that's in the neighborhood. But yeah, I'm fine. Like I'm totally just warm out here right now. But once that wind starts blowing, man, then I'm like, fuck this.
Yeah, it'll cut through.
You got crazy wind here.
Yeah, it's been like the week and a half before this week, it was really bad. Like around my birthday, it was pretty intense. And then it cleared up for the last like week, and it's been pretty decent again. And temperatures have dropped back down, but at least there's no wind. So
nice. Yeah, we've got about another 3 inches of snow tonight, so that's cool.
Yeah, we got another like 2 to 3 inches last night. Which is great because all the melt that happened from the snow that happened around my birthday, like all the little spots that kind of melted away and grass was poking through again, it covered it all up again. So
nice.
Yeah, we got like a foot here, and we're supposed to get like another 3 to 4 inches.
Nice. That's sweet. I love snow, man, but I gotta buy a plow for my Jeep, right?
Yeah.
I got a driveway that's about the length of a football field. So
nice.
So when it snows, my wife the other day, she was like, I got to pick up whatever it is from the barn where you're at. So she drives the van down and she's like, I'm coming to you. I'm like, no. Sure enough, the van gets stuck and falls off the driveway into the ditch.
Oh no.
I'm like, shit. So I grab the chain and get the Jeep out and drag her out. It was nasty.
What's up, Sonny? Long time no
Sonny.
see.
Yeah.
I've seen him in Wraith's chat a few times.
Yeah, yeah.
We used to
It's
get
good
snow
always
like
have
that here
sunny
all the
come
time when I was like in high school, and even like my first couple of years, like in the 90s and stuff. And then for several years now, we might get an ice storm every now and then, but snow, nothing. And this is the first time in years we've gotten snow like this.
Where are you at?
I'm in Missouri.
Oh,
Southern
Missouri.
part, right outside of Branson.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, we don't even get snow here in Maryland that much anymore. Like we'll get every couple of years, we'll get like a blizzard dump. And it normally happens between February and March. But growing up as a kid, man, we used to get snow like starting in November. And then just like this snow, like as soon as it would start to melt and stuff would poke through, we'd get another little snow covering that would just fill in all the holes that were made. And then, you know, like you'd have snow on the ground from pretty much February or from November all the way through to like March.
Yeah.
And now it's like we barely ever get snow. This is like the first time in a couple years that we've actually had any kind of snow that's stuck.
I thought it was kind of sad because we got all this snow and all these kids are out of school, and the stores around here don't even sell sleds anymore. So like the kids don't even have sleds. I was like, this sucks. I was like, all these kids are just hating life. And then you see them out there with all the pool in floaties, and they're hauling ass down the snow.
Yeah.
On these
That works?
floaties and stuff. It's hilarious.
Oh, totally works.
Nice.
But you know what the real bummer is?
I've grown up here in Manitoba, lived my whole life here as a kid. And we're used to like at least 2 to 4 feet of snow for 5 to 6 months a year. And that's just how it is, and when you get a big dump of snow, there's been years where it'll get up to your rooftop and you'd have to dig, like an alleyway around your house to be able to walk through your door.
Where's this at?
Manitoba, Canada.
Oh, Canada. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man. Like
I went to college up in Colorado, and it was always like really, really bad. We'd start getting snow around September. Like you start getting snow here and there, and then you always knew it was coming down. But like even right now, I was looking at the snowfall the other day for skiing and stuff just to see what it was looking like on Wolf Mountain and stuff, and it's nuts. Like everything that's coming through right now, everybody's like hitting skiing season early.
Nice.
Kind of wild.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, our slopes in here don't usually open up because I live right in ski country. They don't usually open up until the weekend before Christmas, and this year they were open since Thanksgiving. So they're happy about it.
That's good.
Oh, I bet.
That's really good. It's good business for them. I just feel for the kids these days, especially post-COVID, because they've learned that with virtual learning, they don't need to have like a proper snow day anymore.
Yep.
No.
Right.
It's like, man, that fucking sucks.
Yeah. No, I remember going over to my friend's place just to hang out, and a blizzard would kick in, and we couldn't get across town. I grew up in a town of only 500 people. We're talking this town is smaller than a square mile, like smaller. And you could not get across town. So you were stuck at his place for a day, 2 days, maybe 3 days.
Yeah.
So you brought a pocket full of G.I. Joes. That's what you had. You just sit there and play. And about 2 days later, your parents could pick you up after, whatever, Ted got his front end loader and he went down the street because the town wasn't going to do it or whatever. Because we didn't have anything in our town to actually take care of that. They were from the rural municipality. So it would take them, they'd do all the other towns that they were based out of. And then after that, maybe 2 days later, they'd come to us. So we were just stuck at a guy's place. It was kind of neat, but he was just like, you could have walked there in 5 or 10 minutes on a good day. But when you stepped out, you couldn't see your feet.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The snowstorms were so bad.
Yeah, I grew up in a really small town like that too. And when we would have like snow days, or all the kids would be out of school, but the parents still needed to go to work, and they didn't have people to watch the kids, so they'd send us all over to like the farming people that we knew that had farms. And like me and the other guys, we'd all be hanging out at their house, and we'd be getting up every morning, going out, breaking ice, feeding calves,
shoveling grain in the silos.
Nice.
That's what we did until it's time to go back to school.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
We
fun.
the last time I had one of those kind of cool snow days was this is back when I was working at GameStop. I wasn't a manager yet. One of our regular customers that I ended up becoming really good friends with, his name was Eric Lewis. Assassin's Creed 2 had just come out, and he was having some trouble with getting some of the achievements in, like, Assassin's Creed, like, they got a lot of parkour parts to it. And he was having some issues with some of those, so he invited me over because I'd already gotten the achievement for it. And he was asking me to help him do it. And I was like, all right, I'll come over and help. So it took us like 3 hours that night. And we knew we had snow coming in, but we weren't expecting it to get as bad as it did. And here I am in, I was like 26, 27. And I got snowed in at a buddy's house like we were a bunch of kids again. And it was just like, oh, man, this is great. So we were just playing video games and, heating up whatever we had in the fridge to eat and everything like that. And I was hanging out with him and his family for a couple days because we got a big blizzard that came through and dumped on us. And like we'd go out and we'd shovel, but like, the main streets and everything they hadn't really gotten to yet. And we weren't trying to shovel the entire street to get me out of there so I could get back home or anything.
Yeah. And then you shovel the driveway and the plow comes by and dumps it all right back on.
Oh God.
Right back in the fucking driveway, assholes.
Look at Buddy's last comment there. That's so funny. It's so true, right? When they actually clear the roads and you can go to school, it's like, no,
son of a bitch.
But Bud's all jumping in there trying to cut the brake line or something. So
yeah.
He's following behind his principal, shoveling the snow back in the street.
Oh, not right, man.
That's funny.
I was saying we should collect all this snow and go dump it on California right now.
Yeah, no shit, eh? No shit.
Man, I can't believe what's going on there. Like one half of the freaking country, like we got everything's covered in snow along the East Coast, and then other half of the country, they got fires going on.
Yep.
Madness right now, but seriously though, hearts.
We got unseasonably.
What was that, K-Dog?
We got an unseasonably nice warm. I was saying we got an unseasonably nice, some little balmy winter right now because we haven't had snow yet here in Oregon, and that's pretty unusual.
Yeah.
At least in Western Oregon.
Right? Yeah.
You're in Western Oregon?
And we're getting dumped on over here.
I spent a lot of time
Where all the cities are.
I know Cobb.
Klamath is a bit further south. They do have snow right now. I'm up towards in the Portland, Salem, Eugene area. So
I've been to Eugene a few times.
close to the Cascades, not far, but
yeah, you're not far.
Pretty rural, pretty urban.
Well, I know Cobb. They've been having high winds over by where he's at in California. And so they kind of like been cutting power and stuff like that over there for him. Nothing to do really with the fires too much, although he did have a fire that was close to him. But the crazy part is for Cobb, he was telling me this morning, we were hanging out for a bit before they cut his power again because of the wind, that he was telling me, he goes, oh man, it's been hot to here. Like I was sweating my ass off the other day. I'm like, where the fuck you sweating? And even in like California, that seemed extreme to me. I'm sitting there thinking like, what the hell did you do? Move to Australia real quick where it's summer right now?
No shit, eh?
Yeah. Allison saying, yeah, Portland hasn't had any snow yet. Our typical snow apocalypse in the metro area is a no-show so far. Well, give it time. Give it time.
Yeah, I've heard from the people in BC that like, Vancouver Island, Vancouver, there's been no snow so far.
Zero.
Yeah,
it's cold.
That's
it's cold, but it's not as cold as it's been other years.
I feel like an old man sitting around talking about the weather, drinking Fresca. I'm gonna have some sherbet in about a minute.
That's what we do. That's what we do.
That is funny.
Yeah, we Hold on a sec here, K-Dog. She's over in Cobb's chat, so I'll pop that up on the screen so she can see it, and then I can get a reply. But yeah. Oh. All right, so we did just have a breeze blow through, and it's kind of cold on my legs. Flew up my skirt a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, what's
You going commando under your kilt or what? You one of the Queen's Own?
No, I'm wearing these sweatpants, but the lower leg portions of it's not as thick as the upper leg parts. So like, right around my shins and calves got real cold for a second. Like, what the hell?
Too much chafing from your large calves have taken out the inner lining.
Yeah, that was the crazy part. Like, why are they so thin?
Yeah, right.
Strange pair of sweatpants, but
take them into a tailor and get those doubled up.
I should.
Put some caribou fur in there or something like that.
Yeah,
that's what I really need to do right there. I think it's more because they're an athletic style, which is funny because I'm not as nearly as athletic as I probably should be. But
you're doing all right. You're doing all right.
I think they're meant for jogging. I appreciate that. Thank you, Steve.
No, people get so hard on themselves, dude. I mean, it's really, dude, what's going on right now? I mean, okay, so in the US, 53% of children have some sort of chronic disease right now, right? There's something wrong with the food and all that stuff. It's not people's fault. People got to stop blaming themselves. I mean, it's sort of like, think about how we've been programmed, first of all, to buy shit. And then the media tells us that, oh, you guys are so materialistic, you should feel so guilty about it, right? Well, which one is it? What do you want? Right? Like, stop with the bullshit already. So, I don't know.
Well, for me, it's just a lot of it is laziness on me for myself because, I got this desk job and I work from home. So I don't really need to go out and walk or do much. Like, the most I do is I walk about once a day. Not even once a day, but once every couple of days, get cigarettes, and then I'll walk back home. There's Ken with that hard flex again.
Well, you said materialistic and buying stuff.
Oh, that's cool. You can an OG one.
Yeah, it's funny. I posted it next to the other RoboSkull, and I put RoboSkull then and now, and the original designer Bob Reekin put now Ken. What did he say to me again? I forget what he said exactly.
I can't bring it up. I don't have the chat up.
No, I'll find it. He said, "Don't rub it in, Ken." That's what he said. And he goes, "Wait, is that an American expression?" And I was like, "Well, I'm not American, but yeah, it's a North American expression," is what I told him. So,
Sentiment extends.
Yeah.
So we started the night off talking about things we're excited about for 2025, and I threw a couple of things up there that I'm excited about, and a couple things that I know viewer-wise, like the HasLab Rattler coming out this year. Of course, I'm excited for Necronominus and Armies of Ashmore. Got to have my skeletons and my boners and my dinos up there, dick neck dinos. D&D, Dick Neck Dinos.
Yeah.
Of course, Milwick was not one of the dinos that I put up there, though. But, and again, earlier today, earlier during the show, I did shout out, the hailstorm. So thank you, Ken, for walking us through that, because it's just a very, very exciting time to be a collector, because there's so much good shit coming out right now.
Oh, it's so hard to keep up. It's amazing.
It is. It's insane. Like, my wallet can't keep up. I was jokingly saying the other day that I need to get another part-time job just to kind of keep up with everything that's coming. But I say it jokingly, but the truth is, like, I really should.
Your part-time job can be YouTube. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to get there with the YouTube thing. Trying to.
I've
Slow build.
cut back probably this year. I've definitely chilled out on collecting so many lines.
Me too.
Yeah.
Like, I do. I try to keep it focused. Like I said, it's got to make sense within my collection for me to buy it, or it's got to be something with some meaning. So, like, I kind of wanted to get into the Jada Street Fighters, and I did want to do the Jada Mega Man, but the truth is, those are not going to mean as much to me as, like, Jada Scooby-Doo, right? I love fucking Scooby-Doo, so I want the Jada Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, I love those too.
Yeah.
You know,
My New Year's resolution was to spend less, and then somebody offered me a Robo Skull, and I'm like, well,
good job, Ken. Good job.
Yeah.
right. And he's just like, if not, I'm gonna bring it to Joe Fest, and I'm gonna package it with the pilot, and it's gonna cost more. I know you don't need the pilot. I'm like, oh, all right, how much? And he's just like, don't worry, I'll make it worth your while. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So,
What's still so you saved money, so you're still spending less.
That's right.
Yeah.
There you go.
You got a
Yeah.
deal.
Yeah, you got a deal, right?
Let's have a big year on Delta 17, Steve, and I won't feel so bad.
I'm only once my Mondo stuff's kind of over with, I think I'll be good because I get like too many Mondos. Like I'll get 2 of everything pretty much that comes out, sometimes 3 because I want the buck. And then I was like, nah, cut that out. But there's only like 5 or 6 characters I still want, and then after that I'm done. Like I didn't even get Buzz off. I didn't want to.
You're not going to grab the Mondo Ghostbusters?
Or something, you know.
I want like an Evil Lyn and a Mumra, and then I'm done.
Yeah. Yeah, for me it's like Evil Lyn and Triclops, and I'm done with the bad guys.
Ooh, Triclops would be nice too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mondo's on fire.
Yeah, well, they're going to put out
Man.
that 2000X series, I guess, is coming. And so
Yep,
I'm kind of like,
2000X series is going to be on the way.
done with the 12-inch and then switch over, and I'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
See, for me though, it's like I can't go down that road because like I'm already invested too much or enough of my money into Mythic Legions, and they keep pumping me for more.
Yeah.
Like I'm excited this year. We've got 3 different books coming from Legions. We've got the first 10 years going up for pre-order at the end of the month. First 10 years of Mythic Legions. That's going to be a great resource book to have.
Especially with the name parts and all that, since there's so much extra with everything.
Oh yeah,
that'll be such a good tool.
Got that coming. We've got their D&D book coming, which I will be interested in getting because that's going to finally help get us kickstarted. I think on the D&D game that we were trying to do. Hold on a second. What you got holding up there?
So this is the G.I. Joe base they always show in the background. You've seen like the smaller versions.
Oh yeah.
People have printed them. So I've got a huge one. And I have taken the red on the top and I've hollowed it out for LED so it lights up.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I've made it modular so you can expand it for as long as you want to
That's
put
dope.
figures on like a shelf.
Yeah.
And I'm putting a cleat into the back of it so it hangs on the wall.
That's it.
So it just hangs like a giant shelf.
That's awesome.
And the cannon's in the center, and then you can just add on as many sections as you want for as much as your collection gets bigger.
Oh yeah.
That's sweet, dude. That's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Well done.
That is good.
Nice.
Great
Finally
display,
done.
great for pictures, all that good stuff.
Yeah, I thought it would be just a cool way to display your shit. Because I'm probably gonna print out a big G.I. Joe logo thing to put, in the center or up above it or whatever. So
check out
this space here. You can actually stand them up on the top section too with like turrets and all that stuff. So you can put a shitload of figures on it.
for the shelf thing. You should just because I like supporting a lot of these private retailers and stuff like that. C. Blake makes. He's got the Treat Your Shelf, where he'll print you off like shelf talkers, and then he'll do the paint and everything like that on them. Real freaking nice.
Yeah, I'm trying to put a blast effect from the cannon because it's got that big cannon.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm trying to come up with a light up cannon I can put on there, which isn't that difficult. I just gotta put some time into getting it done. I like
For
to cut
sure.
off a lot. I really like to procrastinate.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and I was talking about that, the books for Mythic Legions, the last one that's going to be coming out towards the end of the year, or at least the pre-order, they were saying should go up at the end of this year. They said hopefully by Legions Con they're going to have more announcements, but the Rise of the Dark Four, the big lore book for Mythic Legions, should finally go up for pre-order, and we'll have in hand first quarter next year. So I'm just excited the pre-order's going up.
Yeah, I'm
It
excited for the
doesn't
Oxford
stop.
stuff.
That's
First
great.
10 years of the brand is the idea, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that first 10-year book, that's going to be out. By the
Oh, you're
time
thinking.
Legions Con's
Sorry,
around.
you're talking about a different book then. Okay.
Yeah, I was talking about the lore book, The Rise of the Dark Four. That'll be out. That'll be up for pre-order at the end of the year.
Okay.
The only bad part about the Four Horsemen pre-orders is that it's upfront pay, so it's not even
Yeah.
a future Oz problem.
Yeah.
That's
I've only
all
got a
right.
few
It'll
Mythic
be a
Legion
future
figures.
Oz gift because I already paid for it.
There you go.
I do have most of the Cosmic Legion, but I've only got a few Mythic Legion figures.
I love my fantasy, my barbarians and stuff, and I do love now that I got them Fisher Rice. It's like I'm looking at more and more Cosmic Legion shit. And I'm like, damn it! I said I wasn't going to do this, and now I am.
I actually just got Fisher today. Whenever I got that package from you.
Nice, dude. I love that figure.
Richard Rice is gorgeous, man.
Yeah, he's a great looking figure.
Did you get a chance to crack open that Ninian infantry?
No, I haven't even opened up Fisher yet either. I haven't opened up my maggot yet either.
Tell you what, man, pop that steak head or the Fisher Rice, and you're welcome.
Right on. I did notice the paint job on that guard that you said. That's crazy. Like the scales and everything. The paint.
That's what I said, man. The detail and the paint apps that they do for the Legions. Wait till you look at them guns from Fisher Rice. Them guns are freaking nuts. Well, guys, we've been in this about 5.5 hours now. I was going to wrap it up. Has anybody else got some other mentions for what they're excited about
Excited
that we
to
haven't
see,
gone on?
Space Zombies from Mars from Adam.
Yeah, Ed rocked that shirt up earlier. Yeah, we are all of us retro sci-fi guys are like, yes, bring it.
Yeah, I'm excited
I want to know more about the Micronauts thing that they're doing. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Super 7 give more info about that.
Rio Blast, baby. Rio Blast.
That's just coming up in a couple weeks, Kenny.
Yeah.
I know a lot of Motu fans been waiting for that.
I'm excited for Rio Blast for sure.
Space Zombies from Mars, is that Arlen Peltier's line or
Yeah.
Yeah. From
Him
the
and his
No
brother.
Name Toy Company.
Oh, okay. Yeah, his brother
I would never remember his brother's damn name.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for these guys when they start coming out too.
Yeah, the Motu X Thundercats. I could have sworn there was some kind of official Motu X Thundercats crossover logo.
Mm-hmm.
And I was looking for it earlier. The only thing I could find about were the screenshots of the screen with the Thundercats logo only when I was making the thumbnail for tonight. Because that's going to be a big hit. I think a lot of people have been waiting for that.
Well, and that's why I got the Thunder Tank, and then when the Cat's Lair comes, I'm going to have a whole section for it because then I can do my Super 7 figures and I could do my He-Man crossover figures. It's going to be
Kenny, you got a Thunder Tank? When did you get that?
Well, it's funny because I bought it on the Clubhouse and then I got it the next Saturday, so it took 7 days to come. I got it right. It worked out perfect.
I love it. Freaking love it, man. Clubhouse is just a fun show because shit like that goes on.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, it has been a blast of a Saturday night into Sunday morning. Got 25 people watching. I hope you were all watching from Kenzo's channel, helping him get them watch hours up. And thank you all for heading over there and subscribing to his channel, giving them that boost. We're going to keep promoting it until we get them to 1,000. So.
What's the numbers at, Kenny, before we log off?
Let's see. So I got 11 in my chat. Let me jump over here because I actually jumped in my own live on my other channel because why not? 918 on my subs.
Nice.
And I was at 895 when we started. Yeah, so that's awesome, guys. Thank you so much.
It was 885 when you started.
If you did just join, I do live on Wednesdays in the later afternoon. I've been I started out at 5:30, but scheduling kind of screwed up, so I've been kind of going 7 o'clock Mountain, which is 6 on the West Coast, and 8 o'clock on the East Coast, 9 o'clock on the East Coast.
Yeah.
So I'll be doing those, and I get put the little posts on there, and it's just fun. It's kind of the same thing here. It's just me goofing off, just rambling with my ADHD and jumping from subject to subject. So. Good stuff. But thank you so much, Oz, for doing that, man. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to where, we're all trying to get to where we're going. And it's cool that Oz just really does not give a shit. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to help out my friends. And that's really cool. So thank you so much.
Anytime, brother. Anytime. Well, guys, we will see you all next week here on the Clubhouse, as well as all these amazing content creators on screen with us. We'll be pushing out content throughout the week, and we will see you all then. Take care, everybody. Have a great rest of your weekend.
See it.
Bye, guys.
Yeah.